Okay, good morning. It is 9:33, and I'll call this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to order and ask our clerk to please call the roll to establish quorum and read the statements.
Good morning, Supervisors Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy. Here. Frost.
Here.
Hume.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, September 15th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats, directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda or off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. To make a comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda or off-agenda item. Clerk staff will transfer each caller into the meeting, and you may be on hold for an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comments will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Okay, thank you, Flo. I'd ask Supervisor Kennedy to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll move on to our first item, which is off agenda public comments. So this is a chance for members of the public to come comment literally on anything that is not otherwise agendized in our calendar for today. And what we've done, we changed things up a little bit this year, is we're going to take off-agenda public comments for the first 30 minutes of the meeting. If we can't get to all the off-agenda comments within 30 minutes, we'll hold them till after the timed matters. And this is all in an effort to try to keep us on schedule, because a lot of folks are here and have an expectation of when their item may be called up. So with that, I will turn it over to, do we have off-agenda public comment?
We do. Currently, right now, we have 3 in-house. I'm not sure if they're still adding time. I don't have any on the phone.
Okay. So what we'll do, Flo, let's start with off-agenda public comment, and then after maybe the first couple of speakers, I'm going to have you close the queue, both in person and on the phone.
Yes. Our first public comment is Ryan Harris.
So I got handouts, Mr. Desmond. I know last time you guys threatened to start my time, so you're welcome.
Okay, Ryan, come down, please come down to the podium, and you can hand the handouts to the clerk.
I can take them. I'd like to hand them out, thank you.
No, Ryan, hand them to the clerk. You're not handing them out to the crowd. Hand them out to the clerk.
But I was able to do it last time.
No, you weren't.
You're not doing it now, okay? You're hand the handouts to the clerk.
Why can't I do it myself?
Okay, I'm starting your time now.
Thank you, that's why I asked you to do in the beginning.
I'm starting your time now, which means you will have no time to speak or to address the board.
Okay, well then, that's fine. I'm not here to address you, I'm here to let you guys know.
Okay, Ryan, you are disrupting the hearing today. This is a turn for you to come to the podium and address the board. This is not an opportunity if you just address people in the audience. That's what this is. Public comment is for public comment to the governing body.
You're ruining my time.
You're ruining your time.
You're speaking during my time.
Are you going to come and down to the podium and address? Okay, you are disrupting the proceedings by virtue of the fact that you are interacting with the audience and not interacting with the board. And I'm asking you to stop.
Anybody like one? I read you guys the shirts. You're here for the opposing the personal.
Okay, I'm telling you warning you for the third time, you are disrupting these proceedings, and if you continue, you will be removed from the chamber.
I'll be removed from the chamber for following policies that don't exist. I'm here to let you guys know that you guys don't follow policies that do exist. If you look at this paper, here's another example of a policy that I did follow. Ann Edwards, lady over here, you can put one up on the overhead. I was instructed by HR, because I had a restraining order on an employee, to let my program manager know. I let my program manager know, and this lady over here, Ann Edwards, disciplined me for letting my program manager know, saying I used the word computer inappropriately. So what do you want me to do? You want me to follow your policy, not follow your policy? I see you change policies when it's convenient for you. Now you don't have anything to say. You're saying a whole lot when I was standing up. Would you like to speak on that? Or you just want to interrupt my time because you know I'm going to educate these people on what type of people you are? Think about that.
Thank you.
Okay, our next public comment is Debbie.
I just wanted to cleanse the energy in the room for a minute.
Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning. And I've been gone for 2 months. I went to an international conference, which was very wonderful for me. And I wanted to come back to our county and participate again. I wanted to let you know that I wanted to say thank you to the clerk of the board. I've been observing, even though I had to go out of town the 1st of July, I was still monitoring when we were getting the agendas. And oh my gosh, in July we started getting the agendas on the website Wednesday, and it was so thrilling to be able to review them. I know they're sometimes 3,000 pages long, and it's an incredible task to put all of that together and get it in a timely manner to the public and have it be accurate. So thank you so much. The second thing I wanted to do is if, Florence, if you would give one of these to each of the supervisors, I would like to invite, well, let me take one back. Thank you. I would like to invite every one of the Board of Supervisors and the entire county to a celebration this Sunday in Folsom. If you'll put this on the overhead, I have 26 seconds to let you know. We're going to be having speakers, a bounce house, games, and food trucks, and we're going to be celebrating the constitutions, of which we have 51. We have 50 state constitutions and 1 federal constitution that guarantees our God-given constitutional rights. And so thank you. If you'll get this out there and let people know that it's happening, we're going to have some sheriffs speaking, I'll be speaking, and we'll be having a great time. So thank you for letting me speak.
Debbie, thank you. Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity to echo those comments. I know that for Ms. Evans and her staff, as well as all of the county staff, to get the agenda out in such a timely fashion has been a big lift, but it's much appreciated, certainly by the members of the public, as we just heard, but also by those of us up here. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Ditto. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning. I'm going to try to So this is, a while ago I came and talked about some of the conditions in some of the city-run camps or county. It's not your guys' stuff, it's different city-run stuff. I think you guys, your stuff so far seems to be a lot cleaner. But this is a picture from one of the many issues that I've seen in some of the city-run camps. Those white hoses are going into sewage. It's just like kind of an open hole in the ground. The blue hose is actually drinking water or potable water going to misters and stuff, sitting in a puddle of dirty water coming out of a building with some electrical cords coming out of it sitting in the puddle. So this is just one of the many things that I've seen in the last couple months of stuff that if this were a private company, nonprofit, if this was someone that was actually any other kind of organization in the county or city, they'd be shut down for stuff like this. I'm not calling for them to be shut down whatsoever. I'm calling hopefully for a little more enforcement and cleanup of some of the stuff that goes on in the government paid for homeless camps that are in existence. So again, not wanting this stuff to get shut down, just a little more enforcement so people that live there and work there have a little more of a clean and safe environment, because something like this could kill somebody. I mean, the electric issue could, the water issue could land some people in the hospital. This is definitely something that could be addressed in a different way than it's been addressed in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Okay, and at this moment, we do not have any callers, so I'll go ahead and close the public comments.
And no one else in person?
And no one
For
else in
off-agenda
person.
public comment?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, then we'll move to our consent calendar, and I'm looking at you, so you have no notes on the consent calendar, is that correct?
Yeah, the clerks, I do not have any notes for the board.
Okay, so we'll move to our consent calendar. I'll look to my colleagues to see if anyone has any comments or questions about consent items. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I do have just a couple of comments on two items, item number 16 and item number 21.
Okay, I'll read those into the record. Item 16 is regarding the Mather Airport rehabilitate asphalt concrete section for runway 4R and 22L.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to thank staff for moving forward with this project. It's a critical piece of infrastructure, not only for the existing uses at Mather, which I hope all of you will join us out there for the air show, September 23rd and 24th. It's a wonderful time. You'll get to see the facility up close, but also we have economic development plans for the development of that area. Improving the runway is critical, as is getting the Category 3 emergency landing, which is predicated on this work being done. So I just wanted to thank staff for moving forward with that.
And for item 21, this is to adopt a resolution amending the illegal dumping reward program guidelines.
Yeah, this is, I just wanted to say that in District 5, obviously, there are miles and miles of rural roads that many of which lead to the county landfill facility. And so oftentimes people will avoid their dumping fees by dumping their stuff en route. It's a serious issue, and this is an opportunity where people are actually being incentivized to report when they see that illegal dumping so that we can maybe curb it and put an end to it and hold people accountable. So I think it's a good program. And with that, I would move consent. I see my colleague, Mr. Cerna, has some comments.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hume. Before we take a second, I'll turn to Supervisor Cerna.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and second the motion first. But I, too, wanted to express thanks, and this is for item 3.
Okay. For item 3, this is to approve the American Rescue Plan Act district-directed funding allocation to District 1 to the Washington Neighborhood Center project.
Just wanted to express my gratitude to our executive team, everyone from Ann Edwards through our finance staff in particular. I know that the president of the board of directors for the Washington Neighborhood Center, George Carpenter, is in the audience, and it might be unknown to most, but the Washington Neighborhood Center is one of our region's oldest and most well-established nonprofits. And I can't thank enough everyone that's really helped our office think very carefully about how ARPA funds can be used to enhance what is offered in terms of programming at the center, as well as some capital improvements. So I'm really delighted that this has finally made itself to the consent agenda today. So again, thank you to staff.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And I'll just make a quick comment on item 2.
For item 2, this is to approve the American Rescue Plan Act district-directed funding allocations for District 3, and this is associated with the implementation of approved funding allocations.
And I don't want to be redundant, but also want to certainly thank staff for their hard work on helping us continue to navigate the expenditure of these very critical ARPA funds. In this case, in District 3, this is to assist our small businesses in unincorporated Sacramento County, as well as build some resiliency among the local chambers of commerce. Certainly, it's only one piece of the pie for how we have decided to expend our ARPA funds, but it is nonetheless very, very crucial. So thank you very much to staff, and I'm, of course, supportive of this and the rest of the consent calendar. Any public comment on consent?
I do not have any public comments for consent on the phone or in person.
Okay, well, then we have a motion and a second. Please vote on consent calendar.
Unanimous vote?
We find ourselves in uncharted territory here, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So if my colleagues are prepared, let's go to our nominations.
Yes,
Board
that would be
nominations.
item 64 for your nominations. Let me get my notes. Okay. You are continuing to October 17th, the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Community Review Commission, Elk Grove Casumna Cemetery District, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You are continuing to October 24th, the Building Board of Appeals, Civil Service Commission, County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Casumnas, County Service Area 4C, Delta, Developmental Disabilities Planning Advisory Council, and the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee. For your matters today, we have the Art and Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council,
Please continue to October 17th.
Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council,
Nominate Rayburn Leno and Sharon Davis to replace Jay Chingus and Gerald Dax Conroy. Continue remainder to October 17th.
thank you. Casumnas Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Hume,
Continue to September 26th.
thank you. Disability Advisory Commission.
Chiefs recommend nominating Vishruth Nagam.
Do you want to do both nominations and waive?
Yes.
Okay. The other nomination is
The reappointment.
Eugene
I don't-
Lozano.
Oh, I didn't have that on my notes. So, Ms. Lozano, and waive time.
Second.
Unanimous vote. And would you like to continue the remainder to October 24th?
Well, of course I would. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
My notes, I'm sorry, are not complete.
For the first 5 commission,
Chiefs recommend nominating LaWanda Wesley and continue the remainder to September 26th.
thank you. Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna.
I'd like to nominate Kyle Christopher and waive the process. And-
Second. Oh.
Thank you, and continue the remainder to October 17th.
Thank you. Mr. Hume?
Are we on the County Behavioral Youth Advisory Board?
We're
No,
on
vote on
Nat-
waiving.
Oh, sorry,
process.
we're voting.
Unanimous vote. North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna.
Please continue to October 24th.
Mr. Desmond?
Please continue to October 17th.
Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board, Mr. Cerna.
I'd like to nominate Stormy Knight Bergen, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy?
Continue to, what do we continue to, September 26th?
Thank you. Mr. Desmond?
Please nominate Radha Chauhan.
Thank you. And Mr. Hume?
Continue to October 17th.
Thank you. Sacramento County Youth Commission, Mr. Cerna.
Please continue to October 17th.
Mr. Kennedy?
September 26th.
Mr. Desmond?
please continue to October 24th.
And Ms. Ross,
Please nominate Bianca Brown.
would you like to waive the process?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Second.
Unanimous vote. And that concludes your nominations, and we have 7 minutes.
Okay, well, we will be, so for those in the chamber, this is truly exceptional that we have finished up the items before the timed items. So we will take a recess for 7 minutes until the top of the hour. Okay, it's 10 o'clock, and I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Okay, thank you all.
Yes.
So we will move on to item 53.
I'd like to take roll to reestablish
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
quorum,
Sorry.
please.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Hume? Here. And Desmond?
Here.
And you have a quorum. Okay, so for item 53, this is a presentation of resolution declaring September 2023 as National Service Dog Month.
Okay, turn it over to Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here today to acknowledge an organization and a group of people throughout the country who rarely get recognition, but who we see, and I think everyone in this room, regardless of how you feel about PLAs or anything else, looks at this and smiles. And that's what they do, is they bring joy to people's lives who otherwise might not have it. So I'd like to read a few whereases from this resolution. Whereas in the United States, 64 million adults and children have a disability, and only 16,000 service dogs from accredited training programs exist nationwide, and the need is growing. And whereas Canine Companions is a nonprofit organization that enhances the lives of people with disabilities by providing expertly trained service dogs and ongoing support to ensure quality partnerships. And whereas today, Canine Companions currently serves people with more than 65 different types of disabilities, has six training centers, 2,800 active teams, and have placed more than 7,500 teams nationwide. And whereas National Service Dog Month aims to educate our community about the benefits of task-trained service dogs and the laws protecting them, including raising awareness of the rights of service dogs and users. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, County of Sacramento, State of California, hereby proclaims the month of September 2023 as National Service Dog Month in recognition of service dogs and the adults and children with disabilities in our community, and encourages the community to celebrate task-trained service dogs and be respectful of the rights afforded to the adults, children, and veterans who lead more independent lives due to their assistance. Now, that's a longer, therefore, be it resolved than we normally have, because I think it's important. Several of us that sit up here are also on the Regional Transit Board and have had this issue come before us in that context. And it's important that we remain sensitive and aware of the importance of these dogs on human lives every day. Even when, and again, I will bring reference back to the airport, when you walk through the airport where there's a high level of anxiety and people, even people who have trauma-related mental health issues, you see that service dog and that handler, that professionally trained handler and dog, and it calms things down. It makes people feel better. It helps people's lives. So these four-legged and two-legged unsung heroes today will be sung. I want to thank you for everything you do and give you an opportunity to say something.
Thank you. Canine Companions would really like to thank Patrick Kennedy and the entire board for this honor and to officially proclaim September as National Service Dog Month. It means a lot to our organization. As Patrick Kennedy mentioned, there are 64 million Americans living with disabilities. And our organization provides task-trained service dogs to adults, children, and veterans, as well as facility dogs to professionals working in healthcare, criminal justice, and educational settings. Their dogs and all follow-up services are provided at no cost to our clients. Our puppies are specially bred, raised, and trained for their future careers. And as stated in the resolution, we currently have more than 2,800 active service dog teams throughout the country. In National Service Dog Month, we really hope to bring awareness to the task that these dogs provide for people with disabilities throughout the country and throughout the world. And again, thank you so much for supporting us in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt there. I just want to say I'm okay if we invite these folks back every meeting because I loved seeing the dogs come in. And I also especially want to thank the Metro Cable 14 staff for keeping the camera trained on that adorable little puppy for the whole time Patrick Kennedy was speaking.
Can you at least stick around to get us through our next agenda item after this? Yeah.
Maybe bring the dogs up here.
Yes. Plenty of time.
Karen, tell them the names of the dogs.
Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to do one more.
I wasn't smiling enough.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll give 30 seconds.
And she is a puppy in program. She's turning in February to go to professional training.
Hi, this is Nala, and she's a professional service dog. She's my hearing dog, and she helps me by letting me know when the coffee pot goes off and the toaster, and when there's a bicycle behind me, and when someone's about to run over me. And so she's very, very helpful in my life. Made a big difference.
And this is Bagel. She's a service dog in training, obviously, so we are working on socialization, and she will learn 30 cues or words before she turns in for her task training.
Hi, this is Craig. Craig just turned a year old, and I've been volunteering with Canine Companions for over 30 years. Craig is my 29th puppy that our family has raised. We're very happy.
Hi, this is Kenzie. She is 16 months old, and she will be leaving for professional training in Santa Rosa in about 6 weeks on her way to becoming a service dog.
Hi there, I'm Chris Acetuno, and this is Ace. Ace. Up. Good boy. Good boy, buddy. He'll go back in November for professional training.
Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for bringing this forward. I will say, I think the new voice you hear at the airport's public address system, I think, helps alleviate some anxiety as well. I know you didn't mention that.
I still have PTSD from that.
Inside joke. All right. Okay, so any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, move on to item 54.
Yes, that's the presentation of resolution recognizing September 22nd, 2023 as California Native American Day.
Well, good morning. It's truly my honor to be here to present a resolution to recognize California Native American Day, and especially to be joined by Chairman Jesus Tarango from the Wilton Rancheria, who will have a few minutes to speak as well. It truly is an honor for you to be here. I know Assemblymember James Ramos was supposed to be here, but frankly, I think it's better that you're here. Don't tell him I said that, but. The County of Sacramento recognizes the history, culture, and contributions of California's Native Americans. California Native American Day provides an opportunity for us to celebrate the heritage, traditions, and resilience of California's Native American peoples. It fosters a greater understanding and appreciation of the historical and contemporary issues faced by California's Native American communities. On behalf of the board, we recognize September 22nd, 2023 as California Native American Day and encourage residents, educational institutions, and community organizations to observe this day through activities, events, and educational initiatives that promote understanding, cultural exchange, and respect for California's Native American traditions and contributions. So thank you for being here. It's an honor for me on behalf of the board to recognize this day, and I'll turn it over to you, Chairman Tarango, to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Desmond and Board of Supervisors, for welcoming me here today. First, I'd like to convey that Assemblymember James Ramos sends his sincere apologies for not being here and to be able to attend today's event, but he truly appreciates the invitation and the Board of Supervisors' recognition of this important day. On behalf of Wilton Rancheria, the only federally recognized tribe in Sacramento County, I would like to thank you for recognizing September 22nd, 2023 as the 56th annual California Native American Day. In 1968, Governor Ronald Reagan first declared that the fourth Friday in September be known as California Native American Day, as it means to celebrate the culture and the contributions of the original caretakers of the land that we now call California. To put it mildly, this state has not always had a great relationship with its indigenous population, so this declaration was incredibly historic. Now, as we approach the 56th annual celebration, we must take the time to honor the significant progress we have made since the holiday's inception. The theme of this year's event is protecting our people through sovereignty, past, present, and future. And is not only the theme of a one-day event, but an important directive for California tribes to continue to fight to protect our people. From bringing home our ancestors and giving them a proper resting place under the California Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act, or CalNAGPRA, to combating the epidemic of murdered, missing, and indigenous people, we know we must continue to exercise our tribal sovereignty to best protect all Native people. Although much work remains to be done, next Friday is a day of celebration. I invite all of you to join me on the west steps of the Capitol as we celebrate the historic day. Tangi Como for having me here today and for this important recognition.
Which way? Which way you want us? Right here? Yes. So, I don't know if there's any comments from my colleagues, but I'd invite you to come for a photograph with Chairman Tarango here.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment on this item?
You do not have any public comments on this item.
Okay. Okay, then we'll move on to item 55.
Okay, for item 55, this is the presentation of resolution recognizing Liz Bellis as the recipient of the Paul Harris Fellowship Award from the Rotary Club of Rancho Cordova.
Good morning, Chair. Dave DeFonte, Deputy County Executive, here to introduce this item and then turn the reins over to Rotary of Rancho Cordova. I am really happy to introduce this item. I think we all know Miss Liz Bellis quite well and her passion and dedication towards all things parks, especially regional parks within Sacramento County. So just very pleased to be introducing this on behalf of the Rotary Club. And I'd like to pass it over to a few gentlemen, Mr. Mike Passoff, the president of the Rotary Club of Rancho Cordova, Mr. Ken Pass of the Rotary Club of Rancho Cordova as well, and Mr. Ron Suter from Elk Grove Rotary. So with that, if you gentlemen would like to come up.
Thank you, board members, for having us here today. It is a great honor for us to present, and myself as well, a privilege to present to Liz Bellis the Paul Harris Award. This is a very distinguished award. I know one of our board members, Pat Hume, is a Paul Harris Award as well. In recognition for outstanding service amongst the community. In particular, I'd like to recognize her for the services that I know she's done with respect to the Rotary and myself as a director of SacFit and the Parkway Half Marathon. Liz has, in my estimation, and I can say this with great acuity, that having worked with all 58 counties in the state of California over my professional career, Liz has demonstrated an outstanding acumen to making local government work. You bring ideas to Liz that are thoughtful, and she takes them seriously, and she helps implement ideas that benefit the community. And this Paul Harris Award is a culmination of all her good works over the many years, even beyond what I've worked with her for her service for Sacramento County and for the parks. So I'm pleased to present Liz Bellis, hereby named a Paul Harris Fellow in appreciation of tangible and significant assistance given for the furtherance of better understanding and friendly relations among peoples of the world. Liz?
Excuse me, I'm kind of an interloper. I'm from Elk Grove, but my claim to fame is spent 25 years here. Most of you know I was the park director for 8 of these years. My only claim to fame is I hired Liz in 2001, and what a hire that was. She is a great professional. And Pat, thank you for being president of Elk Grove Rotary and being a Paul Harris. I don't know how many numbers, but a lot. So thank you, five Paul Harrises. So thank you, Mr. Hume.
I will just have a resolution for you, Liz, in honor of your recognition from the Rotary. So just on behalf of the board, we want to add to the chorus of congratulations for you and your work, and certainly thank all of you for taking the time to recognize Liz and her great work. So I'll add this to your list. Thank you.
So this is awkward and fun and nice, and I can't thank you enough for this honor, and thank you, board, for recognizing me as well. But really what I need you to do is to recognize my staff, some of my staff that are here in the corner, because I wouldn't be able to do what I do without them and their support every day. So really this goes to them as well. So thank you all, and thank you. I'm so honored. Can you take a picture? Yeah, can you guys? Yes. You want us to stand here? Yeah.
Chairman?
Okay, here we go. 1, 2.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've reached out to them. Thank you.
I'll get your cell number again.
Okay, thank you.
I assume no public comment.
Let me double check. Let's see, we do not have any public comments for this item, no.
Okay, then we'll move to 56.
Yes, okay, so for item 56, this is the presentation of resolution recognizing the 30th anniversary of National Public Lands Day and authorizing free day use entry into the American River Parkway Gibson Ranch and Sacramento River and Delta sites operated by Sacramento County Regional Parks.
Okay, Liz, welcome back.
Hi.
Take as much time as you want, by the way.
Oh, are we early? Okay, I shall. I believe we have a PowerPoint for this, if that could get pulled up. So it is my honor to bring to you National Public Lands Day of 2023. It's actually the 30th anniversary of National Public Lands Day, which is an event that started by a couple of federal agencies bringing forward a day that everyone could celebrate national parks and provide volunteer projects within the park system itself. So it is the largest single-day volunteer event for public lands. It offers a chance to give back. And what I'd also like to really highlight is that we are offering up free entry into our regional park system on September 23rd so that we can remove that financial barrier for those where it might exist so they could enjoy our park system and all that it has to offer. There are a couple of local volunteer events that I would like to highlight. The first being the Great American River Cleanup, which will be Saturday, September 23rd from 9 to noon. There are 23 different locations along the American River Parkway, and this is hosted by the American River Parkway Foundation. And they have partnered with SAC-RT to allow for free rides to this event. And so I'll leave this up here in case anyone needs to grab that Scan Me code. But you can have free light rail fare. I'd also like to highlight that we have some events going on at the Cosumnes River Preserve, where you can build nest boxes for swallows or install wood duck boxes along the preserve there. Or if you have your own kayak, you can come remove invasive aquatic species. So again, I want to thank you for this opportunity to recognize National Public Lands Day, offer up that we hope all the public will take the offer to come to our parks for free and also volunteer if possible. Thank you. Do we have a reso?
And we have a reso also from the Board of Supervisors. We stand on ceremony here at the board. And just on behalf of the board wants to recognize, joins you in recognizing National Public Lands Day because we all acknowledge the importance of this day. And thank you for your efforts and for highlighting all the events that the county will be supporting in furtherance of this day. So thank you very much, Liz. And we'll do another photo, other side.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
We do not have any public comments. Well, I'm just at a loss for words. I'm going to ask the chair to call for a 5-minute recess. It's very unusual.
This is unusual. Yeah, so we'll be in recess till 10:30. Okay. We'll call the meeting back to order. Please ask you to take your seats. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll to establish quorum.
Yes. Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Frost? Hume?
Here.
Desmond?
Here.
And you have a quorum. Item 57 is the presentation of resolution of the Board of Supervisors, County of Sacramento, State of California, proclaiming September 2023 as National Food Safety Month.
Okay. And we'll start with Janaea and Rolando, I believe. Correct? Good morning.
Efficient today. Awesome. So good morning, Chair Desmond and members of the board. My name is Jania Monasterio. I am the director for the Environmental Management Department. Joining me this morning is Rolando Villarreal. He is the division chief of the Environmental Health Food Safety Program. I would first like to thank the board for declaring September as National Food Safety Month. I'd also like to thank the board for recognizing the winners of the 2023 Food Safety Awards of Excellence for their efforts in maintaining outstanding food safety practices. The recognition of these recipients acknowledges the excellent health and safety work of restaurant owners and operators, as well as our inspectors, all working together as a team to reduce foodborne illnesses in Sacramento County. As a result, Sacramento County continues to remain below statewide averages for foodborne illnesses. Chair Desmond, would you please join us at the podium in order to present this important resolution recognizing September as National Food Safety Month?
Sorry, I was distracted by the very appetizing.
We're getting hungry. It's getting
Is it
close.
too early for lunch? I mean, well, thank you, Jania and Rolando, for being here. I had the occasion, like all my colleagues, last week to recognize one of the restaurants in District 3 who received the Excellence in Food Safety Award. And it is such a great program, and as are all the programs that you do. And what I really love about your approach is it's about educating businesses. Instead of just simply taking a punitive approach to find businesses, how do we educate them and get them up to standards, and then recognize them for their efforts? So Sacramento County considers the health and well-being of its residents and visitors a priority. National Food Safety Month is sponsored every September by the National Restaurant Association and is an initiative focused on increasing awareness of the importance of food safety, education within the food service industry, and raising awareness for consumers on safe food handling practices. We, the Board of Supervisors, recognize September 2023 as National Food Safety Month in Sacramento County and express our appreciation to all those who work to ensure safe food preparation and handling for the protection of our residents and visitors, and further encourage people of all ages and from all walks of life to better understand the importance of food safety practices in our daily lives. And with that, it is an honor for me to present this resolution from the Board of Supervisors to you, recognizing September as National Food Safety Month. Turn it back over to you, Jania, and I know you have more slides to present, and then if any of my colleagues have comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Tesman. In past years, we have invited award winners to come to the board to receive this award. However, due to current staffing demands and other demands within this industry, we instead met each winner at their place of business and presented the award and congratulated them on their excellent efforts to maintain food safety. Rolando Villarreal will present the winners for each district and further explain the criteria. Rolando?
Thank you, Jania.
First of all, I would like to thank Judy Oblong, who's our supervisor. She actually is the one who coordinates a lot of the Award of Excellence, coordinates the, the one-on-one with the Board of Soups and with the restaurant facilities. With that, good morning, Chair Desmond and member of the board. National Food Safety Month is a special time of the year for EMD because it gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate restaurants that do a fantastic job when it comes to food safety. Restaurants are highly regulated, and we are pleased that nearly 800 facilities inspected by EMD met the stringent criteria established for this award. Today, we will be recognizing 5 restaurants, one from each supervisor's district. I would like to give some background about our food inspection program. So last year, EMD issued over 7,000 food permits and conducted over 14,000 food inspections. This is all accomplished with only 28 environmental health specialists who work in partnership with restaurants to ensure that the highest food safety standards are met. EMD is pleased to present the Award of Excellence to restaurants in Sacramento County to highlight their dedication to food safety. The hard work and dedication of our restaurant owners, operators, and their staff, and EMD's consumer protection team is reflected in the number of recipients this year. We have 5,100 eligible facilities for the Award of Excellence. We are pleased that 786 restaurants in Sacramento County have received this award. The criteria is high, no major violation during the last 3 regular unannounced inspections, and only a limited number of minor violations. With that said, in District 1, Supervisor Cerna, the Award of Excellence winner is Pizza Supreme, being in Sacramento. In District 2, Supervisor Kennedy, the Award of Excellence winner is the Boiling Crab in Sacramento. And in District 3, Chair Desmond, the Award of Excellence winner is Bento Box in Sacramento. And in District 4, Supervisor Frost, the Award of Excellence winner is Folsom Pizza and Kebab in the city of Folsom. And lastly, in District 5, Supervisor Hume, the Award of Excellence winner, the Mapuderi, located in the city of Alton. With that, I'd like to thank you to all the award winners. We appreciate your commitment to food safety, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Yes, a round of applause. And thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here today not just to tout a great South Sacramento business in the Boiling Crab, which it is. I've been there many times, enjoyed many meals there. And if you walk in, you can see why it gets this award. I mean, you could do surgery in this restaurant. But I wanted to bring it up more importantly because since I've been on the board, we've had consecutive years of AAPI-owned restaurants get this award in South Sacramento. And why do I bring this up? I'm very proud of the AAPI restaurants in South Sacramento, but more importantly, years ago, county was criticized for not being culturally competent when it came to AAPI practices in their restaurants, and there was many in the community that felt that there was a lack of understanding of the cultural practices within the various AAPI communities, and instead of just hunkering down and saying, no, this is the way we do it, this is the way we've always done it, county actually got together with the AAPI restaurant communities. We educated each other, as it were, ensured that we had AAPI language speakers on staff, and I think this is a direct result of that. Our AAPI community, I do not hear complaints from anymore, and as I said, with consecutive restaurant after restaurant from the AAPI community, I think it shows that it was a successful collaboration and not a gotcha moment for the county. So thank you to county staff for continuing that effort.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for those comments. Supervisor Frost.
Well, I just want to thank Jania and Rolando and all the county staff who organized this program. And when I remember when we went out to this restaurant this year, and we've been to several over time, we actually had the inspector there, and he was sharing with us that there are a lot of good restaurants who do not receive the award, but they want to be able to acknowledge them. It's just one person gets that award, and so this is it's meaningful. And when we went to this restaurant, the inspector was so impressed with the cleanliness of the facility that he brought a picture and in the picture for District 4, you can see the picture she's holding up. That's their restaurant, and he was I guess acknowledging the extra effort that they went to, and the food here is going to say it's a new twist on pizza, so you have to go there to taste it, and we know what they're talking about. So congratulations to all the owners who received awards, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to congratulate Sarah and Mike at the McBootery. They're a young couple that come in early every day to bake their own bread and their desserts. They try and source as much as they can locally from the bounty that is the Delta. But I really want to express my appreciation for staff. I had a morning obligation in Rancho Cordova, and so it was a good chunk of my day just to get down to Ileton and to have staff meet down there and present this award to this very worthy business. It's above and beyond, so thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I'll certainly add my congratulations to all the awardees, but I did want to note that the proprietor of Pizza Supreme Bean really took the time to educate us when we had the opportunity to have the photo op here about lessons learned from the pandemic, and the fact that they're not only making lemonade out of lemons, but they're adding space to do more food service for pickup. And I had a chance to work with the proprietor even before he was awarded the Excellence in Food Safety acknowledgement back during the pandemic. So I really had a chance to understand some of the concerns on the ground in real time that restaurateurs were facing, and it's really good to see that his business is thriving and expanding, and he took the time to educate us all during the brief visit about all the ways that he is keeping his facility clean and safe for the visiting public and for those that are actually taking out pizzas and other food items as well. So again, thanks to our EMD staff, and congratulations to all the awardees.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And I'll just close up by adding my voice to the chorus of congratulations to certainly the bento box in Arden Arcade, and also want to mention thank you for the food inspection fee waiver that you brought to this board, and we supported, I believe, using, was it ARPA funds to help offset those costs, and that was a big lifesaver to a lot of businesses coming out of the pandemic. So thank you for your efforts there, and I look forward to our lunch break when Supervisor Kennedy will be treating us all to boiling crab in the back. Yes, thank you. So thank you very much. Do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay. Well, so we'll move on to our next. Thank you, Janaea and Rolando. So I'll let you announce item 58, and then I'll just talk a little bit about how it's going to go, the presentations.
Yes, sir. Okay, item 58 is to consider whether to authorize the Director of Airports to require community workforce and training agreements for SMF Forward projects at Sacramento International Airport.
Okay, so the way we're going to handle this hearing item today is we will start with our Director of Airports, Cindy Nickel, and then we will hear from the consultant EMC Research with some of their findings, Ruth Bernstein. And then we will hear from Eric Christian, representing the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. And then Todd Chavo from Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trade Council. And also, I believe, an attorney will be presenting with you, Mr. Chavo. And then we will open it up to public comment after that. There may be a few others that I know are in the audience that I will call up, one of whom being the Associated General Contractors, represented by Peter Tatishi and I believe Chris O'Connor here as well, to provide some public comments. And then we'll do kind of general public comments. And we do have a lot of folks in the chambers today to make public comments. We have a 2-minute limit on public comment and per person. But what I would really ask is if, unless you have something new to say as a result of the presentation that we're hearing from both sides on this issue, it would be very helpful if you can come up and just say who you are, who you represent. If you had anything additional to add, certainly add that, but then just let us know if you're for or against, because we'd like to keep the hearing moving, obviously. So with that, I will start with Cindy Nickel. Good morning, Cindy.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Cindy Nickel, Director of Airports for the county. We know this is a big request to ask you today to consider whether to authorize the Director of Airports, me, to require community workforce and training agreements for SMF Forward projects at Sacramento International Airport, or SMF. I want to start by expressing my gratitude for all the people who've come forward and provided input in their perspectives on all sides of this question. I also want to thank my staff for their hard work, as well as the collaboration of my colleagues at the Department of General Services, County Council, and the support of the executive leadership. All of this is in an effort to provide as much information to you as possible to inform you regarding this decision. It's on your down. I'm sorry, it's right on. Thank you. So, Chair Desmond just ran through what the order will be for today, so I won't belabor that. So what I thought in the overview I'm going to provide is just to remind everyone that customer demand at Sacramento International Airport is outstripping the capacity of our facilities there. I hear about this every week, if not every day. So we need to address those facility needs, and we need to do so expeditiously. The 7 projects that comprise SMF Forward include, first of all, the pedestrian walkway, which is the dark blue going between Terminal B and Concourse B. The parking garage at Terminal B, which is shown in orange in that red box. Terminal A exit roadway, which is shown in light blue. The ground transportation center, which is shown in orange between the 2 terminals. The Concourse B expansion, which is shown in light blue to the west, it looks to the bottom of the concourse. Terminal A expansion, which is shown as in the light blue on both sides of the terminal proper, and then consolidated rental car facility, which is a big project shown in dark blue, sorry. So today there are a couple key terms for people who aren't familiar with them. Basically, as background, project labor agreements, or PLAs, are pre-hire multi-craft collective bargaining agreements that are negotiated between prime contractors and construction unions, and they establish the terms and conditions for employment for specific construction projects. Community workforce and training agreements, CWTAs, are a specific type of PLA that includes community-oriented commitments relating to workforce development, social justice, small business support, and other similar issues. I'll probably refer to these somewhat interchangeably, just so you know. PLAs has been the term of art until just recently, and CWTA has become more common recently.
Cindy, can I just interrupt you here?
Yes, please.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Cindy, if you can go back to the previous slide, please. Thank you.
Yes.
So in terms of these key terms, and I don't know if this is a question for you or for County Council, but depending on the will of the board, if it was the will of the board to go this route, would the motion necessarily have to make specific, explicit reference to both PLA and CWTA?
I think as long as the intent of the motion or what the board is directing is clear from the motion, you don't have to use those terms of art.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for the
And
question.
before you, just
Yes,
for all the presenters today, including Mr. Christian, Mr. Chiavo, as board members queue up to ask a question, oftentimes we will have a question in the middle of your presentation for some clarification. If we do that, certainly it will not impact your total time for your presentation. But I just want to forewarn you that that will likely happen during the presentations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So putting these two things together, what we wanted to show you was the 7 projects that comprise SMF Forward, which total $1.3 billion, and how they relate to both, showing you both the working budget as well as how whether they are subject to a CWTA or not yet. So on April 18th, the board voted to proceed with the pedestrian walkway RFQ due to a deadline to receive $11.7 million in federal funding. You approved this morning the CMAR contract for that project as part of consent. The remaining 6 SMF Forward projects, totaling $1.1 billion, are projects for which the board has not yet decided whether or not a CWTA will be required. Here you can see those 7 projects. While this is a very significant dollar amount, $1.3 billion, $1.1 that would be subject to the CWTA should you so vote, we do have over 50 other projects planned at our 4 airports over this same time frame that total over $333 million. So this is not all that we're doing. It's certainly the big projects, but there's a lot more that we'll be doing during this time frame from FY24 to FY28. I also want to emphasize that there will be no local taxes or state tax dollars going into these projects. We will be receiving, under the bipartisan infrastructure law, we will be receiving funds from the federal government, from the FAA. They're going to be pretty small, only 6% of this total. So as an enterprise department, everything else, all of this funding is coming from our own sources, and that includes user fees, airline landing fees and terminal rents, parking fees, rental car facility fees, and also debt that will be backed by those fees and revenues.
And Cindy, let me just thank you for mentioning that. I think that it's important to underscore that. So whatever decision the board makes, and I know we'll have a longer discussion about costs and issues like that, but the bottom line is there's not a decision before us today that will be impacting the county's general fund.
That's exactly correct.
And this does not, the discussion we're having today does not include those other projects amounting to a few $100 million that you were referencing. And you may get some other additional questions about what those projects are, but I think I just want to underscore those points. And I appreciate you bringing that up because that's really the first I've heard of that. Supervisor Frost.
I guess I wanted to clarify the difference between the 6 projects and the other $33 million in projects. So the conversation today is relating just to these 6 projects, and are these all federally funded projects?
So to answer your first question, yes. So these are the large capital projects that we're calling SMF Forward collectively. The other $333 million are other more business as usual capital program, capital investments that we have. And so I'm sorry, your second question.
So you're not asking for a policy that encompasses all airport activities, and I guess I was trying to determine, do these projects include federal funding?
Oh,
all of them, or some of them don't, and so you're wanting to bundle this all into one decision whether or not to use PLAs, whether they have federal funding or not.
That's exactly right. So of these projects, the 3 that will receive federal funding are the first 3. So we'll be receiving money for the pedestrian walkway, the terminal, excuse me, I misspoke. The pedestrian walkway, it's the Terminal B, the Concourse B expansion, so further down, third from the bottom, and then also the Terminal A expansion. So it's only the terminal-related projects that will receive federal funding.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I thought it would be helpful to talk about experience in the Sacramento region, other California counties, and the airports with respect to PLAs or CWTAs. So obviously the county has never done one. The city of Sacramento has used a PLA for the Golden One Center project and established a citywide program for capital improvement projects in 2018. The Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, Regional Sanitation, in 2021 required a CWTA for its biogeneration facility. There are a slew of other counties in California that do actually have PLAs, and they're listed here. Some have established countywide PLA programs for capital projects that meet a certain dollar threshold, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that in a minute. Experience at other California airports. There are at least 7 airports in California that do have PLAs. There are a couple I'm waiting to hear back from. But what you can see is that there are various counties and airports in California that use them for large construction programs.
Excuse me, Cindy. Supervisor Serna.
Thank you, Chair. And forgive me if I'm beating you to the punch here, but you've just explained where there's experience generally, different jurisdictions, different types of projects, including airport projects that have employed PLAs and or CWTAs, but you haven't really given us a flavor of success. So, for instance, take the Golden One Center. What do we know about the success of that project, a project that obviously used a PLA?
So I'm not familiar with that one as much as I could be, but I think when the AGC comes in and discusses this, they can talk about it. Certainly both members of the coalition as well as the Trades Council will be speaking to that as well.
So let me then turn to airports, where you probably do have some better knowledge of the success or not. So I know that during our briefing, you explained that in the course of doing due diligence, your staff and perhaps even you personally talk to others that have experience in PLAs, places like Los Angeles with LAX and San Francisco with SFO. What generally was the conclusion you drew from those conversations about the success of those PLAs?
So I'll say 2 things about that. First of all, there are 13 large, medium, and small hub airports in California. We are the largest, so we're the 4th largest after SFO, LAX, and San Diego, and we're the largest airport in California that does not have a PLA or CWTA. I will also tell you that there are only one airport I'm trying to find out, but there are only 3 airports for sure that do not have them: us, John Wayne in Orange County, and Santa Barbara.
Again, I understand that, but for instance, I'll tell you as a member, well, all 5 of us are members of the Sacramento County Regional Sanitation District Board of Directors. We are very intimately knowledgeable about the Echo Water Project, which has been going on for the better part of a decade. I'm very proud of that project from the standpoint of playing a small part in terms of the leadership for that district, namely because it came in on time and under budget, and it's was it $2.2 billion almost dollar project. So I can express from that personal experience that it was very successful, a project that used PLAs. So is there anything that you gleaned from again those conversations about the success?
Yes. So I'll talk about the survey in a minute, but I will tell you that. I was in a meeting with California Airport, with all the airport operators, the directors from California in August, and also I'm in leadership nationwide with other airports. And I will honestly say I've been surprised at directors who have told me that they would not have been able to conduct their large capital programs without a PLA. And I will say that those are folks from places that I would not have expected, Florida, Ohio, other places. Also, directors who've told me that initially they were very resistant. And one who was the director of Seattle and then LAX told me that unequivocally it was helpful.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to ask you, Cindy, I know this isn't the first major project at the airport. We had a major expansion at the airport a few years ago, probably before your time, but I'm assuming you have knowledge of the activities during that time and how that went. And I'm curious to know if there were any problems. Were there problems with labor harmony? Why are we wanting to bundle up and do PLAs now? Did you have problems in the past?
That's a great question, and you're right, I was not here, but I have spoken with the person who was the deputy director in charge of that program. One big difference is that the big build involved 2 contractors, 2 construction contractors. Ours will involve 7. And when you think about all the subcontractors who might be involved as well, that comes to be a lot. My understanding is that during the big build, they had to provide separate access gates for union and non-union employees, and that cost $1 million a year. I also understand, and again, this is not, I have not verified this, but I understand that there were a number of lawsuits among some contractors.
But not with the county?
Not with the county.
Thank you.
Right. Yep, you're welcome. Thank you for your questions. So, state law does allow public entities like the county to enter into PLAs, but has certain requirements that must be met. First of all, it prohibits discrimination based on race, national origin, religion, sex, etc. It also requires that the agreement permit all qualified contractors and subcontractors to bid for and be awarded work. The agreement must contain agreed-upon protocols regarding drug testing. This is an important one. It must contain guarantees against work stoppages, strikes, lockouts, and similar disruptions. And the agreement must provide for disputes to be resolved by a neutral arbitrator.
Excuse me, Cindy. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Cindy, I just wanted to ask you a question on the first bullet point there regarding discrimination. I know that one of the components of a PLA or CWTA is often using core employees, and that a contractor can only bring so many of their workforce before the remainder has to be dispatched from the hiring hall. Would that not be considered a form of discrimination?
That's a legal question. I don't know if it's been challenged in court.
Okay. I mean, it seems if it's called out membership in a labor organization, and that's actually literally
right.
The criteria.
Yeah, excuse me. So my understanding, and of course it would be better to ask the Trades Council when they come before you, but my understanding is that you don't have to be a member of a union, but you have to be hired through the union hall if you're not a core employee.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Frost has a follow-up.
So then that bears the question, if you have to be hired through that union hall, do you have to pay the same fees and pay into the same benefits? And do you have to stay a member of the union in order to really realize those benefits that you've paid into? And the other question is, that bears the question, if you're already part of another organization, you're having to pay twice to access the job. So technically, you're not making as much as other workers because you're in a position of having to pay more for your benefits.
You anticipated my next slide.
Oh, okay.
No, it's perfect. Okay. No, thank you. In a few minutes, you will hear from the Trades Council and who are the proponents of PLAs and CWTAs and the coalition that opposes them. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. So if you look at the upper right, so on the left are proponents, what the proponents say. On the right is what the opponents say. So that first item under the opponents is precisely what you're talking about. That the portability of the pension that you pay into you don't keep it if you leave and are no longer doing a job that's related to the union. It's my understanding, and I'm sure you can get greater color on that from the Trades Council and the coalition, but that's my understanding. With regard to double paying, again, you would need to ask them.
Supervisor Frost?
So should I just defer these questions to them? I'll wait. I'll just wait.
You'll hear, yeah, they all have different perspectives on that. Yeah, sure. So the other I'll just highlight a couple of these. The second item mentioned by the opponents is that their PLAs and CWTAs are inherently anti-competitive because non-union contractors may choose not to bid on projects. So they'll speak to that, I'm sure. Looking at what the proponents say, they speak to the fact that that PLAs are valuable construction management tools because they standardize work rules, wages, and benefits. The third item down there is another important one that I highlighted in the state law, which is they ensure no labor strife by prohibiting strikes and lockouts. Looking at the bottom, I also wanted to point out that there are very different views with regard to whether PLAs and CWTAs increase costs. So you can see on the left side that the proponents say that PLAs and CWTAs provide cost savings by ensuring a steady supply of qualified labor, ensuring labor harmony, avoiding intercraft disputes, and reducing construction delays. On the right, you can see that the opponents of PLAs and CWTAs say that they can increase the costs by as much as 30% or more by mandating union wages and work rules and by inhibiting competition. So you'll be hearing more from them. I just wanted to highlight some of the things that we've been hearing. To help inform your decision today, we not only invited the Trades Council and Coalition to present, but we also conducted a number of surveys. The Department of General Services conducted a survey of neighboring and other urban California counties about whether or not they have PLAs and the characteristics of those agreements. 7 such counties responded. Regarding airports, my staff conducted a survey of California airports working with the California Airports Council about those same questions. 8 airports responded, and I'll summarize those in a minute. The third set of surveys was performed by EMC Research, who surveyed contractors, and Ruth Bernstein will be presenting that after I'm done. So I could spend a lot of time on this. What I just wanted to briefly provide you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I have 4 slides on the surveys that we conducted of counties, which are shown on the left, and airports shown on the right. So first of all, we asked them whether or not they have PLAs and CWTAs. The 2 counties that do not are Placer and Amador of the 7 who responded. We did not ask their opinions about whether having them affected the number of bidders on projects or whether they affected costs. We were looking more to the provisions that are in their agreements. So as you can see, the 7 counties on the left and the 8 airports on the right provided various information. Each slice, the number in the slice, shows the number of entities in each category of costs. Of the 7 counties on the left, 2 have no PLAs, as I just mentioned. 1 did not respond to this particular question, and the rest have PLAs that apply to projects of varying thresholds, either over $1 million, $2.5 million, or $5 million. On the right, of the 8 airports, all have PLAs and CWTAs. 3 are project-specific. All others have blanket PLAs for projects with different dollar thresholds of $750,000, $1 million, $2.5 million, and $10 million. Continuing on, we were also interested in whether county and airports PLAs cover work both on the project site and off-site, or just on-site, or if there was some other provision as to applicability of the PLA and CWTA. On the left, the counties with the PLA, both on-site and off-site, they were all in that category, those that had a PLA or CWTA. The 2 that have none are on the far right. On the right-hand side, the airports, all of which have PLAs or CWTAs, the reaction was more varied. You can see some have PLAs apply both on-site and off-site. San Diego's is on-site only, and, excuse me, that's not right. Burbank is on-site only, and some other airports didn't respond.
Cindy, ask you a question. Was there a distinction? I mean, you looked at on-site, off-site. Was there any discussion about a distinction any of these airports make between federally funded projects and non-federally funded projects?
No, that's a great question. We actually dug into that question because we had heard that there was a thought that federally funded projects could not have a PLA. That is actually not the case at all. In fact, President Bush encouraged public entities to have them.
Okay, thank you.
So another question that we were interested in was whether the county or the government that operates the airport was signatory to a PLA or CWTA, or whether it's between sort of more arm's length between the contractor and the trades and unions. On the left for the counties, you can see it's somewhat varied for those counties. On the right, you can see that all but one of the airports is signatory. The one that is not is San Diego Airport, which is an authority. It requires the PLA to be between contractors and the trades and the local unions, which is similar to what Regional SAN has done, keeping it arm's length.
But let me ask follow up on that as well. Even though not a signatory, obviously still involved in the negotiations about the PLA.
Absolutely.
So they're not arm's length with respect to that.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
They retain interest both as owners of the project but also as third-party beneficiaries and are very involved in negotiating the overall agreement template.
Okay.
So the last question we were interested in was whether there are core employee provisions. And for the airports, we also got information on how many core employees that they see. So on the left again, you can see the responses from the counties. On the right, you can see for airports. All of them, except for 2, have a core employee provision. And for them, it ranges between 5 and 7. The bulk of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, were at 5 core employees. So the board may well vote not to require CWTAs for the remaining 6 SMF Forward projects today. If the board does vote to require them, then staff recommends a number of things. We would recommend that you require the CWTAs to be between the contractors and labor, as was done by Regional SAN and the airport in San Diego. Obviously comply with the public contract code. Geographic application, that it would be on-site with certain specified hauling activity that would be negotiated, and that there be a core employee provision that would be also determined in the negotiations.
Excuse me, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Cindy, I'll happy to hold this question if it'd be better asked by one of the presenters, but why is staff recommending the core employees provision?
We have seen it work well at other airports, we believe, and if there's no core employee provision, it means every single person is hired through the union hall.
Or conversely not, correct?
If there's no CWTA, then obviously none of them would be.
Well, wouldn't it be subject to whichever contractor wins the bid?
No, it's the requirement is governed by the overall agreement, the CWTA agreement. So you could have a non-union contractor, and the way you probably know how this works, but basically, let's say the number of core employees is 5. Basically, that's what's agreed to. So the first person would be hired through the union hall. Second would be someone who was non-union, and you keep going until you hit 5. And then after that, so that was 10 people, right? And then after that, everyone is hired through their union halls.
So I understand how it works.
Yes.
What I'm asking is why staff is taking a position on utilizing that provision one way or another.
What we've seen from other airports, it seems like it works well.
Okay.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So because you're explaining the staff recommendation here, Cindy, just a general question, and again, it may be best addressed to County Council, but in terms of the resolution that you're asking us to consider, if it were the will of the board to support a PLA, CWTA, how binding is the language in the resolution in terms of the guardrails, the provisions, and how much flexibility is really left to kind of button down the details? Because there's a little bit of discomfort, quite frankly, in terms of, again, if there are at least 3 votes on this board to go this route, to adopt rigid guideposts here. So I don't know, Ms. Travis, if you'd like to answer that and maybe address whether or not there's generally some flexibility to modify and change some of those parameters in the course of further negotiations. I would assume this just opens the door for negotiations. So how rigid is the resolution?
Well, unfortunately, I can't pull up the materials right now, but I would say that depending on the specificity of the resolution, those things that are well specified would have to be followed, but the board could certainly give discretion, and things that aren't specific in the resolution would then have to be negotiated. So there is some flexibility limited by what the actual words of the resolution would say, or what the board directs in a motion or otherwise.
Okay, so if the board were to go again with this this potential opportunity, you would ask us to make a motion that is somewhat detailed in terms of alternative language if we felt that it was warranted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to wait and chime in at the end after public comment, but on that particular item, since Supervisor Cerna brought it up, I will bring up my concerns there in that the resolution as written, in my opinion, has pre-assumed negotiation points that I believe should take place during negotiations and not established prior to negotiations. So I share Supervisor Cerna's questions on that particular issue, and should, after public comment, I feel like it's necessary for a motion, I will be making recommendations for changes to the motion accordingly.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So one other thing I just wanted to mention is that the coalition has proposed a local hire ordinance that would grant preferences such as bid bonuses or other similar incentives to contractors to meet specified local hire goals. This would be as an alternative to PLAs and CWTAs. County Council's initial research, and Lisa can speak more to this, or Katrina Nelson, who's here as well, but the analysis by the County Council is that such an ordinance would likely be unconstitutional under both the U.S. and California constitutions. One thing that surprised me, I did not realize that charter cities in California that have adopted similar ordinances have their own paramount authority over their own municipal affairs, which authority counties do not possess. So counties are bound by strict competitive bidding requirements for public work projects and aren't authorized to grant local preferences under California state law. I will point out that there is limited authority to grant preferences to small businesses, minority business enterprises, and women-owned business enterprises. We fully intend to really embrace such goals. And FYI, for our federally funded airport projects, the goals established by FAA are 16.1% in each trade for minority businesses that are certified as disadvantaged businesses by FAA, and 6.9% for women-owned businesses certified as DBEs. So I thought that would be helpful context for you.
And can I just, and I guess county council, I mean, so notwithstanding that, we could still impose those requirements pursuant to an agreement, as part of an agreement. Maybe not through an ordinance, like you're saying here.
Not local, not local or higher preferences. I mean, yes and no. If the agreement, it doesn't, I don't think the agreement, and Katrina might know better than I do, but I don't think the agreements are local hire requirements. It's labor hire. That's the distinction.
And training agreements, obviously, I mean, that is the CWTA, the term incorporates that.
Right,
I mean,
but it doesn't address that they have to come from the Sacramento region, or that they have to be a certain racial or ethnic makeup, or women, that type of thing.
Anything to add?
Morning, Chair. Katrina Nelson with the County Council's Office. Just wanted to add to what Lisa stated. Yes, I think the distinction there is that within the boundaries of an agreement, because it's voluntarily negotiated between two parties, you can set established goals, so local hire goals, as opposed to if in an ordinance, it's, you know, it's applied throughout the entire jurisdiction.
And I understand
you have a lot more
that.
hurdles.
I understand the distinction, but the goal, I mean, is there, you can enforce that goal if that goal is not met as part of an agreement, I assume, correct?
Right. I mean, obviously, it really depends on how, you know, kind of what enforcement mechanism you put and kind of how stringent your goals are. But those, I believe, are, you know, to the extent they are in PLAs and CWTAs, they're negotiated, you know, between the parties.
Okay, that's fine. Supervisor Kennedy? Okay.
Okay.
Supervisor Frost?
I'm a little bit confused around the core employees and requiring core employees actually is setting a requirement that a minimum number of employees can be non-union and the rest of them will be union. How is it unconstitutional to say that you cannot hire local? I mean, how do you? I'm not sure I understand the conversation around constitutionality.
Morning.
Thanks.
Member Frost. Yeah, so I can expound. So I think the constitutional hurdles are based on, well, 3 clauses in the Constitution. The Privileges and Immunities Clause, which says that governments cannot discriminate on the basis of residency. Like, you know, if you're a resident, the state or local government cannot discriminate against persons that are not their residents.
You're talking about the 14th Amendment.
No, this is in a different part. 14th Amendment is the Equal Protection Clause, which is another basis for which counties have struck down courts have struck down local hire ordinances as being unconstitutional. So there's kind of like 3 clauses. One of them is the Privileges and Immunities Clause, which is kind of the biggest constitutional hurdle, because the burden that a local government or state would have to meet to show that the local hire ordinance is valid is significantly high. And I think, to our knowledge, there's only one court in the United States that's actually found a local hire ordinance constitutional. It's in Wyoming. Another basis would be the Commerce Clause, which prohibits, you know, undue burdens on interstate commerce. The third, I think, constitutional issue they face is under the Equal Protection Clause, and that really just depends on whether, you know, some local hire ordinances, at least from our research, has a residency requirement, some don't, and so really it depends on obviously how the local hire ordinances are set up.
So could you have a local hire ordinance that created equal protection, you know, as far as these benefits that people are being required to pay into, but they don't get the benefit out? Could you have a local hire ordinance that protected them in other ways? And also, have we looked at the Wyoming ordinance, and can we look at it? Can you provide that?
Well, I think So just to provide greater context, there's three kind of layers of hurdles, I think, being a county in California. One is the constitutional hurdles that, the Privileges and Immunities Clause specifically. A second hurdle is, under state law, counties, let me rephrase. Many of the local hire ordinances we've seen in the state have been adopted by charter cities, which have, broader discretion over their own municipal affairs. They have charters that allow the basis of a contract award be for things other than just being the lowest responsible bidder.
But we're a charter county.
Right, but a charter county is still subject to the general laws of the state, since we are a political subdivision of the state of California. And so for counties specifically, there's limited authority within kind of a small business designation. So counties can give preferences to small businesses. That's kind of in statute. And within that designation, there is limited authority to provide local preferences, but only to a small business. So that's kind of the second layer.
But we can provide preference to unions and union training programs.
So in the statute, that's kind of, PLAs have been blessed under statute. And then I will say the third hurdle that, Cindy had mentioned, federal funding. Some of these projects will be federally funded. The FAA has a strict prohibition against local hire. I believe the wording is they prohibit in-state or local geographical preferences in the evaluation of bids and proposals. So that's a strict FAA regulation that we would be bound by for any project that would be federally funded.
What statute is PLAs, do PLAs have preference under? Is there a specific statute? You don't have to name it right now, but can you get it for us so we can see it?
It's public, I believe it was mentioned in a previous slide, Public Contract Code 2500. There is recognition that project labor agreements can be used in public works projects, provided they have the following, they comply with the 5 requirements listed on the slide.
Okay, I'm going to stop for now. We could go on forever, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
The answer is no, we cannot go on forever. I just want to, have a couple of base points here that I'm hearing that there's misconceptions. I believe, maybe I heard wrong. And that's, first of all, on the core employees. It's not a requirement to have core employees. It's an allowance to have core employees so that those contractors can bring their core employees over and not hire them through the union hall. They're not required to, and it's whether it's union or non-union. Core employees apply. The second one has been covered very well by council as far as local hire provisions. They've been struck down left and right. A lot of jurisdictions have chosen to go with, and I'm going to use throughout the day, PLA as my designated acronym so I don't have to do the alphabet soup thing, but it applies to both. That PLAs are one way to not necessarily ensure local hire, but ensure it to a higher degree than anything I've seen. If you go through a local union hall, chances are that person is a local resident, and so and thirdly, as far as the discriminatory accusations of PLAs, not only is it in PC 2500 line out, it's non-discriminatory if you provide for these, but also in a case before the Supreme Court regarding, coincidentally, the San Francisco International Airport, found that PLAs do not discriminate because they do not require, and this is in a nutshell, do not require that a contractor be signatory to a union, nor do they require that the employees be union members, simply that they're hired through the union hall. So the courts and statute has found that PLAs under those circumstances are not discriminatory. Thank you.
That bears the question, are core employees required to purchase benefits and pay into the union under these PLAs that we're talking about?
My understanding is yes, but you'll need to ask
But
the
what
trades.
Supervisor Kennedy just described is different.
You're hired through the union hall, and therefore you do pay union dues. If you're not a core employee, core employees do not pay
No,
those fees.
Core employees do not have to pay the benefits and the union dues.
That's my understanding.
They do not have to pay the union dues. Is
You'll
that
hear
correct?
from others about whether that's the case or not.
Yeah, I think that's
so,
probably
yeah.
a better question to ask.
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I
union
might have
representative for-
misunderstood
That's my
that.
understanding.
Okay,
Yeah.
great,
That
thank
was-
you.
But
I'll wait.
And I suspect some of these provisions are resolved at the negotiating table as well. Right, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
So that's it, unless you have more questions for me at this moment. What I'd like to do is turn it over to Ruth Bernstein to talk about, she is from EMC Research, as you mentioned earlier, and she's going to talk about the survey of contractors.
You know, Cindy, before you
Yes.
leave,
Yes.
one last question, and I'm trying to, you're giving us a lot more questions to ask for other presenters, certainly,
Yes.
but in terms of the airport, I want to just go back to the federal funding issue. Are there certain requirements, or I guess allowances, tied to some of these federal funds in terms of, or maybe requirements, requiring hiring disabled or veteran-owned contractors for certain jobs? And are there any implications on that with what we're discussing today?
So, great question. There are no requirements as such, but as I mentioned earlier, there are goals. The 16.1% of the employees in each trade, in each craft, the goal is for them to be minority-owned businesses or DBEs. And then it's 6.9% for women-owned businesses. That's the businesses. They don't speak to the actual makeup of employees of, say, a given contractor.
Okay, so you don't anticipate, if we move forward with a PLA, CWTA, it would have any impact with respect to that, or it would tie our hands in any way in terms of the minority-owned businesses that we would?
I absolutely, yes, they will not tie our hands in terms of what we want to do as a county, subject to meeting the goals of the FAA.
Okay. Supervisor Frost.
I just have one more question regarding Sacramento City had some issues with their policy on PLAs and getting enough bids for projects. And I, in fact, know developers personally who are trying to build, but they don't want to go, they're struggling to pencil out, honestly, the idea around the PLA and the union labor and not being able to use their own teams and so forth. And they even had to, from what I understand, back off and try to loosen their regulation on PLAs because they couldn't get enough bids for some projects. Have you talked to Sacramento City?
I have not, but I've heard about some issues. I've also heard views that those were few and far between. So I'm not sure where the reality lies. I haven't researched that myself. But your question is also, again, a good segue into Ruth Bernstein's presentation, where she'll talk about the different contractors we surveyed to determine prospectively here how might they respond to solicitations from the county, especially if there's a PLA or CWTA involved.
Thanks, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Cindy.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ruth.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. I think my presentation is going to magically appear. So, hi, everyone. Ruth Bernstein from EMC Research. We're a national opinion research firm, do a lot of polling and opinion research all over the country and in California. So I'm going to take you through, I think this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Oops. Yeah, no. Okay, all right, we'll pull this up. So we conducted, while they're pulling it up, I can give you an explanation. So we were brought on to conduct a survey of contractors who might, attachment 4. Okay. Or I'll just act it out. Okay. So we conducted, we lost people now. Uh-oh.
It's like a Southwest commercial.
Okay. I see that it might magically appear any second now. All right. So we did, I'll go ahead and get started. So we conducted a survey of contractors who that have the potential to bid on some of these types of projects. And I think I should probably wait so you can actually see it.
Let's take a short recess for about 3 minutes.
Okay.
We get this worked out. Reconvene here. Ask everybody to please take your seats. Thank you very much. And
I'll take-
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy? Frost? Here. Hume? Desmond?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay. We'll bring it back to you, Ruth.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. All right, okay, I'm going to take you through the findings of the survey that we did. So this was a survey we did a couple of different sources. We got a list from the county of contractors that are in their vendor list. We also got, and then we also had the Coalition for Fair Employment and the Trades Council sent out a link to the survey to some of their members. So we collected responses in a number of different ways. We just did this survey very recently, just in August, and we got 98 completed responses. And these are all from contractors that have either been a prime or a sub on a Sacramento County capital project or an airport capital project, or based on their responses to the survey and the type of company they were, they would be eligible for this type of project, right? We didn't want to include in the survey companies that do printing or what, they're vendors for the county, but they're not this type of project. I do want to note that we're showing the results in a quantitative way because they are numbers, but this is very much a qualitative type of methodology. This is not necessarily a random sample. We didn't have a complete list of exactly the type of contractors we wanted to contact and got a random sample. This was kind of more of a net of sending out and hoping people would respond. We did get 98 responses, which we thought is helpful information, but again, this isn't necessarily random sample. This just shows you the data collection timeline. We sent out response reminders and collected data over a multiple week period. So it wasn't just like, open for 2 days and done. What you'll see as I take you through the findings is that generally the contractors that responded have a pretty favorable view of doing business with the county. They are also initially saying they're likely to submit a bid for work with the county. Over half have at least some experience, direct experience with PLAs. I'm going to use the term PLA so I don't have to do all of all the alphabet. And then many perceive that they would increase project costs. And then half of the respondents have kind of negative reactions to descriptions of PLAs, CWTAs. And about half say they're less likely to bid if the county has a PLA, et cetera, or type of similar in place. However, as I will show you throughout the responses, that companies that have union employees had very different attitudes. And again, somewhat quantitative, so we had about a third of the responses say that they have union employees, and I'll show you some of the differences throughout there. So the overall environment, we did, as I said, we asked if they have, we gave a couple of different county agencies and departments here, the Department of General Services, the Sewer District, the airport, the Department of Transportation, and said, have you been a prime or a sub with one of these in the last year or more than 5 years ago? You can see 82% have had a capital contract or been a sub, and 18% have not. Then we also asked, have you done any work with an airport? Have you been a prime or a sub on a capital project with an airport? And 65% have worked on a project outside of Sacramento for an airport. So these are the type of contractors that might bid on projects like this. And then overall, their rating of doing business with the county, 74% say they have a favorable opinion of doing business with the county, 36% strongly favorable, only 21% unfavorable. And we asked if the county or agency or department issued an RFP or an RFQ in your area of expertise, how likely are you to consider submitting a proposal? So a very general question, would you consider submitting a proposal? 87% say they are likely, 58% very unlikely, or very likely, sorry. And then we looked at if they said they were unlikely, we did ask an open-ended question about why. We've provided all of the detailed responses but to the county, but we can just some examples of what people said. They're likely to show favoritism, descriptions provided are not helpful. So just generally kind of, dissatisfaction. But again, that was a small number of people. All right, we then asked some questions. We said, here is a description of a PLA. I'm not going to read it to you, but you can see what description was used. And I'm sorry, this was an online survey, so they read this. This is based on this description of a PLA. Do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion? We have 27% that say they have a favorable opinion of PLAs after hearing this, 48% unfavorable. But as you note in the box below, among the 56 companies that do not have union employees, only 11% favorable. Among the 32 companies that have union employees, 63% favorable. So very big difference. I will note that there were 10 companies that didn't respond about whether or not they have union employees, and so we're not showing, they're not included in either union or non-union since they didn't answer the question. And then on CWTAs, similar response. Again, they saw the description, asked about favorable or unfavorable. We have half that are unfavorable. And again, those with union employees, much higher, 41% favorable compared to non-union at 9%. And then fair PLAs, a higher on the 36%, higher on the kind of no opinion or unfamiliar at 36%, 22% favorable, 42% unfavorable, and again, similar. But even among union employees, 34% favorable was higher on kind of the don't know. We also then asked about thinking about your company's current or very recent projects with any public agency in California, about what percentage are subject to a PLA or a CWTA. And we're showing here, because they're so different, we're showing those that have union employees, those that don't. Combined, 57% have at least some recent experience. But you can see here among companies that don't have union workers, 59%, over half, say that none of their recent contracts have been subject to a PLA or a CWTA. Among those that have union employees, almost all say that at more than zero. So only 6% say that none of their contracts are subject to a PLA or CWTA. We also then asked the same question about a fair PLA. Combined, 44% have some experience with fair PLA. Among those that don't have union workers, 64% none. Among those that have union workers, 38% none. And some of their work is subject to a fair PLA. We asked about perception of cost. So generally, do you think that having a PLA or CWTA increases overall project costs? So we looked at this by, do they have a PLA or a CWTA contract, or those that do not? So among that do not have, they said that they do not have any current or recent PLA CWTA contracts. Their perception is 70% of those companies say that their perception is that it will increase cost by more than 10%. And only 5% say that they think it doesn't increase costs. Among companies that do have PLA CWTA contracts, 38% say they think it increased costs by more than 10%, and 21% are saying they don't think it increased costs. So again, very different if they have experience or not.
Excuse me, Ruth.
Yes.
Supervisor Turner?
Yes, thank you. So in terms of this data point, is it fair to say that the companies that were surveyed that do not have or don't have experience directly with PLAs or CWTAs are answering based on kind of a distant perception of them, not an immediate experience with them?
I can't say for sure. We didn't ask a follow-up question, and these were not, conversations. It was just a survey. So I can't answer for sure if they've ever actually sat down and done the work and figured out what the cost impact would be. So the way they responded to the survey is they think that it would be a bigger increase.
But in terms of the kind of what you can practically glean from this, because they answer or because they self-identify as not having had direct experience with a PLA or CWTA, one would have to deduce that either they've seen it from afar, or perhaps, as you just mentioned, perhaps they've taken a deeper dive to try and assess what it might mean. But it seems to me that this tells us that those that don't have that direct experience perhaps have this, general understanding or bias even that PLAs are just going to be more costly without really having gone through that experience themselves.
Right. We don't know whether they had past experience. So this was, we asked, do you have recent or are you currently? So I can't say whether or not they've had past experience, whether they've actually figured it out, whether this is, or whether it is perception based on what they've seen. But their belief, at least many of them, is that it has a more than 10% increase. Their belief is that it would have a more than 10% increase on cost, and that there is a difference between those that have experience and those that don't.
Great, thank you.
And just to piggyback on that a little bit, it's also, there was no, I looked through your presentation, the findings. There's even the ones who have experience with a PLA, not all PLAs are created equal. I mean, obviously, so that certainly influences the costs as well, but there's no follow-up questions about that, about hey, what are the components or the provisions of the PLA that you have experience with versus the experience
Correct.
with the other. Yeah, okay.
We did not go into detail, and obviously, right, all contracts are not equal, all PLAs aren't equal. We didn't break down subs versus prime versus how much,
right.
What they're, so this was a very high-level, quick survey because we didn't want to overburden the respondents. So, yeah, I mean, certainly, and it wasn't a qualitative discussion.
Okay, I just want to call that out. Supervisor Frost has a comment.
I just wanted to go back to those couple of slides where you divided out union versus non-union. And so dividing that out, I mean, the community as a whole gave an overwhelming opinion, but dividing it out, I mean, naturally the unions would prefer it and not prefer it, right? I mean, so the survey as a whole kind of indicates that the majority of the community is non-union then?
So,
or the majority of the respondents to the survey were non-union?
So the responses to the survey, we had 98 responses. 56 of the respondents say that they do not have union employees. 32 companies said they have union employees, and then 10 didn't respond to that question. So that's the breakdown of the responses that we got.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out because psychologically, when you divide it up and say 65% of non-union had no problems, but the others did, it kind of leaves a skewed idea of what the actual question in the survey was.
So we looked at the responses together, and that's why here, for instance, we're showing some of the combined. We realized, though, that in looking at how different the responses were, we can, we have the combined overall, but that it was really missing some of a very significant difference. And we looked at other differences as well. So, and this was, the difference between having union employees and non-union employees was very significant. It felt like it was worth pointing out to you.
Yeah, I think it speaks loud and clear that we have a lot of non-union that want to work in our community, basically. Thank you.
So on the next question, we asked a similar question as we mentioned that we asked about the impact on cost among PLA, CWTA. We also asked similar question, do you think requiring compliance with fair PLA increases overall project costs? And for that question, we saw much more similarity in all of the companies. So we have less than half that thought it increases by more than 10%, 13% on both sides said that they thought it increased by 0%, and some had no response. So it was more less of a difference. We said, we asked a question then, generally, if an RFQ or an RFP indicates that a contract will be subject to a PLA or CWTA, are you more or less likely to submit a proposal, or does it make no difference to you? And again, we saw a very big difference between union and non-union companies, so we're showing them separately. On the left there, the 56% that do not have union employees, 70% said that they would be less likely to submit if there is a PLA CWTA requirement, 30% said it would make no difference, and then those with union workers, 50% more likely, 31% less likely, and 19% no difference. When we ask a similar question about fair PLA, similar results in companies without union workers, only I think one or two people say more likely, most say less likely or no difference, although significant percentage saying no difference. And then companies with union workers, 22% more likely, half less likely, and 31% no difference.
Excuse me, Ruth. Supervisor Hume?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ruth. That slide that you just showed, coupled with the cost slide, really are the meat of the results of this survey, in my estimation. So you show among the companies without union workers and the company with union workers, and you've said that there were roughly 12% or so that identify as neither or didn't answer.
10 companies didn't answer that question.
Okay. Were those same 10 companies queried on these two questions?
They were asked the questions, yes.
And I did not see those responses, certainly in the PowerPoint, and I didn't find crosstabs that would tell me that either.
We can run that. They're included in the overall.
What overall?
They're included in the overall results. They're just not included. We didn't show them here, which I realize now because it was only 10.
But it would still be telling of whether or not they tended to side with less likely or not, right? I mean, they're still a part of the potential bidding pool.
Yeah, we can run that and look at it.
Thank you.
So participants were shown some information about upcoming projects and explained a little bit about the background, about the airport projects and other projects that may be coming up. And then they were asked again, now, would you be more likely or less likely to submit a proposal on those projects if they were subject to a PLA CWTA? And what you're seeing here, what we call generic PLA CWA, was the response to the earlier question about are you likely to submit a bid generally. Then they were asked specifically about SM Forward, about intake and health services facility, and that any county contract. And again, we're showing you here among those that have union employees and those that do not. And you can see the significant difference with a high, less likely among those that don't have union workers, and among companies that do, about 40%, 40 to 47% saying they're more likely. For many, it doesn't matter. And then about a third say they're less likely. Similar on the fair PLA, higher on the fair PLA, we see a higher percentage saying it makes no difference, but still a significant percentage that's saying they're less likely. And then we asked just a final question at the end. Do you have any other comments or recommendations that you'd like to provide? For most respondents, they skipped this question. They don't want to have, they didn't have anything additional to add. But we selected a couple of responses just to show you sort of a flavor of some of the responses that people gave around, be careful, concern about PLAs, some comments overall. And of course, we can provide all of the comments as well. So that is the end of my presentation, and I can answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Ruth. Let me preface this that I mean no insult here, but is it fair to say that this survey instrument was somewhat limited to trying to get an understanding of the respondents' sensitivity to cost, but really didn't explore some of the other many intangibles that are associated, benefits, I would argue, that come with PLAs, CWTAs?
So there was only one question about their perception of cost. And we really, the survey was so high level, it was really, what is their perception of doing business with Sacramento County? Do they think they would bid on a project? If it had a PLA or a CWTA, are they more likely or less likely to bid? If it was subject to a fair PLA, or what are they likely to bid? Mm-hmm. Without giving a lot of additional information, not getting sitting down and talking, because our understanding is that other outreach has been done to get more of in depth, but it was to be able to just get some numbers back about are companies likely to bid now, and if you changed it, what are their perceptions? And again, we also know what businesses say today about whether they were likely or not may still be, obviously they would read the bid and maybe they would change their mind when they knew more. But their perceptions.
I guess what I'm saying, and while I understand there's just kind of the one inquiry or sets of inquiries about costs, that seems to be somewhat the centerpiece of your presentation in terms of the sensitivity to that. So, for instance, there were no push questions where you prompted the respondents with, well, now that you know X, Y, and Z would be included in a fair PLA, what do you think? What is your general perception of a PLA now? Correct? We provided. We did not do additional what we would call like messaging. We did the descriptions. They were given descriptions about PLA, about CWTA, and fair PLA. And this is the information that was given. But no, we did not go into, this was not designed to be that kind of a tool. Okay, again, not trying to belittle or minimize the survey. I just want to be clear, and I certainly want both sides and the public to understand this instrument has some limitations to it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Supervisor Frost.
I just want to make sure I understand correctly what this is saying in the last couple slides before your last one that you were on. that among the companies without union workers, 70% would be less likely to bid, and among companies with union workers, 31% would be less likely to bid. That seems like a lot. That seems like that would push a lot of local workers, a lot of people out of the bidding process, and it would reduce competition, which actually helps us reduce cost. That seems like monumental to me.
I can't make any prediction about what would actually happen. All I can speak to is what they said in the survey is that they would be less likely, that based on the numbers here.
And that's
again, we don't know actually what would happen or what's happened in other counties, but their perception today is that they would be less. Again, there's also not a scale of, it was more likely and less likely, or somewhat much less likely, somewhat less likely. But
well, that kind of makes sense to what I'm hearing is happening in Sacramento around. Less people were bidding. They couldn't get people to bid for projects, and they had to go back and rethink their PLA policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. And so remind me again, out of the 98 who submitted responses, tell them how many had some union employees, and how many did not? What were the figures again?
yeah, 32 have union employees.
32 have
and
union
56 do not.
And I think, kind of piggybacks a little bit off of Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Cerna. It is important. This is presented as an all or nothing thing. It does not reflect, would you be less likely if the PLA had this provision or did not have that provision, right? I mean,
it did not go into that.
It's a huge part of it. So it is inherently limited. I think it's important to give us some kind of sense of things, but there are a lot of limitations to it. So, okay, I know you have a hard stop. Can you stick around for a little while, Ruth,
Yes.
in case there are some additional questions?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
But there's no other questions from the board members. So thank you. I appreciate it. And I think we'll move on to Mr. Christian is next. And you have a PowerPoint.
Oh, we do.
Oh, good morning. You're not Mr. Christian.
I'm Melissa.
Melissa. And I think Madam Clerk, did we decide 10, 15 minutes? What was the? 10 minutes, is that? So I'll start the timer, but of course if you get interrupted, well, it's a guidepost. A lot of chair's discretion here, so, okay, good.
Thank you, County Supervisors, for giving us the opportunity to speak about these issues that truly affect and discriminate against our workforce. Today we stand before you because there is a threat of implementing a PLA on the future opportunities at the Sacramento airport. In this presentation, we will share how implementing these policies not only discriminates against the majority of the local workforce, but it is fiscally irresponsible for you to consider such a policy in this era of record inflation. Hello, my name is Melissa Bradway, and I work for one of the largest electrical contractors in the state. I am extremely honored to be here today representing the non-union trades and our workforce. With that being said, I am not happy to be here. I have been a part of this industry for 6 years now, and I am extremely passionate about building our community. There has not been one project that I haven't poured my heart and soul into. I work with our electricians on a daily basis, and I can say the same of every single one of them. While I would love the opportunity to decrease 86% of the competition and give me the best odds at winning a project, it simply isn't fair. I welcome competition. I want the best contractor to build these jobs. Lives are at stake. This shouldn't be a political issue. This infrastructure has to be built and be built right. So why would we eliminate 86% of the companies that have the skills, knowledge, and local manpower to be able to work on these jobs? So a little background of why we are here today. There's more than $1 billion in upcoming work. All hands will be needed. Again, I want to emphasize the amount of manpower, knowledge, and skills that will be needed to build these projects. Why would we eliminate the majority of the workforce ready and willing to provide their best for these projects? They have years of experience building these projects and being successful. Let them utilize that experience to give the community a seamless and expert build. According to the Labor Department's recently released union density report, 86% of California's construction workforce is non-union. 86% of the workforce are non-union. That means you're only getting 14% of the industry's knowledge and skill. We have a team of engineers, estimators, and foremen that are trained to seek out cost savings, schedule savings, and discrepancies of plans. Why would we eliminate 86% of those people that can potentially save time, money, and discrepancies? We are facing record industry inflation, 14.1% alone in 2022. Manpower shortages are a key driver. In the era of record industry inflation, why would we not allow for the opportunity of non-unions to give a number when they are generally the most valuable number comparably? Also, the amount of companies leaving this state and city due to tyrannical government policies, why would we implement more policies that are unfair to the majority of the companies here and push them out and away? No wonder it's hard to find people. It's because they're leaving because they are being discriminated against. Why would these peoples and companies behind me want to keep doing business in California and Sacramento when you're overtly making it harder and nearly impossible to do business? We want to be here. We want to build these buildings. Your own survey has shown conclusively that you will suffer a catastrophic reduction in bidders on your projects. As you guys mentioned, developers, GCs, the subs aren't going to come to the table if there are PLAs implemented on this project. Inclusion of workers, not exclusion, is what Sacramento County needs now to get public projects done on time, on budget, and safely. Again, I want to stress, we are not asking to exclude unions. We are simply asking to be included. Let me have the opportunity to win a job, and let me have the opportunity to lose a job fair and square. In a world that is hyper-focused on DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, this seems extremely ironic to consider implementing a policy that directly excludes most of the workforce, doesn't add any diversity, and is simply not withstanding of equality. What's frustrating to me is that we are discussing ways to exclude these people out here. Simply put, that's discrimination. So background, I know you guys asked about some successful projects that have been at the airport previously. So here's one. The county's $1 billion Big Build Airport, say that 3 times fast, project was completed in October 2011. $65 million under budget and 4 months ahead of schedule. Open competition achieved this, not an exclusionary PLA. Everyone was free to bid and work. This is huge. This speaks lengths about the project teams that were involved in delivering this project to the community. What's the goal of every construction project? To make budget and to make schedule. To beat budget and to beat schedule is truly remarkable in this industry. And let me speak to that a bit. This industry is tough. Every single field employee in this room, union and non-union, they're superheroes, and I truly mean that. Being able to make a living, breathing building from dirt takes so much knowledge, communication, skill, and collaboration. Things come up every day that we don't plan for, and the leaders in the field are able to be intuitive and creative and to come up with non-traditional solutions. We are lucky to have the workforce that we have today that wake up at the crack of dawn. They work 12-hour shifts, and they compromise time with their family to make sure our community is up and running. We've proven ourselves to be competent. We've proven ourselves to have the local manpower. And we've proven ourselves to have the fight and desire. What else can we prove? And background, so another project. Compare that to the City of Sacramento's first PLA project in 2019, Firehouse 14. The Firehouse 14 project had 5 contractors to participate in the pre-bid walk, but only one submitted a bid that was 33% over the engineer's estimate. 3 of the 4 contractors who didn't bid said it was because of a PLA. The PLA has been a disaster for the city. It has been forced to exclude whole trades from the agreement. So how PLAs exclude non-union contractors. Sacramento's PLA imposes the following mandates on non-union companies. It allows for only 4 core employees. 4. It forces those 4 into union health, welfare, and pension plans that they will never vest in. If they pay into that every paycheck, they will never see that money. This is wage theft. And it forbids the use of young men and women in union, state, certified apprenticeship programs. Our company sees the value in schooling and education. We send our electricians to a state-certified apprenticeship program. We study the same criteria. We have the same on-the-job experience, and we take the same state-certified journeyman exam. I don't see this discrepancy there. These provisions are how you lose bidders. So I know we just went on about this survey with the lady before me, but the survey conducted shows a PLA will reduce your bidders, period. 31% of your union contractors are less likely to bid. The unions don't even want to bid if there's a PLA on it. 70% of non-unions. My immediate thoughts are who will bid and what kind of skill will you have working on your projects. So here's the plan for fair provisions to be considered. All parties are allowed at the negotiating table. We're going to define the goal as 50% of all workers residing in Sacramento County and 100% residing in the region. Currently, those numbers are 37% and 58%. Local contractors are able to use all of their local workers. Workers are able to keep their current benefit plans, and all state-approved apprentice programs are welcome. Such fair provisions have been used across the county on other PLA projects and have been successful. So, in conclusion, the current short list of contractors for your parking garage project has been reduced to 3, and all 3 of those general contractors are using or partnering with a non-union electrical subcontractor. Think about what a PLA would mean for this project alone. As of right now, there are no stipulations of whom they can or can't use, and all 3 have chosen to partner and utilize non-union contractors. They made their choices based on qualifications, experience, and adherence to high industry standards, which ensures the selection of the most capable contractors regardless of their labor affiliations. Equality, not exclusion, is how we achieve greater local workforce participation. Regardless of this outcome, every union worker in here today will have a chance to work on these projects without a PLA. Every non-union worker will be excluded under a PLA. We're just asking to work and have the opportunity. Thank you for your time, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Can you do me a favor, go back to the slide before this one that had a list of, one more back. This one. Now, I'll look at our county council. Is this, and just to confirm, this obviously, this is a provision, we couldn't enact anything like this by ordinance, but we could accomplish something like this by agreement. Is that correct, council? Because this was the issue, I think that was the subject of county council. Yeah, come to the podium, please. This was
So, yeah, I mean, obviously,
you'll say it depends because
it depends,
you're right.
as you know. So, I mean, I would say generally, yes. Yes, you could have something like this. Obviously, you know, with a lot of caveats, as we don't know yet how you structure the goal, what enforcement mechanisms you'd use, and kind of what the, you know, like the consequences are for not meeting the goal. So those all will determine whether or not it's constitutional or not, whether it's, acceptable or not under the various regulations. But
Okay.
generally, yes.
That's fair enough. Okay. And Richard, did you have comments? I'll give you
Just here for answer any questions.
Okay, well, that's great. Well, one other question I have before you, and thank you for the presentation. What do you, and I'll ask this from the union folks who come up next, that contract in the city that you said had those problems, what was it? They just could not find enough employees to complete the job? What is your response to that? Why do you think that is, that they had that such an issue on that project?
Well, a number of the contractors that did the pre-bid walk opted not to participate in and submit a bid. So there was only one contractor that submitted a bid that was above the engineer's estimates, and three of the four contractors that chose not to bid indicated that the project labor agreement kept them from bidding on it. So with only one contractor, the city opted to try to engineer out components to bring the project in under the engineer's cost.
Okay. Thank you. And if there are follow-up questions, you'll be around. Okay, Supervisor Frost.
Okay, I do want to add a question to Richard regarding the merit shop. Do the merit shops, the non-union merit shops, have equal representation? And I guess, are the merit shops acknowledged, the non-union merit shops acknowledged the same typically in the PLAs as the union merit shops?
In terms of apprenticeship or?
In terms of, the apprenticeship, these folks go through that apprenticeship. The non-union shops have apprentice programs,
Absolutely,
but it seems like the PLAs are only recognizing the union apprentice programs.
Right. In the 20 years that I've worked on project labor agreements in California, I've only actually seen one project labor agreement that allows all registered apprenticeship programs to dispatch apprentices. Every other project labor agreement specifically denies apprenticeship opportunities to anyone other than from a union apprenticeship program, even though the state of California regulates the non-union apprenticeship programs to the same standard that the union programs are administered. In terms of the way union contractors and non-union contractors are treated under a project labor agreement, in general, the project labor agreement only applies to non-union contractors, so a union contractor is not subject to the same core workforce requirements. The union contractor is, in most cases, already making contributions to the union pension and welfare plans, and so they would continue to do that. But like I said, in general, project labor agreements only apply those constraints to non-signatory, non-union contractors.
So the state regulates the apprentice programs.
Yes.
And you go through the same licensing or process and everything, curriculum or whatever you call it.
Correct.
And yet,
every apprenticeship program is subject to what is called the same minimum industry training criteria, MITC, which is jointly established by both union and non-union programs. We take that MITC and build our curriculum off of that. And so each apprenticeship program, whether it's a union or a non-union program, is supervised both by the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, but we also have what's called a local education agency, which supervises the program. They can come in and audit the results. They also listen to any disputes that we have with apprentices to make sure that everything is being performed consistent with our standards and consistent with state law.
So I guess my next question is for council to just ask, could we have a PLA that acknowledges equally state-approved apprentice programs in Sacramento County as part of an ordinance?
I'm I'm sorry, Supervisor Frost, can you repeat the question? If in a PLA, if we can put that, or?
No, I guess in Sacramento County, if we did have an ordinance or, decide we were going to have PLAs in Sacramento County, could we ensure that all state-approved apprenticeship programs are qualified? It's not just union, it's all approved state apprenticeship programs.
It's not something we've ever looked at before, but I'm not aware of anything that would prevent us from looking into adding language like that should, the board move forward with some sort of ordinance that addresses this.
I mean, it seems like that would come a little bit closer to equal treatment under the same rules. So, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see, with Todd and Tom, please come up. And I don't think you have a PowerPoint, but if you do have anything, you can put it on the overhead projector right there next to the podium. Is that correct? You don't have a PowerPoint? Okay.
Correct.
And Todd, you can just pull both microphones in the middle and just speak in the middle. It's kind of, yeah, so we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected Chair Desmond and Board of Supervisors. My name is Todd Schiavo, and I am the president of the Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trades Council and business manager of the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters UA Local 447. I am happy to be here, by the way, and I am here this afternoon to speak in support of a CWTA on behalf of the Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trades Council and its 15,000 hardworking members and their families. The benefits of a CWTA to public agencies are as follows. Efficient and reliable construction built by highly trained workers. PLAs ensure access to a well-trained and highly skilled workforce through the union referral process. Non-union contractors are not required to meet any standards to train their workers, while union members are trained through 5-year apprenticeship programs whose curriculum is reviewed and approved by the Department of Industrial Relations. The use of highly skilled workers saves money because such workers are more productive and efficient and are less likely to be involved in job site accidents or make costly mistakes. In addition, studies have shown that the use of a skilled and trained workforce results in better energy efficiency performance in buildings, reducing long-term operating costs. CWTAs offer unparalleled career development opportunities for local and disadvantaged workers. CWTAs support pre-apprenticeship programs that target disadvantaged workers by increasing the demand for apprentices and apprenticeship graduates. Apprenticeship programs are a proven pathway for providing disadvantaged workers good-paying construction career opportunities. Because apprentices are paid, apprenticeship programs provide career growth opportunities to persons with families that cannot afford to take time off and attend college. More than 2/3 of participants in union apprenticeship programs are people of color, and 95% of apprenticeship graduates are produced by union programs. These numbers are no accident. State law requires every union apprenticeship program to have an equal opportunity program with an affirmative action plan to recruit women and minority applicants. By entering into a CWTA, the county will ensure that its expenditure of tax dollars will lead to equitable job growth and provide career-building training opportunities to our community. CWTAs keep tax dollars circulating locally. CWTAs can also include local hire provisions that the county cannot impose with pre-qualification requirements. In the last 5 years alone, the Sacramento citywide programmatic CWTA has resulted in 76% of construction work hours going to local area workers, creating jobs for over 5,700 men and women, local men and women. By keeping jobs and wages local, CWTAs benefit the entire region's economy. Over the past 2 decades, an increasing number of public agencies in California have adopted and readopted CWTAs due to their proven success in advancing agency interests, both in efficient construction operations and maximizing local economic and employment benefits. In the Sacramento region, the City of Sacramento just unanimously reviewed a programmatic CWTA covering all projects over $1 million for another 5 years. I have to think that's because of its success. In the Sacramento region, Sacramento City Unified just renewed a programmatic CWTA for all projects over $500,000. The Eco Water Biological Nutrient Removal Project was constructed for regional sand under a PLA and resulted in a project that was constructed on time and under budget. As a result, Regional Sand recently entered into a PLA for its cogeneration facility project. CWTAs increasingly used at all major airports in California. The staff report identified 8 other airports in California that use CWTAs. LAX, San Francisco, and Oakland have each recently renewed and expanded their CWTAs due to the success of their prior CWTAs. LAX CWTA has been in effect for 2 decades and recently was extended for 10 years. As a result, the term of this CWTA will see 30 years. This speaks strongly to the successes realized over the course of this long-standing agreement. If CWTAs actually had the negative outcomes that opponents claim, we would not be seeing agencies renewing and expanding these agreements, and we would not be seeing more agencies entering into these agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Good afternoon. Tom Enslow, counsel for the Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trades Council. I just want to take a few minutes to respond to a few opposition points and identify some language in the resolution that should be cleaned up. First of all, public PLAs are required by law to provide non-union contractors equal opportunity to bid and be awarded on projects. What this means is that non-union contractors can still bid in public PLA projects, and that agencies can still give bidding preferences to minority and disadvantaged contractors. Well, your preferences you give now will remain in effect. They won't change with the CWTA. Furthermore, despite perceptions to the contrary, studies of actual CWTA outcomes show that while some anti-union contractors may choose not to bid, CWTAs do not materially affect competitiveness of biddings. A study of over 250 PLA and non-PLA projects by UC Berkeley found that projects with CWTAs had slightly more bidders than projects without, and for some projects, more non-union contractors were hired under the agreement than union contractors. So the idea that this means that these non-union contractors won't get the job simply is not true. In addition, academic studies have evaluated the actual outcomes of public CWTAs and consistently found that they do not materially impact project cost. We provided a letter to you that cites about a dozen different studies all showing this and showing that the reports of CWTAs, to the contrary, did not take into account other factors influencing project costs, such as size, market timing, materials, location, et cetera.
Hey, Tom? Can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
And understanding, the discussion we had about the inherent limitations of the consultant's report and the survey, how do you square that with the information you just gave us, based on your own surveys? Explain that to me, because those things seem inconsistent.
No, absolutely, and they are not. They're in fact not inconsistent, because that survey, all it did is survey the perceptions of the respondents who responded to the survey, as opposed to these studies, which looked at actual outcomes of CWTAs. And so there's no question that CWTAs have perceived drawbacks, but what these studies that actually look at the outcomes find is that those asserted drawbacks have not held up under closer scrutiny. So it's not a surprise to me what's in the survey. I'd also note that the survey did find that only 3% of the respondents said that they would not they would not bid on a CWTA project. Some felt that they might be less likely to, but only 3% said they would not, and that seems consistent with outcomes.
Just so I'm clear, so you think that if our survey maybe drilled down, didn't have some of the limitations that Supervisor Cerna and I were talking about, you think the results would have been consistent with other academic studies that you've seen?
Well, I think it's even a little more different than that because this survey only asks people's perception of a CWTA. We're not going to change the perception, especially as you saw, of the contractors who have no experience with PLAs. They had a much different perception than contractors who did have experience with it. But when you look at the actual outcomes scientifically, that's where you see what actually happens. And this survey just did not look at actual outcomes, and that's the difference.
Okay, thank you.
So to continue, I'd like to spend a little time just identifying some language in there that we're a little concerned about as far as specific PLA terms. Most of the terms that staff put in are fine, but none of them were ever discussed or negotiated with the Building Trades Council. And as a result, there's 4 of them that we think probably should be pulled back and allowed to have kind of further refinement in negotiations. One is, and this is really, I apologize, very wonky and lawyerly, but there's on page 3 of the resolution, it says that the CWTA shall require access to qualified construction workers regardless of whether they're union or non-union. Now, by law, these public CWTAs cannot discriminate against union or non-union workers. So this is correct. But what it means by access to qualified construction workers, I'm just not sure. I mean, if you hire a non-union contractor, you don't have access to the qualified union contractors. You don't have access to other contractors' workers. I just think this needs to be wordsmithed a bit. It's close to accurate, but I just worry about something in a resolution that we're stuck to.
And that's Roman numeral 5 on page 3.
Yes.
Right, that's what you're looking at.
Exactly. And then below that, and I believe that's Roman numeral, I don't have that in there, but on that same page below, there's a proposal to apply the CWTA only to construction-related work performed on-site. Again, there's some nuances to that. Off-site fabrication at temporary sites is always covered in the CWTA. I think when they, ask this question of different airports, those nuances weren't really delved into. So again, it needs some wordsmithing. That's all. Also, there's a provision in there saying that the county will not be a party to the CWTA, it'll just be a beneficiary. These public CWTAs go both ways, but normally when it covers multiple projects such as this, you're a party to the CWTA because that makes it work better. 7 of the 8 airports that have PLAs, they're parties to the CWTA. We just think that determinate's premature. Whatever the county wants to do, we'll support, but we think staff should have the flexibility to determine the best course of action as we discuss this. So it's just a recommendation that let's not make that determination now, but that's up to you. And then finally, just want to clarify, there's some language in there suggesting that the AGC and other contractor groups would be party to the negotiations of this agreement. Public PLAs are negotiated between the Building Standards Council and the agency, and they always are. And there's a number of reasons for this, which I could get into. But essentially, requiring the Construction Trades Council to come to an agreement with an anti-PLA contract organizations, not realistic to meet the goals of the county. We've seen time and time again that these organizations throw out poison pill amendments they know will not be agreeing, just trying to blow up the whole agreement. That staff should and can consult with those contractor groups, but they shouldn't be a requirement that they're part of the negotiation. That's just not how it works. So with that.
Yeah, just for point of clarification, Tom mentioned the Building Standards Committee. I want to be clear that that's the Building Trades Committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Todd. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Tom, you just went over some questions about the resolution, which is kind of precisely why I was asking the question earlier of County Council in terms of the how binding is the resolution, number 1, and number 2, do we have the flexibility later, or do we really need to think clearly in the moment at the dais about the language in the resolution as it relates to a motion? Do you have in writing, maybe besides your notes, what those suggestions are, so we don't have to kind of guess?
I do. I do. Let me just grab it.
Is it possible to maybe give to the clerk the language so all 5 of us could have it in front of us? Great, thank you.
Yeah, I just provided the clerk a copy of that. I only had 3 copies. I wasn't necessarily planning on handing it out, so I apologize. But I think she's going to make some more.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no other comments from board members, but we'll, Supervisor Frost.
I was wondering if you could tell me what percentage of the local workforce is union. Do you know? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I was just curious.
You mean in the Sacramento results? I don't believe they broke it down from union to union, but I will say Sacramento agreement has 4 or 5 core workers, which in this region 3 to 5 is generally the thing. What that means is that, for example, on some of these big projects, you might have 7 contractors and another 20 subcontractors. I mean, if there's 30 contractors, each of them get the core workers. That's 150 non-union workers that can work on that project. So it's not, when we say 5, it's not 5 total. It's 5 per contractor.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. I wasn't connecting that dot. And could you, from your point of view, tell me, it seems like the non-union apprentice shops are discriminated against. They're not given equal value or credit, even though they're licensed the same. Can you tell me why that is, or what your thoughts are on that, on why you feel union shops are better than non-union apprentice programs?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a couple of responses to that. One is the vast majority of the non-union contractors aren't members of a apprenticeship program, even a non-union one. 95% of all union graduates are from joint labor management programs. And then also, those aren't union programs, they're joint labor management programs. You don't have to be a union member to be in those programs, but those are the programs that have been most effective here and throughout the state. But you can still use, if you're a contractor and you happen to have an apprentice through one of the non-union programs, that apprentice can work through the core worker provision. There's nothing in there, barring you from using an apprentice. It just, all the workers have to go through the union halls under the union, under those rules, which apply equally to all union, non-union members. But the core worker is an exception to that, and so they could use one of their apprentices if they want.
And I know the union apprentice programs are really good too, and they create jobs for people too. The question I have is, are all union employees required to be union apprentice, graduate from the apprentice program, or is it something you encourage? When you say 95%, do you know that statistically 95% of every PLA that a contractor signs on to, 95% of his workforce will have graduated from an apprentice program, or is it just unions encourage their workers to go through the apprentice programs? In other words, when you join the union, do you have to do the apprentice program to get to be part of these PLAs?
Yeah, let me clarify
on those
first
projects.
The 95% comment.
Yeah.
The 95% is of all the construction apprenticeship graduates in the state of California, 95% of them graduate through a joint labor management apprenticeship program. So it's not 95. So that's as far as who is producing the apprentices here. To your question as to if you're a union contractor, are all your workers apprenticeship graduates? Once you become signatory, when you hire someone, they need to go through the apprenticeship program. If someone is, but there are some contractors that enter into a master labor agreement, and they may have some existing employers. Those existing employers have less than 5 years of experience, they have to also go through the apprenticeship program. Some, and I think it might be the UA, but I know there's some that if you are brought in, you might have to take a test to show that you have a certain competency. But the short answer is no, not all of them are, but the majority of them are, and the longer that they've been signatory, the bigger that percentage is. And so you're going to have, at least half of your workforce for any union contractor is going to be apprenticeship graduates at any time.
Does signatory mean they've been through the apprentice program and graduated from it? I don't know what signatory means.
Yes. No, signatory means that a contractor, so master labor agreements, like project labor agreements, are collective bargaining agreements with, just like you have a collective bargaining agreement with your employees here. It's a contractor enters into a master labor agreement, they're basically, their workforce is unionizing. And so they're now bound by the union rules and the master labor agreement rules, which include rules requiring providing training, apprenticeship, how you dispatch, making sure there's no discrimination, all of that. Okay.
Supervisor Frost, I can add on to that. So you asked the question whether everybody goes through an apprenticeship that belongs to a union, and the short answer is no. Everybody that comes to us with no experience that wants to start an apprenticeship, it's a requirement to go through an apprenticeship. However, we do have organization where we take people that have experience and we assess their skill set and where there may be gaps in their games. And based on the gaps in skill set, we assess what classes they may need to take, therefore make them provisional and send them to apprenticeship journeyman training classes to fill any gaps that they may have in their skill set, and then they would graduate from our program. But to answer your question, no, not every single individual goes through an apprenticeship.
But statistically, if 95% were union and 5% were non-union, the 5% that are non-union that went through an apprenticeship program would be equally qualified to manage a project and do good work.
And that
assuming their bid shows that they can do that.
I mean, and that goes to kind of a different course of action in the state, which is called skilled and trained workforce requirements, which require 60% of workers on a project to be apprenticeship graduates, and that recognizes either way. This is a collective bargaining agreement, making sure all workers are working under the same rules and regulations, that the work is being done efficiently, and that we provide outreach to disadvantaged workers and apprenticeship opportunities. It's a different animal, and it's an agreement with the trades, but it allows the non-union contractors to work and to bring in some of their their core workers who are non-union.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please stick around in case there are any follow-up questions. And with that, I'll invite Peter Tichy from AGC to come up and provide some comments and possibly take some questions from the board before we go to public comment.
Yeah, keep lowering it. Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Desmond, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here to talk on this item. My name is Peter Tichy. I'm the CEO at AGC of California. AGC is the state's largest commercial construction trade association, and we represent both signatory or union contractors as well as open shop contractors. The majority of our membership are signatory contractors. And so our history as AGC, which is over 100 years old, is really around negotiating agreements with our labor partners, with our union partners. So with many of the basic crafts, the carpenters, the laborers, the operating engineers, the cement masons, the iron workers, the Teamsters Construction Unit, we are the multi-employer association that negotiates those master labor agreements, those MLAs, and those are filed with the Department of Industrial Relations, or DIR. They are what help set prevailing wage across the state of California. So our experience as AGC of California is one where we understand how to negotiate terms, and we're proud of the agreements that we come together with our labor partners. These are renewed every 3 to 4 years, and these are opportunities for management and labor to sit together, governed by the NLRA and the NLRA NLRB, National Labor Relations Act, and National Labor Relations Board, in how we engage with each other so that we can come to these agreements in a fair process. So I'm surprised to hear from the Building Trades Council's attorney that they would not want the negotiating entity or the contractor's voice to be a privy or a party to the conversation. The CWTA that's being proposed tonight or today, it's an opportunity for the county to make considerations around how it proceeds with the project delivery as well as labor. But there's a third party that has to sign, whether it's a PLA or a CWTA, and that is the contractor. And yet what was asked of by the Building Trades Council was a party or a signatory to that contract should have no words within it. That's where we come to a difference. AGC of California is fairly neutral when it comes to whether a PLA should be implemented or not. We do believe, though, that the only way to support a PLA is if all entities or bodies that are going to be signing that document and held responsible for that document have a voice in the negotiation. We feel that's only fair, that contractors, if they are bound to an agreement, if they are responsible for the risk of any agreement out there, that they be a part of the negotiations, a part of the conversation, and engage with all parties so that we can live up to those agreements. That has been our stance. That will continue to be our stance. So I'll say I'll take a little offense that we were branded as anti-PLA. We are not anti-PLA. We are for agreements where the contractor's voice can be heard and can be put into the room so that we come out with an agreement that all parties can live by and work by and deliver on. Again, that's why our agreements are with the DIR. That's why they are part of prevailing wage. It's why those agreements stand and are governed at the highest of levels at the federal government. So from our perspective, we would ask that if the county proceeds with a CWTA today, that the contractor have a seat, or at least their representative have a seat in the negotiations on the terms that they are going to be bound to sign. And I do want to speak to the goals that were talked about from the FAA or from all of you around local hires. Yes, those are all goals, but at the end of the day, the GC who bids those contractors has to meet those goals. You ask a lot on the contractor, and they are willing to take on a lot of risk for a very small margin. Contractors across the state, general contractors, are hoping for a 5% margin. That's very little wiggle room when we come to how we can do our business. And so when you think about a CWTA, which is going to impact how they work, these are the opportunities where we feel we need to be able to be in the conversation so that we can mitigate those risks, do what is best for the owner and for the community to deliver those projects on time and on budget.
Thank you, Peter. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Peter, for being here. And let me preface this by saying that my questions are going to be based upon if it was AGC, ABC, or XYZ. Doesn't make any difference to me. I have represented many of your members in the past, so I come with no prejudice towards your organization. My question is process. Has your organization been put in this role as a primary negotiator and a party to a project labor agreement locally in the past?
We have been able to, across the state, because we are a statewide organization, be able to be in different conversations. Fresno, the airport, was one of those where we were invited. We did not sit, I'll say, in full negotiations, meaning representatives in the same room at the same time. It was done, I'll say, shuttle diplomacy negotiations or shuttle negotiations. We would still prefer, and that's why we continue to argue why we need to have a seat in the conversation or in the negotiation room. So that's what we're asking for right now, is to be able to sit and be privy to the conversations in real time, just like we are in any of the master labor agreements that we do negotiate currently with our union partners.
So you could arguably be privy to the conversations and be a part of consultation without being a signatory to, here's my thing, you wouldn't be a signatory to the contract, correct?
We would be signatory to the agreement, which could bind all of our membership in that sense. Or, again, we could agree to the terms and help with it. I mean, ultimately, whoever the contractor is that you choose is going to have to sign an agreement should you put one into play.
Sure.
What I think our contractors are requesting is that their representative be in the actual negotiation so that when it comes time for them to sign, they know that their representation was in the room.
But you can't guarantee that the general contractor is going to be one of your your members.
No, and again, there are many signatory contractors who are not members of AGC that are assigned to our agreements with DIR, with the laborers, the carpenters, the operating engineers, et cetera. And so we do take it seriously that we represent all contractors when it comes to these agreements, and that's why we are the negotiating body for those master labor agreements at the state of California.
Okay, and I will stipulate to that. But what I do, I guess I find it unusual, and I'm going to bring this up in more detail later, but I mean, I have a fair amount of experience in working with project labor agreements and negotiating project labor agreements, and whether it's SMUD or the school district or Sutter Health or others that I've been a party to, a negotiating party to, it's always been the customer. That would be us, that would be our airports, and the Building Trades Council negotiating at the table. That's pretty standard practice. To have a party who is, so far removed from the outcome as a negotiating party is pretty unusual. That's more of an editorialized statement, but you're welcome to
If
respond.
I may respond,
Sure.
In a prior life, when I worked in a different organization, we actually did sit in negotiations with SMUD on a PLA project that they were putting forward as a representative of the Metro Chamber. They also had a representative from ABC in that, so it is not atypical for interested parties who represent those who are going to ultimately be responsible for those to be in those types of conversations here locally. So SMUD is a great example that you brought up, in which we were brought into conversations, not AGC, but representatives of those interested parties for how a PLA would be applied there at SMUD, and this was back in 2015 timeframe.
Okay. But you were part of the consultative process. You were brought into conversations.
We were in the room negotiating. We had representatives from the Building Trades Councils in the room with the Chamber, with ABC, and with representatives of SMUD having conversation on the language of the PLA.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy and Peter. Let me, please don't go anywhere, Peter. What is precisely is staff's recommendation, looking at you, Cindy, with respect to this provision in terms of involvement of a contractor's representative being a signatory, being just part of the negotiating process? Explain that, flesh that out a little bit for me, Cindy, in terms of staff recommendation.
We were envisioning that there would be involvement, as was the case in Fresno. And the director there is someone I know, and I've talked with him about their agreement. I have a copy of it. So it seems logical that the interests of the contractors, sort of writ large, would be represented in the negotiations.
And did you have, in your discussion with other airport directors, was that a similar situation either in California or other states when they were negotiating these?
I did not talk with others other than Fresno.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Cindy. Just since you brought up Fresno and you said you have the contract, who were the signatories to that contract?
I'd have to look it up.
Okay, if you could get
I
that
believe it's, excuse me for interrupting.
Okay, no, please.
I'm fairly certain it's the airport, the government, and the trades.
Okay.
Because San Diego's the only one that I'm aware of that did it arm's length.
Yeah, and that's typically my experience. It just seems odd, and I'm going to, again, go into this in greater detail, that, the party who has the greatest vested interest in this discussion is saying that we shouldn't be a party to the agreement. That's very odd to me. So thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. So, Peter, let me ask you a question. I guess I could ask this of anybody, but the core provision, and excuse me for really, I guess, kind of getting wonky with this, but the core provision component of the PLAs. I understand that some of the airports we surveyed, some had 3 up to 6 perhaps, but just mechanically explain to me how it works in terms of, and does it always have to work the same way? The way it's been explained here today is one from the contractor, one from the hall, one from the contractor, one from the hall, until you get to the number of 5. Mechanically, is that how it works? And is that how it's worked in every PLA?
I can't speak to every PLA because I don't have knowledge intimately of every PLA.
Or the ones you've been involved
I would speculate and generalize that most PLAs do have the core worker provision, in which there is an alternating provision in which whether it starts with labor or starts with the core worker, meaning the employee from the contractor, if they are not from the union itself, does stipulate, so 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 until you hit the number threshold, and then only union workers after that from the halls. It is not a requirement, though, that has to be a provision. That is up to the governing body or the negotiating teams to come to conclusion as to what it is. It is the practice of most PLAs today, as I've seen it in the ones that I've reviewed, that core worker and that alternating is put into play there. But again, it is not something that is mandated and like strictly has to be that way. Now, again, it may be something that from the Building Trades Council perspective, and I won't speak for them, is something of a priority and a necessity from their perspective. But again, in a negotiation, negotiations mean that we can put everything in theory on the table and try to come to a fair, workable path forward for all parties there. So when it comes to the core worker, you could, in theory, implement a CWTA that stipulates core workers can be the first 6 people from your company you can pull without having to alternate, without having to first start with the unions, if that was so what you desired or what was negotiated there. But that is not the standard, and that is not what is typically put into play.
Okay. And see, I'm I guess uninitiated when it comes to these, and so I'm just thinking of these terms in the abstract, and that was going to be actually my next question. Could you structure these in different ways? And then just to be clear, and I think there was a little bit of discrepancy about this earlier, the core employees have to contribute to the healthcare plan and the pension, the union's plan. Is that correct? Or that's typically how it's structured?
What is stipulated in the PLA.
And then, thank you, Peter. I don't have any more questions for you right now. I guess I have a question for either Todd or Tom, right? Maybe you, Tom. And quick question here. I was a member of a public employee union for many, many years. So I have some experience with employees making contributions, for instance, to a pension plan. And I, define a benefit plan, which I know, the unions have, and they're portable, incredibly important, I think, benefit to union members. But an employee, say a core employee, contributes to a pension plan. Does that employee, if they don't become vested, for instance, in a union plan, does that employee contribution come back to the employee if they separate, for instance, before that vesting occurs?
Yeah, so this is, it's not a straightforward answer. I mean, first of all, just in context.
Nothing is in this conversation today.
I know, for the public employees, that you have and that the state have, they actually have a pretty unusual provision that allows them to contribute to a pension plan and then at a certain point take it out and not be with it. And you don't see that in any private pension plans. You don't see that in most pension plans. And frankly, I don't know if there's any non-union contractors that even have pension plans. A union contractor, there may be, but I mean, they probably, I guarantee you that they don't have that portability either. What you do have for the union pension plans, a union member can have a 401k plan, which they contribute to. Obviously,
right.
They have that
that's
money.
not a pension plan.
They have a pension plan. They have to vest. These are big pension plans that it's important to make sure that they maintain their solvency and all that. So there are requirements that people immediately start supporting these when they become a party to a master labor agreement that imposes these. Now, as far as portability, they do have portability from project to project. So most unions, you can have 5 to 7 years time difference between when you last worked on a union project and the next, and you'll still continue to vest. And the vesting for pensions doesn't take the whole year. For example, most of the unions, 800 to 1,000 hours of work in a year, then you get a credit for a whole vesting. And that's 5 months less with overtime of work. So if you have a core employee working on a Sacramento project for 6 months, and then next year he's working on a airport project for 6 months.
That all counts towards vesting.
That all counts toward it.
That's very helpful. I did not know that. That's okay. That's all I have. Thank you. Okay, I think, Cindy, did you have any final or concluding remarks? We can move on to public comment. So we have a lot of folks here. Our county exec, I thought you were maybe coming up to take the podium, man. We have a very busy afternoon agenda as well, and so I really want to limit the public comment in terms of the time for each individual speaker. I want to give each person the ability to come up and be recognized and put on the record your name, who you are affiliated with, and whether you support or oppose. So I'm going to exercise some chair's discretion and allow 30 seconds per person up here at the podium, because again, we have an extremely long afternoon agenda. So, Flo, how many do we have signed up for public comment?
Currently, we have 36 total, including the phone.
Oh, that includes the phone? Okay, so we'll do a minute. Well, I'll allow a minute for each person, and that's probably easier on the clock here because we don't have 30-second increments.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll allow 1 minute per person for public comment, but that does not mean you need to take the entire minute. So please, I'll stress that. But it's important for each of you to have the opportunity to be heard. So I'll start with public comment.
Chair.
I was going to comment.
Supervisor Cerna, were you?
No, I was going to chime in after we hear from the public.
Chairperson, may I close the phone queue, or would you like me to leave that open?
Yes, please. Why don't you? Let's close the phone queue and the in-person queue.
Okay.
Because everybody has had plenty of time, I believe, to sign up for public comment for this item.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So our first person is Jason Pengel.
And are you going to show the names on the board?
Yeah, I'm going to bring that up.
And what I would also encourage you to do is you see your name up on the board here. Just be prepared to come up after the person in front of you.
Can you put the overhead? Okay, thank you. Okay, having listened to Supervisor Kennedy, I agree canine companions and dogs all make us smile, so that's great. We're here to talk about PLAs. Those don't make me smile. My name's Jason Pengel. I work for Helix Electric. I'm also chair of the ABC of California. I strongly oppose PLAs because they're unfair, they stifle competition, and they're just pretty much flat out un-American. I've lived in Sacramento region for about 30 years. My company's been a part of multiple large projects, small projects, and great projects in the region, including the Big Build. That letter that's up there is from the Big Build. That's a recommendation letter from the County of Sacramento. The next letter is another one on the job that was from Otto Randolph, also with the County of Sacramento. So those projects went very well. They were done on time, on budget, and with union and non-union contractors working side by side. So I'll close with our workers deserve the right to support their families. We are all local. We don't have local in front of our names or our designations or our organizations, but every person you see in here is local. And so I really would appreciate your guys' support in opposing PLAs.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mike Carlson. I had this long speech that kind of just throwing it out now. I've been on both sides of the spectrum, union and non-union, okay? I've been in the trade for 32 years. What is being said in regards to the apprenticeship, both sides go through the same apprenticeship program, both sides test with the state, exactly the same. Basically, this is a bad idea. I don't think the union contractors can support this size of projects out on at the airport without the use of non-union contractors. That's all I have.
And before we get to the next speaker, so what if that happens? I mean, if the hall does not have the workers to fill Just hold on for a sec here. Then what happens then? I guess I don't know who would answer this question. I mean, Peter, Cindy, Tom.
They organize?
Yeah, well, let's ask Tom. Yeah, Tom. What happens in that situation if there are not enough union employees to enough union labor for the role? Then what happens under the PLA typically?
Yeah. Well, so two things. First of all, that never happens because one of the benefits of the CWTA is that even the non-union contractors can hire through the union halls. Union halls, they dispatch locally. If they need more workers, they can dispatch statewide. If they need more workers, they can dispatch from other states. So they have a really
There's a
unlimited
mechanism
workforce
for
as
that.
opposed to a union. As opposed to if you just hired a non-union contractor, they're limited to their workforce that they have on hand. So it really actually expands the workforce, both for the non-union contractor and the contractor. That said, all of these PLAs have provisions saying if the union hall can't dispatch within, I think, 48 hours, then they can dispatch. They can use anyone they want. I've never seen that used, but it's in
that
every,
is a provision.
every
Okay.
agreement.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, members. My name is Chris Gregory. Thank you for your time. Worked for Helix Electric last 10, 15 years. Been on high-level jobs, California Healthcare Facility, Beale Air Force Base, Yolo Courthouse, UC Davis Tower, and Sac Airport, right? Whenever I fly as a family, I proudly point out the work I did with my kids. Here's one of them right here. We like puppies today, so I got rid of that. But yeah, this is my family. I was born and raised in Sacramento. I've worked at unions. I've worked for Helix, and this is just totally against this. And please vote no.
Thank you. Flo. Madam Clerk, could you please take a piece of paper off of the podium?
Hello.
Thank you.
My name's Autumn Jackson, and I'm a foreman at Vandenbos Electric, a non-union contractor. In that time that I worked for them, 11 years, I have led and worked on many projects, including several schools and the Sacramento airport. I completed a 3-year low-voltage apprenticeship as valedictorian and a 5-year commercial electrical apprenticeship. When I returned from maternity leave, I expressed my concern about working out of town. The owner of the company told me, as long as we have work in town, we can keep you here. Since then, I've worked within 2 hours of home. I take my son to school. I coach baseball after work. I'm a local, working, single mother. I'm qualified and competent, and I'm skilled and trained. I deserve the opportunity to work in my community and be home for dinner. If non-union companies are unable to fairly bid projects such as SMF, I will be forced to choose between being a parent or providing for my family. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris DeVore. I work for Vandenbos Electric, been in the trade for 40 years. If the union has such a large workforce, why are they hiring non-union labor and forcing them to pay dues they'll never see? PLAs create a monopoly for unionized labor, shutting out the majority of contractors and their employees who choose not to be part of a union. This violates principles of equal opportunity for freedom and association. All qualified workers, regardless of their union affiliation, should have the opportunity to participate in public works. You all know, if you sign this agreement and this talk that was here, when this gets negotiated at the end, you're going to have 4 or 5 core employees that a non-union person could hire, and the rest will be union. If you have 50 guys, you're going to have 45 guys that the non-union contractor is forced to hire out of the hall. Those aren't the great workers. We all know it. I can go further with that, but you get the idea.
Thank you. Can you
That's
wrap
what's
up,
going to
please?
happen.
Thank you.
Hello, board. Thank you for welcoming me. My name is Nathan Gosink. I've lived and worked in Sacramento most of my life. I am one of the 5%, apparently, who graduated through a state-approved apprenticeship program. There's about 60 or 70 other of the 5% right here. I think we all came down. In short, I'm against this for one reason. I think discrimination and inclusion are at opposite ends of how somebody behaves. And inclusion to me isn't just what the law says, it's how you treat somebody in every way. Do you put little lead weights on their ankles and say, well, the law says that's still okay? We're trying to find those things actively and root them out. They're like weeds. Including people is about every way you behave, whether it's in black and white or just what you do what's right. It was the right thing to let the dogs in here today, right? Everyone liked that. Well, if the law said that animals weren't allowed, sometimes you got to look at that and say, it doesn't seem right. There were laws a long time ago that we had to repeal. That's what the amendments are, including the 13th Amendment. And I think we need to look at it that way. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chad Ledger. I work for the largest marriage shop in California. I stand before you today and express my concern with implementing a PLA in my current, future, and project opportunities. I oppose the PLA because it discriminates against my contractor and has affiliation with union labor, only able to work on these jobs. Therefore, having an opportunity to make income for me and my family. In this day and age, with the strides that America has made, the people have made, have made to create equal opportunity for everyone, no matter race, sex, gender, religion, or organization affiliation. To limit the opportunity for the contractors to participate in these projects is completely un-American. Under this blanket of freedom, American to enforce such discrimination, law policy goes against everything that the American is built on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alyssa? You just lower the mics.
Sorry, I'm shorter than him.
Yeah, you just lower the mics. They bend.
Oh, you're good. Just start talking. We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the podium is as low as it can go.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Kennedy. I work for a large merit shop in Sacramento. PLAs are deeply discriminatory. They exclude skilled merit workers and shops, limiting opportunities and hindering competition in the construction industry. Let's aim for fairness and inclusion where skill matters more than affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jesus Baez. I work for one of the biggest contractors here in Sacramento, which is Rexmore. I've been with them for about 24 years. You know, like the other individuals were saying, is you walk through downtown and it's great to live in Sacramento and be part of these buildings that we all put our, hard work into them. Just kind of sucks that they're trying to get that away from us. So just give us the opportunity to be equal.
Hello, thank you. My name is Victor. I oppose PLA because it discriminates against me being able to work on these jobs and therefore not having an opportunity to make an income and provide for my family. I have worked for many years in this field and I'm passionate about what I do. I provide a community and what I provide to the community and hope to be a role model to my children. I ask of you to please just give me an opportunity to work on these projects. And I'm part of the 5% that graduated.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariana Mitchell, and I work for Rexmore Electric, one of the largest electrical contractors in California. I think in the name of fairness, we could all agree that PLAs will exclude capable individuals and businesses just due to their affiliations. Excuse me. I'm here today not to ask to exclude any other party, but push for a fair playing field where all qualified and skilled contractors have an equal shot at success. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa, and I work for one of the largest electrical contractors in California. We have been around over 100 years and started right here in the great city of Sacramento. We have grown to be one of the largest electrical contractors, employing over 500 people. We have built many successful and life-saving facilities throughout those years that have benefited this community. Open shop contractors play a crucial role in our local economy. We offer invaluable contributions by providing employment opportunities for a diverse workforce, including women, minorities, and at-risk youth. Open shops are the leading employers of the workforce I mentioned above. It also fosters healthy competition and promotes innovation within the construction industry. We embrace an inclusive approach that allows individuals from various backgrounds to pursue their chosen careers regardless of union affiliation. Implementing a PLA will take away these prime opportunities for 86% of the workforce, women, minorities, and at-risk youth, which could lead to layoffs and unemployment.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Board, for your time. And out of respect for your time, as you mentioned, I'm not going to go over what I think about PLAs or the history or any of the statistics, but I will say how it affects me personally. My name is Matt Sandelin. I work for an open shop that has treated me very well. I've been an electrician for 18 years. I'm certified by the state of California as a general electrician. I've been through a state-approved apprenticeship program. I've worked on jobs that are similar in size and complexity to the one in question for the airport. And if this gets a PLA, it's going to negatively affect me and reduce my ability to get full retirement. So my question is, as someone who's been through things that are accepted by the state of California, from my licensing to my apprenticeship to skilled and trained programs, why would I be denied that? Passing a PLA is discriminatory. It benefits the 14% of construction workers and takes food off my table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for your time today. I truly appreciate it. My name is George Cook. Like many here, I work for one of the largest electrical companies in California. I'm standing here because I oppose the implementation of a PLA. I live here in Sacramento, born and raised here in Sacramento. Placing a PLA discriminates against my education, it discriminates against me, and it discriminates against all my coworkers out here. So I truly hope that you oppose this PLA. Thank you.
My name is Jacob Polstra. I work with Berg Electric locally. I oppose the PLA. It's weird that we have prevailing wage jobs that guarantee us a pension per hours worked, but if we're given a PLA on this, that pension is taken away from us unless we work 5 years in the union. This is a thing that's guaranteed to us by the government that is now optional in case we, not optional, but set that we have to work union for 5 years to get something that's guaranteed to us by the state. I just find that unfair.
All right. Hello, my name is Emilio Damian, and I'm here with Rex Moore. I'm here to express my concern with the PLA and to show the effects it takes on me personally. The use of PLA directly discriminates against me and my fellow non-union employees by not allowing us to have an opportunity to work in the city that we have grown up in and love. There is no difference between union workers and non-union workers. We're all tradesmen working at our highest levels regardless of the company that we are working for. I have worked for Rexmore for 14 years and I have had one day off, which I took off. Let's see. And in those 14 years, I have yet to set foot in Sacramento because of these PLAs. Currently, I am working 120 miles away from my house because of these PLAs. I have 5 children at home that see me through FaceTime more than they do eye to eye because of these PLAs. I went through a 5-year state-mandated program, apprenticeship, that was certified by the DIR, which everybody here has been. I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you for having us up here and voting on this PLA.
Thank you.
Justin? Justin?
So we'll have Justin, then Matthew, then Mona.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Justin Holm. I'm our California State Certified Electrician, as well as General Foreman for Berg Electric, that has graduated from a state-approved apprenticeship program. I have worked in the Sacramento area for the last 20 years, some of that time on Sacramento County airport projects. I oppose the PLA on this county projects, as this will limit the local available work for myself and others that reside in and around the Sacramento region. I would like to thank the board for allowing me the platform to speak.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Matthew Estepona. I'm with the Associated Builders and Contractors of Northern California chapter. We are training apprentices in the 6 trades and developing the local workforce right here in Sacramento County. And just wanted to emphasize a point that 95% mentioned was JATCs. Our apprentices are from UACs, unilateral apprenticeship committees, and while we're opposed to the CWTA, if you were to negotiate one, we would urge to include language that approves all state and federally approved apprenticeship programs, which our apprentices are. The examples that were given about different airports, Sacramento County is not the Bay Area, it is not Southern California. It's still a great place to live, and it's affordable. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep it open to merit shop contractors who can bid and build the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Mona Graham. I owned no local business in Sacramento for 35 years and recently retired. What I'm concerned about is that the airport director, no one that I can hear of, has laid out a case for exactly what problem we're solving with this. It would seem to me that as a successful business owner, you have a problem, you create a solution, but you're creating a solution riddled with problems that doesn't solve a problem. So I'm standing here to say, please vote against this and keep the businesses local, keep the workers local. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ray Reilly. I'm a business owner in Citrus Heights. I've been a chamber member for a long time. I'm a member of Rotary. I thought that was neat earlier today. I also serve on the Citrus Heights Water District Board of Directors. We put together a project we call Project 2030, which was a 50-year program spending $500 million, about $10 million a year, to do infrastructure repair, pipes in the ground. It took us a dozen meetings. We did it over 3 years. I know your time scale is shorter. A dozen meetings to talk about the details of how we wanted to do this, and we didn't even talk about the union part. It's $500 million over 50 years is $10 million a year. You're talking about spending $1,300 million in a relatively short time, even though it's going to last for 50 years. I'd urge you to take some time to consider and engage the public a little more on this project to be sure that all of the issues are properly addressed. Thank you very much.
Simon? Okay, let's go ahead and take the next speaker. Maybe they had to leave, so I think we're down to Neilden.
Neilden, then Doyle, then Larissa.
Afternoon, board members. Name is Neilden John Charles, field representative for the North Cal Carpenters Union, representing the biggest trade union in the state of California. So I want to just thank you guys on taking the time to hear concerns for working people, right? Concerns and hearing our voices, and I applaud you for taking that issue up to solve that problem. But I do want to highlight the importance of some of the concerns that the carpenters do have, right? And one of these things is making sure that, as Pete mentioned, that we want to make sure that all trade unions do have a voice in the room. And currently, as it speaks right now, we feel like we don't have a voice in the discussion and hearing our concerns. So just want to make it clear that we are not opposing the CWTA. We just want to make sure that we're part of the discussion, right? And again, I want to thank you for taking the time to consider our voice and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Neilden.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Desmond and the rest of the respected county supervisors. My name is Doyle Radford, and I have the distinct privilege to represent roughly 5,500 men and women who proudly have been building this community since 1929. Labor's Local 185 members were on the big build, I think I've heard it called, and it was really in the downturn. There wasn't a lot of work going on. So when Walsh and local contractor Otto came, signatory partners of ours, and built it, they did it with a lot of local help. And I think that's what we're trying to accomplish today. And I think that's what the spirit behind a community workforce training agreement is. Let's put the local community to work. Let's give men and women the opportunity who typically aren't afforded that opportunity, the ability to get on this project, be a part of an apprenticeship program, whether it be the laborers, the electricians, or the pipe fitters. And it's a pathway to the middle class. And like Mr. Tatishi from AGC said, when the unions, when labor, and when the business work together for the common good, projects get built on time, under budget, and we're excited to build this, and we appreciate your consideration for CTWA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you hearing us today. My name is Dr. Larissa Petrucci. I'm a policy and research analyst with NorCal Construction Industry Compliance here in Sacramento. I conduct research on PLAs as a big part of my research focus, and I want to affirm what's been said today, which is that studies show in California that PLAs do not negatively impact bid competition. They do not negatively impact cost. And I think the fact that we're seeing these PLAs be renewed in Sacramento County is a testament to how effective they are and that they're beneficial. That's why we have the City of Sac PLA being renewed and new PLAs coming up in our county. And I also want to say, I know this PLA is new to Sacramento County, as an awarding agency and to these airports, but these have been around for 100 years. The first PLA in a public works project in California was in the 1930s on the Shasta Dam. So these are by no means new. They're not unique. This is a very long, tried and true agreement, and I urge you to pass it today. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Noah, Mark, then Gustavo.
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond, member of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Noah Painter. I'm the director of the LMCC, which is the Joint Labor Management Committee of National Electrical Contractors Association, Sacramento, and IBEW. PLAs create a framework for the development of community benefits, hiring from disadvantaged communities. We have career pathways into the trades. We have helmet to hard hat requirements in PLAs that include people like Bobby Cooks and John Rector here. These are huge benefits that we can create with these agreements. I want to touch on a little bit of what we had to talk about here and what we've been hearing. The past few years, the Building Trades Council has graduated over 2,600 apprentices, and that's state numbers. Those are not numbers that we're just making up. Those are numbers that are reported to the Department of Apprenticeship Services, and the non-union has graduated 602. Many of the non-union members here today are from several electrical contractors. CWTAs do not preclude them from working on this work, regardless of what their employers say or the trade associations say. Workers can work on this package of projects, go back to working on other projects for their employer, and they can take those retirement dollars with them. One last thing. Regarding the Fresno Airport contractor special advisory capacity, the contractors were on an advisory capacity board, a committee. They were not included in the negotiations. And lastly, it's highly, highly unusual for a contract organization to be given the ability to sit in on negotiations when they're not party to the agreement directly. I sit in the middle representing contractors, and I think it would be not a smart decision for the county to have that happen.
Thank you, Noah.
Good afternoon, Mark Moliner, State Building and Construction Trades Council of California. I'm a 31-year member. I'm turning into the old guy. I want to go back to Merit Shops. Merit Shops, these are hardworking men and women. I represented hardworking men and women. They're here representing contractors. We represent working men and women. The Division of Apprenticeship Standards was set, the standard and the bar is set by the labor unions programs. And they're not wrong. Their programs are accredited through the state, and they are the smallest percentage of apprentices in the state. The building trades is 500,000 members, 75,000 which are apprentices. We have the most diverse apprenticeship, the most diverse membership. I personally have 2 daughters in the industry, one in the Bay Area and one in Reno, both UA. What we're talking about today is giving a guaranteed performance program, which is the union program. The building trades set the legislation for them to not have a parallel program. In 1992, my first year in apprentice, we were trying to kill a parallel program. Pete Wilson tried to create. Tried to create right to work. We killed it. The building trades is actually who's representing these people here today. But they're here representing contractors. And we're here representing workers. And all I ask is that you please follow through with the PLA. It's proven up and down the state.
Thank you,
and
Mark.
You won't regret it.
Thank you, Mark. So we have Gustavo, Anthony, and then Peter Tichy will not be providing additional comment. Then Nick.
Thank you for your time. I am your local taxpayer living in the community, skilled and trained, state certified, and you will greatly impact my ability to provide for my family and my kids raising in this community. So I am for the no PLA.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Anthony Viscuso, and I'm a business rep for Local 16 Heat and Frost Insulators. And I'd like to speak in favor of the PLA today. But one of the things I'd like to point out is that the opposition mentioned that this would eliminate, and these were their words, 86% of the contractors, not the workers. They don't represent the workers, only their bosses. If non-union represented 86% of the workers, then their wages would prevail, not ours. The union set the standard for wages. It was talked about wage theft as it pertains to the health and welfare, to the pension contributions. And what I'd like to say is that most non-union workers make about 30% less than union workers. That's real wage theft. The opportunity to create this PLA gives us unions, creating this PLA would give us the opportunity to organize every single member in this room and bring them into a union where they could get prevailing wage on every single job they work on.
Please.
So I strongly encourage you to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, I'm Nick Blois, the new Director of Operations for the Sacramento Taxpayers Association, SACTAX. SACTAX is concerned about the proposed PLA project for the airport. For the sake of time, I'll only mention 2 items. First, PLAs tend to increase the cost of the project by 30%. On this $1 billion project, that could amount to an additional $300 million. Those dollars instead could be used to address other more pressing issues in Sacramento County, such as the unhoused crisis. These same folks could use that $300 million to build facilities to get the unhoused, mentally ill, and drug addicted off the streets. And that's what SACTAX is about, more efficient use of taxpayer dollars. As far as this airport, no other PLA has been used in the past, to our understanding, and most recently, the $140 million airport project pedestrian walkway was considered a big success. If the county has had great success without a PLA, why start with PLAs now? And lastly, let's keep taxpayer dollars local. Local workers and local businesses would be excluded from this project if you pass this PLA, as you can see by the number that are bidding. The county's own survey shows 31% of unions and 71% of non-unions would not bid if the PLA was required. The county instead should create a PLA, instead of creating a PLA, should create a local hire goals so we can ensure taxpayer dollars go to local workers to the extent we legally can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick. We have Pastor Brown, Eric, and then Richard.
Supervisors, I am Pastor Brown, and I have been around since the Golden One Arena. I established and sat on the steering committee as relates to the first CWTA that was of magnitude here in Sacramento. Since that time, in partnership, I'm the co-founder of People Working Together, that in partnership with the building trades facilitates a state-recognized pre-apprenticeship for our region, at which time we oversee the DGS projects, the UC Davis, the Aggie Squares, and all these projects that have specific and intentional language that denotes women, veterans, formerly incarcerated, foster youth, et cetera, public assistance, to ensure, to Supervisor Frost's earlier statement about compliance, to make certain that these prime contractors and subs meet all the stated goals as the CWTA outlines. We've been doing this, as you heard some of our colleagues talk about, the CWTA for City of Sacramento, 402 years, met a zip code requirement along with the barrier to employment, and of that 400, 175 came from justice involved. I vote that this PLA CWTA for the airport be used as a social and economic stimulus to continue to provide livable wages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Eric Christen, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. This is the face of the construction industry in California. This is the face. This is who's building your projects. The passive voice in which you're using as the owner of this project to determine how it's going to be negotiated is almost mind-boggling. You are the owner. You determine who negotiates the agreement that you are asking all of us to sign on to. You do not have dictated to you in the most pretentious manner possible what the negotiations will look like. You're the owner. You take charge. This is your agreement. This is what you're being asked to believe today. These aren't discriminatory. All a non-union contractor has to do is be limited to 4 of their own workers. All those workers have to pay into union health, welfare, and pension plans they'll never vest in. Non-union apprentices aren't allowed at all, and all they have to do is pay union dues. But that's not discrimination. That's what you're being asked to believe today. It's not discriminatory. You have to do every single one of those things, but everyone can bid on it. There are 6,000 electrical non-union contractors represented by just 3 of these employers. 6,000, Rexmore, Berg Electric, Helix Electric. That's not including everybody else. And they're allowed to use 4 of their own workers. This is not rational. This is not fair. You all know it. Some of you politically, I understand where you're coming from. Others of you get this. Allow for an AGC or whomever to negotiate it and to be in the room as your representative. And the 4 provisions that I just outlined,
Please wrap it up,
nobody should have to sign on to those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisors, I hate to keep you from your lunch. Richard Markison.
What lunch?
There's no lunch. No free lunch. I will limit my comment to agreeing with one of the earlier speakers. The PLA is a solution in search of a problem. You don't need it. Don't vote for it.
Thank you, Richard. Do we have comments by phone, Madam Clerk?
We do. So I'm going to ask the clerk to transfer the call.
And how many do we have in the queue?
I think we have 2, maybe 3.
Okay, and the queue's closed, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 1 minute. Caller, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, please start with your comments. You have 1 minute.
My name is Susan Sims. I'm a woman-owned small business and a non-union contractor. I'm here to say no to a PLA. First of all, core worker requirements do not apply to union contractors. Union contractors are not called contractors in a PLA. They are defined as unions. Unions do not have core requirements. Unions would not bid on a PLA if they could not use their core workers. I will not bid on a project when I have to hire 5 union workers to utilize 5 of my workers. This is discriminatory. Please say no to a PLA. Thanks.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond and the members of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. My name is Joe Lubis. I am a policy analyst with Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California chapter, ABC NorCal for short. ABC NorCal is a trade association representing almost 500 companies throughout Northern California. Of this, there are 124 contractors, 97 apprentices, and 227 graduates residing in the Sacramento region. Obviously, you are receiving tons of input from several labor unions. We want to provide our input as well, and we would like to be stakeholders for not only the airport projects, but also any other projects that will involve union input. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chairperson, that's your last caller. That's your last caller.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes our public comment, so I will bring it back to my colleagues. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Again, in light of the fact that we still have a very full schedule during the balance of today, I'll be as brief as I can. First, I want to express my sincere thanks to both sides of this issue, the decision that's in front of us today. I received, as I assume others on this dais did, briefings from both parties about their respective positions and the rationale behind both. And I also, too, want to thank our airport director and all her staff, too, for, I think, giving us much to think about in terms of especially the experience in other jurisdictions. Thus, my earlier line of questioning about not just the number of other agencies and the types of projects where PLAs and CWTAs have been employed, but the success of those experiences. And I think that speaks, or at least it resonates with me. I don't know if it resonates with others, but it resonates with me. I've already cited the largest public works project that we've had here in the region over the last 10 years, being a beneficiary of a PLA. Hopefully that's off. Thank you. So one of the things that I guess I find a little upsetting is some of the rhetoric that we've heard here today about things being un-American. And, you know, I guess we all have our own unique perceptions about what constitutes being American or not. But I'll tell you one thing that I consider American: weekends. Guess where weekends came from? I also consider what's American the fact that workers should have a voice. Workers should have access to quality health care. They should be able to collectively bargain. They should have easy routes to resolve grievances. And so, you know, in principle, I am very, very supportive of this county finally having a PLA, a CWTA, used for a large public works project. That should not be surprising to many who know me because, quite frankly, my political activism and that of my family came out of the labor movement. It came out of the UFW, the farm worker movement in the 60s and 70s. And so that has certainly helped shape my appreciation for what organized labor in general has to give to our communities and to provide for workers. So I am very supportive of the resolution to establish a project labor agreement, CWTA, for this particular project at the airport. And I would also hope that in years to come that we'd also consider it for other large public works projects here in Sacramento County. Now, earlier I asked County Council again about kind of the firmness of the resolution and what that means in terms of at least setting in motion a negotiation process. I was very interested to receive, I think we all did in writing, what the trades have some concerns about in terms of the language in the resolution. Having read it and understanding some of the arguments for the change in the language, I don't have any disputes with that. I know that Supervisor Kennedy alluded to the fact that he may have some other friendly amendments or additions. But with that, Mr. Chair, I am prepared to move that we go with a project labor agreement, CWTA, for the airport project, and that we give to County Council's office during what hopefully is at least a 30-minute lunch break, that language so that they can at least scrub it to make sure that it's all legally viable. That is some advice that I've already received from County Council's office about this. I think that's wise to do, but at least from my layperson's perspective, not being an attorney, none of it seems to rub me the wrong way. But that is my motion, and I respectfully look for a second.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Can I ask just a clarifying question, just real quick for the maker of the motion?
Yeah.
So the motion would be to adopt a PLA with the recommendations or changes to the resolution
Yes,
that have
assuming
been
that
proffered by...
Yeah, I'm making sure that there's no unintentional legal pitfalls here. And I think it's a reasonable request by County Council's office to have a little bit of time to look at it a little further.
Okay, so before we take a vote on the motion, we have some other supervisors in the queue, and I have some comments myself, so I'll go to Supervisor Hume, or Supervisor Kennedy, sorry. Or Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Good try there, Mr. Hume. It's no secret that I'm a proponent of PLAs in certain projects, particularly large, more complex projects. Not all projects, but large, more complex projects. And I've been a proponent for a number of years, as you will no doubt read on some social media later this afternoon. I believe that they do deliver certainty, stability, better coordination between the trades, and all of which leads to a more timely project and a good financial outcome. I'd like to address a few things that have been said today, though, regarding, for example, the survey. And let me preface this by saying to our staff, and Ms. Nickel, you and your staff, I've been involved with project labor agreements since probably 2004. I've never seen a granting agency go into it with such an open mind, and there were cynics on your staff who I have seen change their mind, by the way, who will remain nameless, went into it with such an open mind and did such due diligence to look at this from all sides of the coin and come up with what was not a overwhelming recommendation one way or the other, but one that you found in sound reasoning, and I really commend you for all that hard work. That's fantastic. That being said, and no disrespect to EMC, who I've used with other agencies and other projects, does fantastic work. This survey was a little thin. First of all, when many of the contractors that were responding admittedly had no experience working with PLAs. So therefore, they're coming at it with nothing but preconceived notions, misconceptions, and all of that. Second of all, the participants were self-selected, which is, we pretty much know that it's when you have a self-selected group of people, they tend to come out in opposition of whatever the question is. And those that are in favor stay home. My experience anecdotally is that many contractors who were leery of PLAs and then entered into them and worked with them because the agencies, many of whom said they wouldn't, by the way, if the PLA was adopted, and then did, found that the experience was a very good one. And in fact, I know a number of contractors and subcontractors who became signatory as a result of their experience working with them. From a customer's point of view, I've seen the same thing. I've seen very skeptical organizations that went into a PLA for political, for financial, whatever their motivation was. They went into it with skepticism, not least of which is Sutter Health, as I mentioned before, when they built one of the largest medical complexes in the state of California in Midtown, and had such a good experience that they then, although the projects were scrapped because of the economy, we're recommending that project labor agreements be used again. Sacramento Kings, we have a letter from the Sacramento Kings. They went into it with looking at the side of their eye, and we have a letter here saying what a success it has been. These are anecdotal, I realize, but they're real world experience. Furthermore, we've talked a lot about the discriminatory nature or non-discriminatory nature of a PLA. I'm not going to belabor that. I believe that council covered that quite well. It is settled case law that that is simply not the case. So, one of the things I do look at that is very compelling is the number that Ms. Nichols came up with, and that's looking at comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges. And when you have, I believe, 6 out of 7 or 7 out of 8 airport managers in larger airports, which we fall into almost, in that category roughly, saying that the PLA has been essential to their success of their project. To me, that is extremely compelling and something that we need to look at. So with that and all of the other things that I've said earlier, I seconded the motion, so I will be supporting the motion. My one concern that will be addressed if we do go with the proposed amendments by the building trades is that I can't support a resolution that precludes the county from being a party to the agreement. Nobody has a greater vested interest in this project, as I said earlier, than the County of Sacramento. County needs to be at the table. County needs to be negotiating this thing for the betterment of the county. So that's my biggest hang-up I have on the current resolution as it was drafted. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a long discussion, so I'll try and keep my comments as brief as I can. I'd like to start by thanking everyone who came out to provide testimony this morning. I know all of you have better things you'd rather be doing. Many of you probably had to take some time off in order to be here, and you'd rather be out doing the trade for which you were trained. So thank you for taking the time to weigh in on this important subject. In my previous role, this is the first time I've had to deal with this at this body, but in my previous role, I have voted against a PLA, I have voted for a PLA, and I abstained from a blanket PLA because I thought that there were some provisions in it that because it was going to be the law of the land, it was just too broad. So I've been everywhere relative to my support or not support. And the reason behind that is because I support the right of everyone to work. I support the right of an environment that is business friendly, that creates something that allows more work to be let so that it can be constructed, and that's public work, private work, the whole spectrum. And, you know, I think part of that is whether you believe we live in a world of scarcity or a world of abundance. And scarcity says that we have to fight for the little bit that's offered to us, and the world of abundance is that there's enough out there for everyone to take part. And so I put myself in the latter camp, that I believe we can create an environment that provides enough work for everybody who wants to go to work. I mean, right now we are experiencing an immense workforce shortage in the trades and obviously without the trades. That being said, you know, even if the survey was a little thin, it is the information I have to go off of. And I think the fact that that the respondents who self-identified as being either with union workers or without union workers, and I never did get those crosstabs from Ms. Bernstein before she left on how the folks that didn't identify, how they would have rated themselves relative to the likeliness or unlikeliness of bidding if a CWTA is in place. And so I can only go off of a couple of things, and I can't refute the information that was provided about the survey from Berkeley, because that only speaks to the success of a CWTA, and so you can't disprove a negative that says, well, what would have happened were that not in place? So I'm going off of the respondents from the survey, and certainly the environment that we're in being hyperinflationary, and with that aforementioned workforce shortage and the increase in construction costs that create this scenario where already we're looking at probably a higher contract cost than what we would have under quote-unquote normal circumstances. And so in looking at that, if you look at the majority of the respondents, first of all, if 70% of those who identify as without union workers would be less likely, and even if it is just a perception issue, it's how they responded. And this was the telling one, is that almost a third of the companies with union employees would be less likely. And so you're limiting the pool from which you can judge a good bid. And then in the other slides there, it's both on the whether it's a PLA, CWTA, or a fair PLA, the majority of the respondents in both categories, those with and without, project an increase of more than 10% in the cost. And this is their own projection. So again, I can't speak to what the other studies have said. I can go off of what these people are predicting, the likely bidders. And so if we're talking about the remaining 6 projects being $1.something billion, that's over $100 million in cost. That's a significant figure. And so I have a little bit of pause relative to that. I know that there's a motion and a second on the table. I would offer up either friendly amendments and or a substitute motion because I have some serious issues here. And the first, and this has been consistent going back to every PLA that I've contemplated, and that is that if there is a provision wherein the contractor or the employees have to pay into a pension plan, that at the end of that job, that pension plan or those dollars do not ride with that employee, I cannot and will not support that. I've said that from day one. And you can say, yes, they will vest after a period of 5 years, but that's a period of 5 years of working on signatory jobs. And so we can set up a different mechanism where those are put into a trust, where they're put into a cafeteria plan or a qualified 401 plan, whatever it is, but I can't support that. The other one is, and I appreciate my colleague said it's a matter of settled law, but I'm a little disappointed that within the resolution, staff put in that we would automatically be looking at using core employees. I think that is a negotiating point that you've now taken off the table. And it's problematic for me because in section 2500, where it says prohibits discrimination and it lists all the different reasonings or classes, including based on union membership, but that's exactly what's being negotiated. If you were to substitute any other protected class, it would never fly. And so, the idea that two sports teams show up for a contest and right before it's about to take place, the referee says, okay, coach, now you pick a player off the other team and they're going to be in your starting lineup. And we're going to go that way until we fill your whole starting lineup. I mean, I just don't see how it's not discriminatory. And so then the last thing is, and then the other part of that is that the attorney from the trades, Tom, I think Morello is his last name, I'm not sure, was mentioning about the hall dispatching from state or from national if there's a local workforce shortage. And so now we are not only are we not allowed to presuppose or predetermine that the workforce should be local so that those dollars are kept here, now we're actually creating an environment where we are incentivizing to draw from other areas. And then the last thing is, and this I don't know necessarily, I think this is also a negotiated point within any PLA or CWTA, but I do think that if you're a qualified graduate of an apprenticeship program that is certified by the state, that ought to count towards whatever provision there is. So again, and then the final thing I would say, and unfortunately apparently he's left as well, the points that Mr. Tatishi made relative to having a voice who is representing the contractor, not the unions, not the employees, but the contractors who will be bidding on the job to essentially stave off stumbling points or points that are going to not create a good agreement at the end of the day is an important one. And so I would like to see, however we put that provision in there, but somehow we've got to have a negotiating process that includes everyone at the table. Those are my comments, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Were you going to incorporate those into either a friendly amendment or a substitute motion, or do you want to wait to hear the rest of the comments?
Sure.
Your pleasure. Wait to hear from Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, because I'm not sure I have a fully baked motion for a substitute motion at this point.
Okay. Supervisor Frost.
Okay, I agree with a lot of what Supervisor Hume said, and I want to say that I wonder if we're going to try to make some adjustments or changes, if we should give ourselves the time to bring it back at another time so that we have time to review them and think about them and have that conversation. But my comments aside from that are, I know there are some federally funded projects that require that we do a PLA or CWTA. That's what my understanding. There are not. Okay. What I had the impression that there were some projects that were large enough that was very helpful, and at times staff had worked with federally funded large projects with a PLA. I can kind of get that. But the problem that I have is that these PLAs and CWTAs don't seem to provide for equal competition. They tend to increase construction costs. I think that's pretty well understood. and that's a concern for me. But most important, I can't support a PLA proposal without changes that protect our local workforce and our local businesses. And so that's, where my thought process is lying. And I'm not sure there's the ability to make the adjustments that Supervisor Hume talked about that would make me happy. I also want to say that in this proposal from Peter Tatishi, he mentioned that he was recommending some changes to the resolution, and one of the changes that he recommends is that we provide that on page 3 of the resolution, delete the sentence stating provide access to qualified construction workers regardless of whether they are union or non-union, and direct staff and the Construction Trades Council to negotiate more precise and accurate language. I'm not sure what he means by that, and I guess he's not here to...
That's not from Peter Tatishi. That was from...
Oh, that was from...
There's some building trades, I think, from
Building
their
trades,
attorneys.
okay. Yeah, oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't sure what well, that would make sense. I thought this was from Peter. Sorry. All right. So I guess my inclination is not support, not without changes that protect local workers and businesses.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you. As you know, I loathe to go back and forth, but since a couple of comments were aimed at my comments, first of all, union workers are not a protected class, nor are non-union workers. There's a different standard of law for that. And as far as the core employees go, every negotiation I've ever been on a PLA, the number of core employees is always shall we say, a subject of lively discussion during the negotiations, and I would fully expect that to happen here. Typically, ironically, it's to protect the non-union worker, but that is a part of the negotiation. And in Fresno, as we talked about earlier, as the one example that we talked about, where the association was privy to the conversations, it was as an advisory role, and staff always has and we could give direction, but staff or either side has the opportunity to reach out to any advisory body and group and get their input. I just don't think it's appropriate having them as a party to the negotiations.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna, I'm still waiting to get my 2 cents in.
No, and super brief, just a procedural note here. Hearing what I've heard so far, I would respectfully suggest to Supervisor Hume that he look to a substitute motion, not a friendly amendment at this point.
Okay. Well, you're not still queued up. Well, I'll speak, and then I'll see what Supervisor Hume's pleasure is. This is a very challenging situation, a very, very challenging policy decision for this body. Obviously, we are really torn. I personally am very, very torn by this. I think to myself, what this is certainly not the start of a process where the county is considering a PLA on any public works project or a public works project at a certain threshold. This is I believe we took this under consideration because it is such a large project, and we wanted to do some due diligence. I think we would have been remiss if we didn't look around at other very large public works projects and see what the impact was of a PLA or CWTA. And that is a point that it occurs to me. We didn't delve into that a lot. We've heard from both sides that we desperately need this for local hires. The other side says the same thing, and it seems I'm trying to square that in my mind. But one thing I think we didn't get, Cindy, is the ones who used a PLA, and as Supervisor Kennedy mentioned, hearing from other airports who use them, who really swear by them now in these large projects, that is impactful to me. That's influential to me. Hearing from the Sacramento Kings and the Golden One Center and the positive impact it had, I want to understand what those positive impacts were, and can we somehow quantify those impacts and assess how that offset the increased costs on the front end. And I don't know if you have a comment in response to that. Can you? Because I don't think we really delved in. We kind of touched on it, I think, at the beginning. Can you address that, Cindy, or any sense from the folks you talked to?
Sure, these are on.
There you go.
Thank you. So really, in pushing others, when I talked with other airport directors about this, there were really two things they pointed to that were advantages of having PLAs and CWTAs. And again, as I told you, many told me that they were started out being skeptical. And one of them was having the standard work rules and just the standardization, especially where you have multiple projects, having one kind of, as one of my colleagues said, one and done. You negotiate this and you have it figured out for the entire program. That's for us it'll be 6 projects actually that could be covered. The second thing that they pointed to was having the dispute resolution among different contractors and especially subcontractors be the responsibility of the trades is huge. So those are the two things they pointed to for were the keys to why they felt they worked well. You can't really do a test to see did the PLA increase cost or not unless you bid it both ways. And you also would need to conduct the project both ways to see what the final outcome is. That's really kind of impossible.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that pretty confirms, I think, what my assumption was. I mean, it's really about time and front loading some of this dispute resolution, and time is money,
right.
Obviously on the jobs. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. For me personally, it's a tough thing. I don't. This is not an all or nothing proposition. I look at, I was a member of a labor organization for 24 years, and I listened to Supervisor Cerna talking about the benefits of that, the certainty, the processes for resolving disputes. There's a lot of value in that. There's a lot of value in, I think, being a member of a union and having those protections. I understand that. On the flip side, I am also a free market person too. I don't want to stifle competition. So I just, even personally, I really struggle with this. I think it's really important to bring up again, and we heard from the representative from SAC Tax here, and he was kind of characterizing this in the context of, if we do this, it's going to prevent us from doing some other things. That is certainly not the case because of the funding source for this project. This is not a project that is going to prevent the county from pursuing some of our other priorities that this board has really come together to support, especially in terms of our homelessness and other things where we have dedicated. Right, this is an enterprise fund. Those come out of general fund. So that's an important distinction for me. Something else that comes up that I know Supervisor Hume mentioned, but I think about this as well, is if this is a community workforce training agreement, we have state certified apprenticeship programs that are non-union. How do we deal with that situation? Because I think entities that have been invested in creating a larger community workforce through a skilled and trained state certified apprenticeship program, there has to be some consideration or thought about that in a PLA if we go this route. And I think someone mentioned, Cindy, again, that there was a county that they incorporated some, I don't know if concession is the right word, but some consideration for a non-union or a state-approved apprenticeship program. Can you speak to that?
I'm sorry. I would have to check that.
Okay.
Apologies.
But I think that is something that I'm not going to, put in place provisions for negotiations here from the dais, but that is something that has to be discussed and considered during the negotiation process if this moves forward. And the other thing, as again, getting back to one of Supervisor Hume's points that really strikes me is this core provision. I think that that has to be incorporated into any kind of agreement. I would be pushing to stretch that core provision to a higher number, and I would be stretching to not do a one from here, one from there. I mean, I think an employer should be able to pull some of these core employees right off the top who work for them before going to the hall. So I think that's something else that should be incorporated into any kind of agreement that if this board decides to move forward with it. And one thing I think for me, I do agree. I'm very persuaded by Mr. Tatishi's comments. Now, I don't think that a contractor representative like AGC needs to be a signatory, but I do think that they need to be part of the negotiating team in terms of negotiating anything that if this board does decide to move forward. So with those comments, I will propose a friendly amendment to the maker of the motion. Would you agree to include that provision that the contractor's representative, and specifically, I would specifically name AGC, is not a signatory, but one of the parties in the negotiations? Or would you prefer a substitute motion?
I think a substitute motion.
Okay. So then I would make a substitute motion to move forward with the, and before I do that, really quick, so Cindy, what is the step after this? After, if we move forward with negotiations, and I do not know how this is going to move forward, if we do move forward with negotiations, would any proposed PLA come back to this board?
So that was not the plan. You can certainly stipulate that, but the plan was to get your approval to proceed with one, to then engage in the negotiations, and then start having them apply to the different projects. The most imminent one is the garage. Many of you probably have complained to me about not having parking, but that's the first project.
Okay. Our county council is keyed up here.
It's not related to what Cindy was talking about, but I wanted to inform you of some things before you continue with your motion related to the resolution as proposed by Supervisor Cerna, I think was the maker of the motion. We have consulted with the proponents of the amendments, and I think just wanted to point out that if we come back with this, they have agreed to, or we have agreed, I guess, to at least strike the first part, which talks about providing access to qualified construction workers, regardless if they're union or non-union. And that, again, is up to the board to decide, but I'm just telling you what we've learned in between the first one on the page that they provided you.
And this is the page entitled Proposed Motion
Yes,
for Airport
correct.
PLA Approval.
They had requested that we strike the first resolution paragraph that said, provide access to qualified construction workers regardless of whether they're union or non-union. I'm just trying to figure out what the board wants to do, so this is why I'm interjecting. I know. That's why I'm interjecting before you make your motion, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, Supervisor Strong.
So is there agreement then to delete that suggestion now?
There's agreement to delete that from the proposed resolution if the board wants to.
Can I interject? I'm sorry, Lisa. Can I
Yes, go
interject
ahead.
also? Just to clarify, if you look of the proposed resolution, so the proposal that we think would work is that if we delete that item 5, provide access to qualified construction workers regardless of whether they are union or non-union, and then all the language after that, the points about, presupposing what would be negotiated between the stakeholders was well taken. And so I think the county we would be okay with deleting all the language after that item 5. So the paragraph that starts with, in addition, the CWD template shall include terms and provisions that, deleting all that entirely. that does not address Chair Desmond's comment about keeping the core employees language.
This is getting very...
It is
Right,
getting very
it's
convoluted.
It's complicated because everybody has different ideas, and I think we're negotiating from the dais, but we do need direction if we're moving forward, we being county council and county staff, so.
And Mr. Chair, again, that's why I asked the question earlier, because I don't feel comfortable wordsmithing from the dais to this extent. I would just assume we take a vote, or we send council to maybe go give us some language during a break that perhaps may even address your last concern to see if there's agreement from the trades. I'd rather do that than entertain a substitute motion.
Yeah, I'd prefer that as well. So
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I didn't want us to go much farther down without having thoughts about what each board member would be.
So do you think you have enough?
Well, can you, sorry, and as I did interrupt you, so I do apologize, but could you continue on with your thought about what you were requiring? And I think that is something that is also addressed in this approach, but more direction would probably be.
So something that is crucial to me is to keep the provision that this negotiation would be done in consultation with a contractor's representative. Does not need to be a signatory to it, but analogous to how they did it at Fresno for the project there.
So consultation would be kind of the operative.
Which is what we have there now.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think, and Katrina can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the proposers of the amendment resolution have agreed that would be acceptable.
Good. There you go.
Okay.
So the motion.
Where are we?
So
I don't know. And you haven't included Supervisor Hume's comments either. He was going to make a friendly amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as maker of the motion, I would just suggest through the motion that the direction be given again to County Council's office, take the time they need to clarify everything that has just been discussed, which I think, as far as I heard, addresses some of the concerns from our chair, who it sounds like is in a position to be a swing on this. So,
right, if that provision is included in there. So, what I would ask,
state the obvious.
What I would ask is then let's have that written up, those changes to the resolution, and then come back and we can look at it again after the break, after the closed session. Or would you like to possibly consider a substitute motion then, or okay?
I just want to know what I'm voting on.
Right.
And
Right.
either
So if
have
we
that in front of me, because I can't give direction for language that then turns into direction for negotiation. You weren't over there anymore. That then turns into direction to negotiate a CWTA that never even comes back for the body for consideration.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
So I
too
think-
much leeway.
Yeah, I think we can do that
Okay.
based on what I've heard from the maker of the motion, the seconder, and the chair. Also, if you would like us to put in there that it will be coming back to the board for approval, final approval, that is.
I'm not asking for that.
No.
Okay.
Oh, Supervisor Kennedy, sorry.
No, I was punched in to address that very issue. Absolutely not.
It was not a rhetorical question. It was an honest question. Yes. Okay. So then let's do that. We will take we'll adjourn to closed session. Let's go to closed session. Then we'll take a half-hour break after closed session for lunch, and then come back here. So let's just say how long do you estimate closed session to take?
Probably 30 minutes. So I think
We'll come back at 3:30.
Come back at 3:30. Okay. So we are in recess till 3:30. Okay, it's 3:33, and we'll call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll to establish quorum.
Supervisors Cerna,
Here.
Kennedy,
Here.
Frost,
Here.
Hume,
Here.
and Desmond.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. So we are still on the CWTA item, and so we all have a copy of the amended resolution.
Yes.
And I'll open it back up for discussion or questions from my colleagues.
Would you like me to put
Or
it on?
actually, yeah, I'm sorry, Lisa, could you point out what?
Would you like me to put it on the overhead?
Yes. Yeah. And can you please walk us through it?
Yes. So do you want Metro to pull it up? They have it. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
They
so
have
I'll
it, so I
ask
don't have to
Metro
get
to
up.
bring it up. There we go.
Okay. So we've attempted to address, I think, what the board asked before we took a break. And the first change is on the third page. And the top of it is to add that we will be including the local unions, contractor representatives such as the AGC in the discussion. Didn't I say third page? Sorry. Oh, third page.
Yeah. Slide, or the pages? Metro cable?
The third page is the first change.
Metro, thank you.
There we go.
Okay. And then we added a fifth bullet. I think this is something that Supervisor Desmond wanted, which provides that the designation by contractors and subcontractors of a specified number of non-union employees hired before the CWTA's effective date as core employees, while also establishing a process for sourcing additional labor pursuant to the CWTA's requirement. And then we struck out the last sentence there. And then as discussed prior to the break, we have eliminated the additional terms that would be required in the template.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So this talks a lot about the template. A lot of our discussion this morning was about negotiations and what parties are at the table and who's signatory and all that to the agreement. Once there is an agreement, how does this address those issues?
Right, and Katrina, feel free to jump in if you would like to. I think what it does is we leave the discretion to the parties as to whether or not the county is going to be a party to the agreement or not.
Okay, that's a non-starter for me.
You don't want them to be.
No, the county needs to be a party.
Okay.
So let me, thank you. Member Kennedy, Katrina Nelson with the County Counsel's Office.
Okay, yeah.
So the way we envision it working is that the development of the template itself will be in consultation with these stakeholders, contractors, representatives, the unions and the trades. And then once we have a template that's been essentially blessed, that template is going to be attached in the procurement documents of the county that we will be issuing for each of the projects. At that point, just as any other, I think, county agreement, the contractors that will be bidding on that project will have the opportunity to review the template, ask for edits, deletions, changes. And then at that point, it would be them, the county, and to the extent any changes they request would affect whatever the trades and the unions have already agreed to, then obviously we'd go back to them.
Okay, so all right, you have a template that is part of the bid package, and basically the contractors asked to, conceptually agree to enter into such with negotiations to follow after the after the awarding of the RFP?
Right, I think, yes. The
RFQ?
template essentially kind of gives you the baseline, right? Where there's ability to negotiate, depending on what the specific needs of each project are, then you can ask for edits or changes to the project, to the agreement as applied to that specific project. Does that answer?
Okay, but then at that point, it's not just, okay, we got a template that the building trades and these other organizations had a say in, including the county. We all agree this is a good template, and then the contractor has changes, then the contractor negotiates with the county those changes, but we still have to have the building trades as a signatory to the agreement.
Yes, so the template would have as the signatories to the agreement the contractor who's ultimately selected for the project, the local unions, the trades council, and depending on kind of, what we discussed, the county may or may not be.
I wanted that formalized for the record. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. First, I just have a question procedurally. There's an existing motion and second that still stands that this is simply a clarification of that original motion and second. Is that correct?
That's correct. With, it sounds like some further modifications, because I'm hearing from the seconder that there's still some dissatisfaction with some of this language. Is that correct?
As long as the process we just laid out on the public record is followed as it was just explained, I'm okay with that. Now, if we want to formalize that and put it in an item, I would be even more inclined. But you know, we now have, you know, our staff and us, if we vote positively on this, entering into the record that this is the procedure that will be followed, and that all of those parties will be a part of the final negotiations and not just the template. I'm okay with it.
And I would also just point out in the proposal made by the proponents of the CWTA prior to the break, they mentioned that their opinion is that the determination of whether the county is a party or is not was premature, and they suggested that staff should be provided flexibility to determine the best course of action after meeting with the council.
And
so
I appreciate
think
that,
why,
and I have all due respect for the building trades,
Right.
but this is a board decision, and I want the county to be a party of it.
Right.
Thank you.
Got it.
So to answer Supervisor Hume's question, again, I would look to the seconder of the motion, having just expressed some outstanding concerns, some of which I share, that we would have to have some formal recognition by way of wording in the resolution that it's explicit that the county is a negotiating party, correct?
Seconder would prefer that, yes.
Okay. So that being said, and despite the conversation that's taken place, the changes here don't represent the issues that I had put on the record earlier. And in fact, the new parenthetical 5 is just a restatement of parenthetical 2 from below. And so I can't support this, but I would throw this out there. Is there an appetite to test for a proof of concept to dispute the allegations made by either side, either from a chronological letting of the contract standpoint or a division of, say, the air side projects and the land side projects? Is there any appetite to dip our toe in the pool, if you will?
None here.
Fair enough.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at one point in the explanation by County Counsel's office of some of the language changes, I was seeing forehead swivel no. So I would like Tom to come back up to the podium and have him address some of the changes that have been made, or all the changes that have been made, as well as some of the remarks by County Counsel's office, because we want this, if it's the will of the board to support this, we want it to be as free from ambiguity as possible. So can you offer some thoughts, please?
Yeah, thank you. What I was shaking my head about was just the idea that the negotiation would get reopened for each project depending on which contractor is ultimately selected. That's not how these public PLAs work. That's not how any other airport PLA works. The PLA set forth the terms, and then the contractor works under those terms, and that's how they have certainty from project to project, and it doesn't create
If
delay.
I could just interrupt too, that is something that our airports director stressed before the break, was one of the benefits from those that have worked with PLAs in the past. It's kind of you get it all out there, everyone understands the rules of the game, and you move forward and you find some efficiencies doing it that way. Is that right?
Exactly, and you don't want to have that additional time of having to renegotiate as well.
So where then in the red line would you make any changes? You don't have it in front of you, but.
I don't have it in front of me, but I think maybe just as part of the motion to clarify that this is the template that will be used, and that any renegotiation has to be mutually agreed upon by the.
Is there anything on the screen that where you can point to?
It says right in the resolution on the top of page 3 that the CWTA template shall be incorporated into all construction contracts awarded for the 6 SMF project listed above.
Yeah, and so the way it's written, I thought that was clear, that this is the template that's going to be used. I think what was concerning was then the explanation from the council saying that, no, this is just a template, and then it can get renegotiated per project. I don't see that in here, and I guess maybe it's the use of the word template that's creating that issue. So maybe get rid of template and just say the CWTA shall be incorporated.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy, I'll let you
Yeah, I
respond to that
just,
directly.
for starting to make the motion, I like that language much better. This template thing is very confusing.
I agree. So the motion would be to make that very change.
Make that change and additional language to make it clear that the county is a party.
Yes.
Which should be relatively simple, I would imagine. That.
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Frost.
It seems like this isn't ready. It seems like we're doing a lot of negotiating around it at the dais, and it's hard to follow what it's going to look like. And I wonder if anyone would consider tabling it and coming back with what the conversation so far, so we have a chance to look at it and consider it. It doesn't seem like this is ready to go.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Frost. I don't see any further comments, so we have a motion. And did you want to see the language first that you're going to add, or is that
I'm confident.
You're satisfied with? Okay.
I'm confident that County Counsel's office now understands the second round of changes that we've now discussed.
I will confirm that I do.
Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisors Frost and Hume voting no.
Okay, thank you, everybody who stayed here today. This has been a very difficult issue, but I appreciate the conversation and appreciate the hard work of staff, particularly our airports director. So I'm going to reorganize a few things this afternoon, and a few people here in the chamber are not going to like it. We are going to put off the fireworks issue to a later date because our next item is probably going to be a few hours, and I don't want to shortchange the presentation on fireworks. It's an extremely important issue for the community, and I'm looking at you, Lee and Dennis, and Eric Jones, our deputy county exec. So. Thank you.
Chairperson, did you want to
take a motion, or I'll move to continue that item? That's item 62. Move to continue. Do you need a specific date, Flo, or?
Yeah, so is that going to go to
October.
the next?
Second meeting in October.
Second meeting in
24th?
October.
Okay, on the 24th,
Move
yes.
to continue that item to October 24th.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Thank you, everyone who's here for that item, including our friends from Sacramento and the Sheriff's Department.
Chairperson, I was going to ask if you also wanted to ask the board to drop item 60. That's the PCN for the grocery and food market. I was going to ask the board to drop that, and so if anyone's here, they'll know that, and we can get that.
Great.
On the
And
record.
we're just dropping that. We're not rescheduling. Okay,
Drop
so moved.
that.
Second.
Okay, then that
Unanimous
leaves us with item 59. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, item 59.
Yeah, so item 59, this is a request for review of hearing officer's decision in the matter of Sahara Hookah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I don't have a decision. Yeah, Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Supervisors. My name is Blake Sequeira, Deputy County Counsel, representing business licensing in this matter. With me here today is Ms. Jacobson with the Tax and Licensing Division of the Department of Finance, Deputy Anthony Chilelli, and Deputy Mike Wajner with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, if the board has any questions for them. In front of you today is an appeal of a hearing officer's decision for Sahara Hookah, LLC. It's tobacco retailer license 12017-00034.
Blake, let me stop you there. Our county counsel is keyed up here.
Sorry to interrupt, but typically when we start these, we request that the board determine how they're going to conduct the hearing, and the recommendation is to conduct the hearing by argument only and not accept additional evidence.
Okay.
Yep, I'm agreeable to that.
Do you need a motion to that
Yes,
extent?
motion, please. Yes.
So moved.
Thank you, and sorry
Thank
to
you.
interrupt.
No,
again.
no, thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
And I've just asked appellant's counsel. He does not have any additional exhibits he wanted to submit either, so that's perfect. Thank you, Ms. Travis. The recommendation is the board conduct this hearing by argument only and uphold the hearing officer's findings of revocation and the 90-day suspension. The facts are as follows. On February 6th of this year, business licensing staff entered the business and observed numerous flavored tobacco products displayed and offered for sale in the main lobby. During the inspection, the owner of Sahara Hookah advised he was wholesale and not retail. He believed he could sell the flavored tobacco products because he was selling them online and they were exempt because they were hookah. The state of California does have an exemption for hookah. The local county ordinance does not. We're a ban on all flavored tobacco products. In light of that observation of the flavored tobacco products being offered for sale, staff did a follow-up inspection on February 15th of this year, about 2 weeks later. And during that inspection, staff once again observed the flavored tobacco products still being displayed and offered for sale in the main lobby. And I should backtrack. On February 6th, staff did have a conversation with the owner, Mr. Keiko, and advised that flavored tobacco products are not allowed to be offered for sale and told him that he needed to remove the products. 9 days later, on the 15th, the products were still being offered for sale. About 2 weeks later, on March 8th, the Department of Finance issued a notice of suspension for each of the observed violations. The first notice of suspension was for a 30-day suspension for the first violation, and then due to it being a follow-up secondary violation, issued a 90-day notice of suspension. On March 10th, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office performed an undercover operation at the subject business. A plainclothes deputy entered the establishment and purchased a regulated tobacco product. Now, I should backtrack and point out again that this business is licensed as a wholesale-only business. It is zoned wholesale, it is not zoned retail, and its business license conditions were clear, wholesale only, no retail sales allowed. So on March 10th, when the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office performed the undercover operation, the business did in fact sell a regulated tobacco product to the undercover deputy. At no point did the agent or the owner for the business ask the deputy if he had a wholesale license, if he was licensed to resell the tobacco products. It was very much a retail sale to the deputy. 4 days later, on March 14th, this is now the fourth inspection in that 2-month period. On March 14th, licensing staff and deputies from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office went back to the business for an additional follow-up inspection. During that inspection, 2 separate members of the public at 2 separate times, so one came and then moments later another one came, looking to purchase tobacco products. Both members of the public indicated that they were looking to purchase personal use. One said they wanted a vape pen, and one said they wanted a backwoods tobacco product. Neither of them were licensed for retail. The individual who indicated he wanted to purchase a vape pen advised officers that he has purchased tobacco products from this facility previously, and again, he did not have a license to resale. So again, another example of a retail sale conducted at the facility. Additionally, on March 14th, during that inspection, deputies continued to observe flavored tobacco within the establishment and again reminded them that they cannot sell flavored tobacco products online. It's regulated and not legal, and that flavored tobacco, even for hookah, was banned in Sacramento County. As a result of these findings and the numerous inspections, both the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office and Business Licensing worked with the Department of Planning for Sacramento County. The Department of Planning reviewed the reports and determined that the subject business was in fact in violation of the Sacramento County zoning code. The business again was zoned wholesale only, and the business license clearly listed wholesale only, no retail sales. As a result of this, on April 7th of this year, the Department of Finance issued a notice of revocation. That brings us to the appeal hearing. On June 29th of this year, an administrative hearing was conducted to determine the validity of the two suspensions, so the 30-day and the 90-day, and then ultimately the revocation over both the tobacco and general business license. The hearing officer issued an order, that's Exhibit A of the brief in front of you today, and in the order, the hearing officer upheld the 90-day suspension, did not uphold the 30-day, and upheld the revocation of both the tobacco and general business license. The hearing officer found that Sahara Hookah violated the Sacramento zoning code, finding, and I quote, Sahara Hookah became a de facto retail smoke shop and violated local zoning laws as well as the conditions placed upon their license pursuant to Sacramento County Code 4.06.060A. In addition, the hearing officer found that the appellant continued to offer flavored tobacco products for sale, and I quote, after receiving notice from the county in early 2022 that the ban on flavored tobacco products was in effect starting July of 2022, and after being told by licensing staff directly on February 6th of 2023 that the sale of flavored tobacco products in Sacramento County was a violation of the Sacramento County Code. The hearing officer went so far as to say these actions show a complete disregard for the law. With that, I think the facts are fairly clear that this is not a one-time incident. There are multiple incidences that have occurred in violation of the Sacramento County Code and zoning violations. We would ask that the appellant's appeal be denied and that the hearing officer's order revoking the special business license, the tobacco business license, and the general business license be upheld along with the 90-day suspension. If staff has any questions, or I'm sorry, if supervisors have any questions, myself and staff is available. And at this point, I will turn the floor to Mr. Keiko and his counsel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm Jeff Kravitz, appearing here on behalf of Mr. Keiko, who owns Sahara Hookah. So the essential issue here goes to the level of discipline that should be imposed, and there has been no progression of discipline to Mr. Keiko's business. He's operated for many years without any incident. So essentially, this incident, we recognize that there is more than one, all happening within a short period of time. His first discipline, essentially, is to have his license revoked and him put out of business. So let's look at the two issues, because they are separate issues that should be understood. The issue of flavored tobacco is not as clear-cut as people think. Indeed, there was testimony at the hearing in which people admitted that there has been some confusion. First, we must note that Sacramento County and numerous other counties accepted and wanted the hookah lounge business. People opened them up. It was no problem whatsoever. He supplied these businesses. It was a completely legal business up until about a year and a half ago, if I'm understanding correctly. What the state laws have done is they've said that the sale of flavored tobacco can be allowed for hookah establishments as long as it's in compliance with local law. And it is true that the County of Sacramento has prohibited all such sales. But Mr. Keiko's business is a wholesaler. I think, the issue is not that he was selling it online, but that he was selling it wholesale. He was of the belief, which, by the way, is a completely logical belief if you put yourself in the position of a business owner. He owns a wholesale business. A customer calls him who owns an establishment in another county in which it is legal to sell flavored tobacco in a hookah establishment. They own a hookah establishment. They say, yeah, we want some of that. Do you have it? Which, of course, he had purchased before these laws went into effect, right? I mean, there's no real guidance as to what you were to do with these products if you had already invested in them, which we know were completely legal at the time that he purchased them. There's no question about that. So then they would contact him, or they'd come to his shop, and yes, he had them on display. This is important to note. He was not, there is no evidence of any retail sales or even of wholesale sales being made at that establishment. He was of the belief, which I again put to you when you read the law, is perfectly logical, that you could sell them wholesale to people who were selling them retail in other areas. Indeed, the purpose of the law, as far as I understand it from the county, is to stop the retail sale of flavored tobacco products to individuals. I mean, they are legal and sold in other counties. So a warehouse, so my understanding of the law, although the law, I will put this to you, does not explicitly state this, no county ordinance states this, but that it would be essentially illegal, as far as I can understand, to own a warehouse that would have any of this in there. The law doesn't say this, but this is the only way we can interpret it. It would be illegal to have the warehouse, because if somebody was to order from you the product, the flavored tobacco product that you purchased legally and had in your warehouse legally at the time you purchased it, if they live in another county where it is legal to vend it in retail and you have it stored, my understanding, and there was some discussion of this at the hearing, is the county is now saying that it would be illegal for you to supply the product to a place where it can be sold legally. And I don't think that's a logical extension of what the law was supposed to mean.
Could you start wrapping up?
Oh, I could. I mean, but the other issue that we have, of course, is the retail sale. There is no dispute. It's in the evidence that at the sign of the door said wholesale only, no retail sales. The door was locked most of the time in their encounters. His door was locked when they came there. There's one purchase of product at a retail amount. Now, technically, his license listed retail, but then put conditions on it that it was a wholesale only in this zone. Again, this is one violation. And what you're saying is, for his one violation, the first punishment is revocation. That's it. No attempt to get generally speaking, the goal of government is to get people to comply with the regulations. And he wants to comply and operate his business, pay his taxes, and be a good citizen. And therefore, we ask for our appeal to be upheld and for a remedy to be imposed in this case, which is more in keeping with the spirit of the law and with the goal of allowing people to operate businesses in the county.
Thank you. Does your client want to say anything?
Want to say anything, sir? You're free to do so.
I just want to say it's super confusing because I have 4 different licensing.
Okay.
It says I'm paying for.
Stand between the two microphones there where your attorney is.
Yeah, I have 4 licensing. I have general business license. I have tobacco retail license that makes me pay for it where I can't use it. And I have a wholesale license. I have 4 different licensing. And my door is always locked because for many, many reasons. People always try to come in, try to buy stuff. There's a sign that says for wholesale only. We lock the door because last year we got break in 4 times, break in the business. 4 times. So now we lock the door for safety reason. For people always gonna come try to buy merchandise, no matter where you at. Always gonna try to buy 1 or 2 or 3. We lock the door. We told the people we're open for wholesale only. We can't stop people from coming that way. Sometimes people, they send other people there. Some people say, oh, I'm here from the hookah lounge. I work at the hookah lounge. I'm here to buy flavored tobacco. We never sell cigarettes. We never sell cigars. The only thing we sell is hookah flavored tobacco.
Okay.
That's about it. And we've been in business for 20 years. I never had any issues with anybody. And I pay my taxes on time. And I support local sheriff departments.
Thank you.
Every year. I donate for them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll go now to Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, a couple of, first, Counselor, I have a comment that you alluded to. You obviously watched the hearing, or at least got the information from it. We did allow for a significant grace period, recognizing that people would have product on hand. So we did contemplate that and adopt that. I guess one of my questions is, okay, you say it's wholesale only. Yes. If a wholesale customer came up and knocked on your door to purchase it, would you sell it to him at the site? A wholesale customer.
Only if they have a tobacco license,
okay,
and seller permit, and it has to be as long as it's not expired. It has to be legit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Any additional? Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. So I wasn't here when the ordinance was passed that made the county's code stricter than the state code. So I appreciate that component can be confusing if it's allowed at the state level, even though other flavored tobaccos are banned, then I can understand that that's confusing. My issue and my umbrage with what has transpired here is that you're claiming, and I find the claim to be specious at best, that this undercover officer just happened to be the only person that ever wandered into the store and bought retail tobacco. I think you know as well as I do that was not the case, as evidenced by the other two people who were there to buy tobacco and said, yeah, we've bought it here before. So at the very minimum, there was a scofflaw attitude relative to the no retail sales aspect of the license. So I don't know if there's a way to split the baby on this and allow you to continue to have your wholesale license with no storefront, which if you are legitimate in your claims, you would be willing to do, because there's no reason anybody should just show up on your doorstep expecting to be able to buy product. But I think that in this, given the evidence that's been presented, there's a pattern of behavior here that is probably legitimate.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hume. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments by my colleagues as to the facts of the case. I would just add, too, that you seem very knowledgeable as a wholesaler, and as such, how many others of your expected customers do you expect to come in and buy a single vape pen? I mean, that's the part that's kind of sticks in my mind here, is that part of the facts, as they were explained, was that there is the sale of a single vape pen, and I think it can be said pretty fairly that most wholesale activities are sales that are dealt in bulk. So again, as Supervisor Hume referenced, I really question whether or not the understanding of the regulation is really understood, or is it just something that it's a calculated risk that you're taking by engaging the activities that you have? So with that, I'm going to move that we adopt the findings and orders of the hearing officer and deny the appeal and uphold the order of the suspension.
Okay, any other public comment, Madam Clerk?
Oh, let me double check. You're on item 59. Sorry, I'm several screens behind. I do not have any public comments for item 59. Let me just double check with the clerks. Yeah, no comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think everybody's voted.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Move on to item 61.
Yes. For item 61, this is a request from Supervisor Kennedy to introduce an ordinance to add Chapter 9.130 to Title 9 of the Sacramento County Code relating to retaliatory eviction and tenant anti-harassment, waive full reading and continue to September 26th for adoption.
Okay.
Chair,
Mr. Kennedy,
considering
you
the
gonna take it
time,
off, or is-
well, yes, but considering the time, I just want to start by apologizing to my colleagues. If you don't mind, I'll just, okay,
Yes.
thank you. I appreciate the time, and I won't take much of it. I brought this forward at the request of the organization that we will see here today, of ACE, but it wasn't ACE's doing that really made me bring this to this hearing board. It was some real tragic incidents that I have seen in District 2. And I will preface everything that I say here, and even the introduction of the ordinance, to say that this is not a condemnation on the rental housing industry by any means. I believe firmly and strongly that the vast majority of rental housing landlords are honest, good people making a living, and frankly not violating anything that's outlined in this ordinance. However, there are bad actors out there. One example that I worked with code enforcement was an apartment complex down off Franklin Boulevard that was over 300 units, many or most of which were either immigrant families or even undocumented people who do not deserve to be treated the way they were being treated. I witnessed myself harassment. I myself went with code enforcement when we did a sweep and I visited the units. These folks were paying upward of $2,000 a month to live in squalor. I saw the complaints that were made and that were not answered. Ceilings were falling in, air conditioning units didn't work, no CO2 monitors, no fire monitors, no banisters going upstairs where there's families. Saw one 2-year-old child in the middle of a stairwell that could have easily fallen off. I mean, it was horrendous conditions, and it's not the only one. And so, seeing that these folks were afraid to come forward because of the retaliation that they had seen in the past. Things as minor as, it's not minor if you depend on your transportation to get to work and you depend on work to pay your rent, but their cars being towed out of their own parking spots. Threats of bringing in ICE. It was really, it compelled me to do this. I do not believe in overregulation, but I also believe in fair regulation when it's necessary. Again, this does not affect, by and large, a vast majority of the landlords that are out there who are good actors. This is the bad actors that it would address. I will also say that, in the past when I've represented industry, electrical industry in particular, we were constantly regulated, and the association that I worked for, the National Electrical Contract Association, almost across the board welcomed that regulation because it weeded out the bad actors and not their members. I feel the same way about the California Apartments Association, the Realtor Association, that this is not aimed at any of those organizations. This is aimed at those that are not falling within societal norms. So that's the genesis of this, we will hear probably from opponents that much of this is already, if not all, is already established in various places in state law. That is true, but there's many times that local governments adopt ordinances that are repetitive of state law in order to, first of all, consolidate the issues into an ordinance, but also to reaffirm the community's commitment to that subject matter. So that's why I brought this forward, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Well, I will just say I appreciate it. You and I spoke about this, and I appreciate your advocacy and these situations you've highlighted that are just absolutely deplorable, perpetrated by some bad actors. As you know, we've talked a lot about the support that this body provides to the very, very vulnerable refugee community in Sacramento County, and I think that's where you see some of those worst instances of taking advantage of tenants who have language difficulties, don't understand our system. So I certainly appreciate you highlighting the issue. So I don't know, did you have any comments? Because I had you on our notes here, County Council.
No, I do not.
No, you don't. Okay. Well, I don't see any other supervisors keyed up right now, so we'll turn directly to public comment.
Yes. So let me display that. We have about 39 signed up and a few phone comments.
Okay.
So
we'll take the first few, and then we'll close the queue.
Okay. So if you see your name on the list, if you could come down to the podium, please. And I have Herman. Okay. Next would be Donald.
And as Donald's making his way to the podium, are you? Okay, that's fine. Are you, sir, are you Donald? Yes. Okay, as you're making your way over, I did invite, please McDonald, please come on over. Just letting my colleagues know, I did ask our code enforcement chief and one of our community prosecutors, Ron Linthicum, in case board members had questions about some of our current efforts to protect tenants. So.
Good afternoon. My name's Don Leake. I own a little 6-unit apartment complex in Fair Oaks that I restored from a abandoned and bankrupt project. I've spent 5 years getting it up to rentable condition, dealt with some unsavory characters, to put it mildly. This is my retirement. I need every dime that I can get, and if this may jeopardize my retirement, my future. So as much as I appreciate the conditions you talked about, I've never seen or heard anything like that. So I'm very discouraged to hear it. And that's about all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Robert?
Okay, I've been hearing about bad actors and that are landlords when I was in a 10th unit. Now that I'm an 8th, I'm hearing the same things. They'll claim it's going to hurt business. They're going to that's all BS in my opinion. I mean, they've changed locks. Only time you can change a lock is when you're being evicted. Why don't the CAA and the California Apartment Association police themselves or educate themselves about state law so we won't have all these bad actors that are landlords? Why don't they treat tenants with respect? And I live in District 1. I'm Bill Cerna's district. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Next is Matt.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt McDonald from the California Apartment Association, which represents over 3,000 members in Sacramento County and over 60,000 members statewide. We're here today in opposition to the proposed ordinance. I'd like to note that we've submitted a letter to each of you for the record detailing our opposition. The central problem with this ordinance is that it is highly redundant of existing state laws that already provide extensive protections for renters, yet it increases the threat of significant new litigation for housing providers. The only winners here are overzealous attorneys who will make a cottage industry of weaponizing this ordinance against property owners. The acts of harassment described in this ordinance include intimidation and coercion covered in Civil Code Section 1940.2, discrimination covered in the Fair Employment and Housing Act, California Government Section 12955, abusing right to entry covered in Civil Code Section 1954. I have more, I could go on. Frankly, these code sections do a much more thorough and articulate job of defining these abuses than this draft ordinance does. Bullying property owners with governmental overreach will not move the ball forward with respect to fairer and more equitable housing. CAA is willing to be a partner in constructive solutions, but it is disappointing to see yet another government body focused on finger-pointing rather than collaboration and public education of tenants' existing rights under the law. We urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt.
Supervisor Hume, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Matt, if you could, Matt. First of all, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I think Supervisor Kennedy said in his prologue there that he recognizes that a lot of this is redundant, just as you mentioned. Mm-hmm. Can you maybe explain for us what you do as an organization to both educate your clients as well as provide resources for those who might be seeking?
Sure. So compliance, education of our existing members, those are key elements to what we do. So, we wouldn't be as effective as we are if we didn't have that as a major element of our core competencies. So, routine educations, we have a ton of resources on our website for our members that are designed to prepare and continually educate our members on new and changing regulations in the environment. So it's an ongoing process, but it's paramount in what we're doing.
Do you, and I appreciate that, thank you, and obviously that's important for keeping your members up to date. Do you also have a link or anything on your website that directs people who might be having issues to the appropriate agencies and ways
Are you referring to the tenant side?
Yes.
So there are a ton of resources on our website that tenants, that any member of the public can use to understand existing law. There's, obviously different resources that are member side,
right.
But there are resources regarding existing state law and regulation, existing local law and legislation, and it's separated by different major local government jurisdictions as well. So there is a Sacramento region tab, there is a San Francisco region tab, Los Angeles, San Diego, that's focused on regulation within those municipalities as well.
And I appreciate that. And the reason why I ask, because if we're talking about somebody who's dealing with a stressful situation, who maybe has a language barrier, and their search engine takes them to your front door, I want to know that maybe there might be a way for them to navigate some help from your page.
Yeah, and we welcome any input from you or any other government body, elected officials, that says, hey, here's an area where we see some improvement that you can make in terms of helping to educate the public. We welcome that criticism.
Thank you.
Don't go away.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Supervisor. Matt, Supervisor Cerna has some other questions, and I will say I also plan after public comment. I do want to ask staff a few questions about some of this very topic.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate the explanation of resources generally, but how much of some of the circumstances that Supervisor Kennedy mentioned that I think all five of us can agree is unacceptable in Sacramento County, how much of that would you say is due to lack of enforcement?
My opinion would be that that's a significant area. I mean, what we're looking at right now is legislation to expand on, or I should say, or duplicate existing legislation.
Right. And this is why I'm asking the question, because I'm kind of compartmentalizing policy separate from what comes next, which would be enforcement per a policy, whether it's state or county. And so I guess what I'm looking for is like an industry insight about what you know or believe or feel is really attributable to not enough resources on the back end in terms of enforcement to fulfill the intent of, let's say, the state policy.
What I would say to that is that enforcement of these issues is the key. I can't speak to how much the county or the city or another local government invests and whether that is enough, but it's not for lack of regulation that these incidents occur.
Fair enough.
So,
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Aaron, Michael, and then Raymond.
Good afternoon or good evening now, Chair Desmond and County Board of Supervisors, Aaron Teague, on behalf of the Sacramento Association of Realtors and the 6,000 plus members throughout Sacramento County. Today, we respectfully oppose the creation of a tenant anti-harassment ordinance. As community members, we understand the current housing shortage disproportionately impacts low-income residents. Still, we need to recognize that California has some of the strongest rental protections in the country. The proposal references current tenant harassment but fails to identify the types of harassment that fall outside the protections of existing state law, or that harassment goes beyond the tools that the county can utilize to eliminate or penalize bad actors, such as the rental inspection programs. The proposal does highlight a lack of tools and resources that tenants and property owners can use to review or call, such as a hotline, so that everyone understands their rights, responsibilities, and protections in the county. SAR commits to working in partnership to create a hotline, a website, or resource point person to help educate and be a resource for those in need of help, especially crisis help. SAR has always partnered to inform its members, often mom and pop housing providers, on being responsible and compliant with all local and state regulations. We want to continue to grow that partnership in a way that can provide a more robust resource to tenants so that they can help understand what their rights are and executing them. However, creating an ordinance like this will create an unsustainable liability for the mom and pop housing providers that typically provide single-family housing. Many of them are getting out of the market by selling their property. And when this happens, it puts more constraints on the existing single-family homes that families are looking to rent. We hope to continue to be part of this critical conversation as a housing stakeholder in Sacramento County. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, please close the queue for in-person and phone public comment.
Do that now.
Okay, Michael.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Michael Enyart. I currently live in Del Paso Heights. In 2021, I became a victim of a very unusual eviction. And having gone through it all now and have experienced what is available to people who run into this problem, there's a few comments I'd like to make regarding that. Having the policy that they're talking about doing, giving people an opportunity to have a place to go, is good. Our organization, ACCE, is trying to find ways to do that. But before that happens, if you're, let's say, husband, wife, and 3 children that have been renting a house for 15 years, and all of a sudden your landlord does not like something, doesn't care what you're doing, doesn't matter, because with cause, you can be evicted in as little as 3 days. So what I'm suggesting is you folks that have the foresight and perhaps the finances to make a way for people that are going through this to be able to talk to a licensed attorney. And I'm not saying go to legal aid. They've got 5 people on their staff. It takes 2 weeks to get a phone call in. We need to have a place to go to where we can talk to an attorney. So because we got screwed, we went into our meeting and our landlord brought his attorney, and we were waiting for ours. He didn't show up. So it's, my opinion is right now that the landlords think they're God, the landlord owners. They think they're God, and with the help of their attorneys, they're able to get the courts to bend to the will of the landlord. Evicted for cause. Evicted for cause. Think about that, gentlemen. If somebody came up to your house tomorrow and said you've got 3 days to leave, you'll be in a tent with the rest of the homeless people here in Sacramento. So those are the things that I think you should consider. There should definitely be a way for people who are having trouble with their landlords to go to an attorney so that we have a fighting chance in court, because right now we don't have that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. We're not. I know we won't get into a back and forth with everybody who provides public comment, but I think after all the public comment today, I was when I was a young law student myself at McGeorge, I participated in the landlord-tenant clinic, which they don't even have anymore. So we have a lot, I think, in a lot of ways, a lot less resources, both legal and non-legal, that we used to have. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the last speaker, Mr. Enyart, mentioned started by mentioning he's a tenant in Del Paso Heights. I just wanted some clarity. I assume that this proposal is intended for the unincorporated county. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that, because there was also another speaker that acknowledged that he lives in District 1, and District 1 is primarily the city of Sacramento. So I think it bears mentioning that there's some geographic considerations here that people should understand, is that if you are a tenant living in one of the 7 cities, then what we're considering here today would not apply, correct?
I currently live in Del Paso Heights, but I was living on W Street right by the freeway.
Same thing applies. You'd still be in the city, not the unincorporated county. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Raymond, Shalonda, and Ula. Raymond? Good afternoon, sir.
course, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. I really appreciate that. You guys know I'm very busy. But I just want to talk a little bit about the ordinance around the homeless people, And I agree very much. I think this proposal, this thing that we're trying to get at is going to be able to balance the kinds of needs we have in this community. There's contending forces, but we all need to be able to make sure that all of them, to the best as possible, get the kind of service they need in balance with everybody else. Now, I need to tell you something about landlords, if you don't know already. If you're not landlords, you may not know it. If you are, well, you can talk your piece. But I haven't been a landlord since the age of 27, okay? And all those years of going to be a landlord, it is no question. Landlords systematically and habitually do not give security deposits back. They do not give them within the required 10 days. After that, they have to go to a small claims court. They get a judgment. But who is the one that is actually get their money back? That is one instance. Other instances is that when a tenant calls up for an issue in their apartment, what the landlord will want to do, and especially the commercial landlords, what are some of the companies now? Mark, I don't have the names, but these companies, when you go in there, they charge you $30 to put in the application. Then they charge you more money to check out your references. While you get through the whole process, you're broke. You ain't got the money to even rent that place. There is a real serious question in our community about how the landlords really wish or wish not to compensate for the needs of the entire community. Now, we're having too many interests. We have too many landlords. We have too many special interests.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Thank you. Wait a sec.
Could you please wrap up your comments?
Okay. Well, all I can tell you is that landlords need strictures, they need regulations, and they need to be in hard teeth because they will take advantage
Mr. Lee,
as much as they can.
Could
Thank
you wrap up
very
your
much.
comments?
Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Thank you,
Bye-bye
sir.
now.
Shalonda?
Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Shalonda Barksdale, and I live at Lotus Landing, South Sacramento. We have residents over there who are literally dying a slow death. They have black mold. The landlord isn't worried about it. My air conditioner went out a few months ago. I had to be admitted to the hospital for a heat stroke. And guess what? Oh, well, my balcony needed to be repaired. She wouldn't do it. I came out of my pocket to repair my balcony, and everybody who helped me, I paid for that. And of course, I was not reimbursed, and it was just like oh well. So I have pictures here of the sewer system that backed up. Only thing that ever gets done around there is if someone calls code enforcement. I have called code enforcement so many times that when they come out, they know me by face and name. I've called that much on that woman because nothing gets done, and we can't get any help. So I'm asking you guys, Mr. Kennedy, if you could, give us some kind of help. We need it desperately. Desperately. Would y'all guys like to see the photos?
You can hand them to the clerk, please, and we'll make sure we get a copy. Thank you for bringing those. And I'll say, we do have you mentioned you've talked to code enforcement many times. We also have one of our district attorneys, deputy district attorneys here as well, because there have been times that they have gone after landlords for criminal prosecution for some of the very things that you're describing. And this all, I think, rolls into a larger discussion about, I think, folks understanding some of the resources are out there and us doing a much better job in making sure people are aware of those resources. So thank you.
And I would just point out, too, based on what you just said, Mr. Chair, that, and I would look to Ron in the audience from our DA's office, that despite what I mentioned earlier about the context of this proposal affecting just the unincorporated county, prosecution happens countywide, or can happen countywide, correct? Thank you.
And I think, after public comment, may put you both on the spot and ask you to just say a few words about the programs and some of the work you're doing. So I think that'd be important, regardless of the action the board takes today. Any opportunity we have to highlight some of these things, I think, is important. Okay, next.
Okay, next is it Eula? Ula.
Ula.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Ula Koto, and I'm a member of ACE.
Oh, Ms. Ula,
on the other side? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Just stand between them. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, I live in District 2 at 141 apartment complex. I support the tenant harassment policy because in December of 2022, I was served this notice. I was stuck on my door, and I had to literally open up the door to get into my apartment. This was when I really felt like, because our apartment was sold in 2021, and the property management took over. And when this happened in 2022, December of 2022, I felt that they had crossed the line because I felt threatened. And I'm here today because, anyway, the notice reads that you must permanently comply. This is a notice to permanently perform covenant or quit. And the notice says that I must permanently comply. You must not disturb other residents, neighbors, visitors, or landlord agents or employees. You must not disrupt the business activities of landlords, agents, or employees. You must not interfere with the quiet enjoyment of the community. Okay, I felt that this was not right because the reason why I went door to door was to invite the tenants, because mostly are seniors and some do not speak English. And I felt I had to do something about the behavior of the property manager. And so I went around door to door with a fellow member and invited the tenants to a meeting at the South Sacramento Library to discuss the issues we were facing at the time. And the issues we were facing in 2021 up to this moment is habitability and repairs. And also the insurance, rental insurance policy. I have an associate's degree in real estate and finance, and I also did paralegal studies. So this was something that I didn't feel comfortable with.
Ms. Cotto, I'm so sorry. Could you wrap up your comments, please?
Oh,
You're
okay.
past your time.
Yeah, so I feel because of what had happened, I felt that I had to notify the executive management. I wrote to them personally and to the Attorney General, and I gave all the evidence. And in this, July of this year, the Attorney General issued a memo to all the Housing Authority agency to let them know that they cannot, overcharge the Section 8 tenants. So I'm asking if, because of the fact that people are old, the seniors,
Ms.
and they
Cotto,
don't.
could you please wrap up your comments?
Yeah,
You're past your time.
I'm almost there.
Okay, ma'am, we have a lot of public comment. Can you please just make your final comment?
Yeah, so I'm asking that you please support the local policy to address the tenant harassment, because some of them don't speak English and most of them are elders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jesus?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all the representative for the County of Sacramento. My name is Jesus Figueroa Casio. I am here today to support the anti-harassment policy. Well, I am a renter. I believe everybody pretty much know about my case. I had a case that I was getting evicted from my apartment complex. First of all, it was no representation for me. So the anti-harassment, I won my case, and then now my apartment complex, they come and tell me, oh, I need to pay extra bills, all right? And then I said to myself, why would I have to pay extra bills? My insurance for my renter's insurance is paid for the entire year. I paid my rent with my receipt, and I went and talked to my landlord, to to the guy in the office, and I tell him, this is my paper. My rent is paid. My insurance is paid for the whole year, and you charging me for money? What did that look like? This is harassment. This is stealing. So I understand I got resources that I can go through this, and some people don't have that ability, and I'm willing to help other people when I see them or they ask me. But this anti-harassment, they have to be passed in this county, in California at all. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous here. Anyway, so this is necessary because a lot of those apartment complexes, they don't care about us. They just want to collect money. They don't know how hard we have to work just to pay those months every month. I have a son in college that right now he's starting to become a pilot. All right, it's very expensive. He have to go to another state because California wouldn't give me no loan. Every place I applied for loan for my son was reject. So I have to send him to another state. So I have to work 16 hours every day, pay my rent and pay my son's rent. And I don't want to go through no harassment. So please, members of the county, touch your heart and let this law pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kimberly So. I'm an ACE member. I'm in Phil Cerna's district. Thanks for being here today and listening to our comments. I know there could be a lot of backlash from the Realtors Association and the Apartment Association, and I know some of you received campaign contributions from those agencies. So I'm here to reiterate this is not an attack on good landlords. My story, I have several stories, but the one I'm going to tell today, which I am not my story. I hate this story, but here it is. I live in Oak Park. I was relocated to Sacramento from Oakland. I'm a survivor of domestic terrorism. I'm also a survivor of domestic violence, but domestic terrorism is one notch up or two notches up. So I worked with the district attorney. My landlord took fees and worked with the district attorney to move me into the single-family home I live in Oak Park, and then I moved. But anyway, so he used to, him and his wife are swingers, and he used to come and sexually harass me, and all our conversations seemed to revolve around sex. He even had me undressed in my apartment one time. It ended. He realized what he was doing was very wrong. I was very vulnerable. I moved up here. I was alone. I didn't know anybody in my community. I was totally depressed because the domestic terrorism that happened was my daughter's boyfriend. He came after my son with a knife, then me with a knife, and sliced my daughter's back up. She's still with him today. That's not the story. But then my landlord knew my vulnerability. He took advantage of it. I couldn't move because I had 2 pit bulls. It's not easy to move it. And I wanted to commit suicide, to be quite honest with you. I didn't want to live anymore. But I knew nobody could take care of my dogs. I had to live. So I was relocated to a next apartment. That was 4 years ago. I've been under the same owner for 9 years. Before I was moved, they were remodeling the house. There's an in-law unit in the back. I did some cleanup and work, and I was watching the progress of the in-law unit in the back.
Can you wrap up your comments,
Absolutely. Please? And so that last incident, I was in there checking out the apartment, and my landlord put his fingers around my wrist and told me his penis is that big. I'd been sexually assaulted by him for so many times, and I'm here to tell you to please consider this bill because it's very important. I did go to the police. They put me through weave therapy. I'm very grateful for that, but there's been no follow-up for my report done for that sexual assault that's happened.
Thank you
for your time.
Thank you.
Keon?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am, like many tenants here in Sacramento, paying more than 30% of my rent, of my income to my landlord. And I think that it's common sense to really make sure that people that can't afford six-figure lawyers to represent them and know the ins and outs of city, county, and state government and state tenants' rights laws should be more protected than the people like the California Realtors Associations. And I think it's also important that we as a democracy, if we are to call ourselves that, it's really important that our elected officials are really taking the key of what is justified in their decision-making versus what is ethical in their decision-making. And if there is a conflict of interest, such as some of you owning property and standing to be impacted negatively by having increased or stronger laws for against tenant harassment, then you should recuse yourselves. And here's a simple reason why. $22,350. That's how much the California Association of Realtors, which just gave comment earlier, has contributed to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Hume, you received more than $5,200 in the last election cycle in your first year. Supervisor Frost, you received $5,250 from the same association. $15,500 is how much the California Apartment Association has contributed to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Frost, you received $3,500. Supervisor Hume, you received $5,000 in your first year. I'm going to name those out, and I didn't name everybody here. Everybody on this board has accepted it, but so far as I can tell, based upon the commentary here, only 2 of you are within the California's ethical code. But even if you weren't, and there weren't such things as, campaign finance laws and whatnot, I think it's really important not to ask yourselves what is justified in your decision making, but really what is ethical. And democracies, and I will wrap up. Democracy is really only as powerful as and as strong as the people who view it as legitimate. So really consider how your decision today is going to impact the legitimacy of the democracy that you claim to represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Keon.
Okay, Caesar.
Thank you, Keon. How's it going, Board of Supervisors? Wow, some really heavy stories that we're hearing from folks. I feel so grateful that I haven't been in that position. I am in your district, Phil Cerna, so this wouldn't affect me directly. But yet I still feel compelled to come up here and speak to you all about the need for this. We've heard multiple stories so far about the actual harassment that does exist, that isn't, that folks are not protected from. Although there are, as have been called by some folks here today, redundancies in this. Again, I will echo what Keon just said. We need to ask ourselves, what is the ethical thing to do? What is the ethical stance for this county to take to make sure that we're protecting the people that you are here representing? We know that these types of harassments are still going. We know that it doesn't happen in every instance. But irregardless, the fact that they are occurring is unacceptable. And we have an opportunity here to do something that will protect each and every one of your constituents. We need to lean into the opportunities to actually address these issues of sexual harassment, of displacement, of dehumanization. There are people, I applaud you, Supervisor Kennedy, for stepping into these apartment complexes. I've experienced some myself through my time as an ACE member. It is so obvious and blatant when landlords take advantage of tenants who lack a good grasp of the language, because most of our laws are only available in English, right? And so it's unsurprising that it's very easy for those folks to be taken advantage of. And they make up a large amount of our population at the county level. So again, I really do just want to emphasize the urgency and the opportunity that y'all have to step in and keep people protected with this anti-harassment ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine.
Good afternoon. I represent a third-generation family-owned real estate company. We own and manage commercial and residential properties. We also develop commercial and residential properties. I think I have a pretty good understanding of the housing ecosystem, if you will. But as with anyone here, I can only speak to what I know. Failures of enforcement, cost of living crisis, housing crisis. Landlords didn't create these crises, yet the yoke of responsibility is being fitted for our necks. This is wrong. Yes, there are bad actors, and we have regulatory mechanisms in place to address these instances and individuals. This ordinance presumes landlords to be guilty until proven in innocence, and the crux of it is that it is written with too much ambiguity. This is wrong. The majority of residential landlords are moms and pops operations, if you will. These are not land barons living in largesse. They are stewards of their properties. They are families, retirees. They are immigrants. Rental property is a means of providing for their families and their futures. The ordinance essentially characterizes these citizens as acting in bad faith, and this is wrong. The last 60-plus years in home building has seen independent builders give way to large regional and national companies. Why? Because they can afford to staff entire departments whose only job is to deal with the regulatory environment. I do not wish to see this regulatory march do the same to the residential rental market. I hear a lot lately about the erosion of the middle class. This is that erosion in action, make no mistake. This is wrong. Finally, I am able to be here today because I was fortunate enough to secure childcare and coverage at my office. Many, many, many others who feel as I do cannot be here for those reasons. I would remind the board that their voices exist, even if they can't be heard today. To ignore them would be wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we have Yvette, Diana, and Renee.
Hi, I'm Yvette Viega. I am a property owner. I do recommend that we get this anti-thing going because it does make sense. The only people I feel that would oppose this is the people who want to slack and cheat and connive and pull from and then want to talk about rights. I would never have a problem with rights for people who rent from me because I'm morally correct first. Would I want to deal with someone talking to me crazy or threatening me with putting me out because you don't like what they say? I'm advocating for two different properties here. One for the SHRA building downtown at 626 I Street. They've redone everything all over again. That's a senior building here and a senior building here. There's only 3 handicap parking places, all of which have been assigned to the SHRA workers who's in this office and in this office. So when the lights go out, there's no backup generators. 12 flights of stairs, we're carrying people downstairs. My other place, it was pre-mentioned, was Lotus Landing Apartments. I have a client there who does not walk, who is totally bedbound. She does not have a ramp. She has not had air conditioning. She has one eye that works on her stove. I've made several complaints about now vermin coming in. I've hired out of my own pocket to have an exterminator, next level pest control, come in and spray at my expense. So to keep complaining and complaining to these landlords, and the one in question, Lakeisha Trotter, don't have no people skills. I don't think she did management anywhere. Didn't go to school for nothing. But you're talking to me like I'm crazy. So I called her on, hey, look, I know what you're supposed to do when you're renting property, or whatever. You can't talk to people this way, and then you can't threaten, well, they shouldn't be here anyway. That's not that. There's no handicap parking spaces for my clients. There's no ramp for her. When she goes out, she has to come out on a gurney and be transported. So I'm advocating for the disabled air conditioning that she doesn't have. And they brought in a portable one to put in her window. Now her window isn't secure, and when she's in the bed at night. So anybody can just push it open and come in on her. But this is supposed to suffice.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
I'm just for the act. God bless you.
Diana?
Sí. Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Antes que nada, quiero decir dos cosas. No tenemos dinero para comprar una casa, así que, segunda, sí estamos educados, pero creo que estas páginas no nos ayudan a los derechos de los inquilinos ni nada de información. Es lo que proveen, pero no existe real información. Así que...
So she wants to say two things. She wants to say two things. One is she doesn't have money to buy a home, so she's not in that situation. And two, looking at the website for the apartment association, there's actually no information that's helpful to this situation. And so she's sharing that she's looking right now and there's no information on this.
Segunda, apoyo yo la ley contra el acoso, porque he vivido 18 años en el mismo departamento y en unas condiciones que, wow, según van y revisan los departamentos y sigue las mismas condiciones por años. Miren, a ver si alcanzan a ver, este es mi refrigerador que me querían dar. Me querían dar las personas del departamento.
So that she's lived in the same apartment for 18 years and that they've tried to fix, and she's called code enforcement, but it's the same repairs, the same issues year after year. And this is a picture of the refrigerator they try to give her.
Lleno de cucarachas.
With cockroaches.
Tuve que ir a pedir dinero para comprar un refrigerador.
She had to borrow money out of pocket to buy her own refrigerator.
Voy a enseñarles toda mi comida que se me echó a perder. Mis hijos se quedaron sin comida.
Her food went spoiled, so pictures of all the food that went bad, so her children were left without food.
Y no podemos decir nada. Primero, el idioma. Segundo, porque tengo miedo que me desalojen y vivir debajo de un puente con mis hijos. Tampoco tengo dinero para pagar para otro departamento.
She says that, and she couldn't say anything fear of retaliation, fear of eviction. She doesn't have money to move to another place, and she doesn't want to be living on the streets, living under a bridge with her children.
Ahora pago un departamento de pago por uno de 3 recámaras, vivo en uno de 2 y he pagado 8 años por 3 cuartos y no puedo decir nada porque me echan de mi departamento.
She's also been paying for a 3-bedroom apartment, but living in a 2-bedroom apartment for the last 8 years, and that she can't move back into a 3-bedroom because every time she asks, they threaten to evict her.
Ahora necesito una estufa porque toda mi comida, mira.
She says she now needs a new stove because look how it's affecting her food.
Y ahora necesito pedir dinero para comprar una estufa para cocinarle a mis hijos. Aparte de que pago mucho dinero, vivimos mis hijos en 2 cuartos cuando pagamos por 3 y estamos hechos bolas ahí. Pero no quiero que me corran y quiero vivir debajo de un puente.
So she's saying she's going to have to borrow money to buy a new stove so she could provide and cook for her children. That she doesn't want to ask for that either because she doesn't want to be on the street. And she's in the situation where she has to just live on top of each other because they don't have enough units for all her children and her.
Por favor, les pido su apoyo para los que no tenemos voz. Necesitamos de ustedes. Y gracias.
We ask for you guys to speak for those that don't have a voice, that we're here today asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee?
Hello, good evening, supervisors, and specifically to Mr. Desmond because I'm in your district. There's a book called Poverty by America. How many of you are aware of it? It's a new publication. It's a book by a man named Matthew Desmond, That should trigger somebody's memory. And it's excellent. What it does is it explains exactly what happened to me. I'd been living in a duplex for 20 years. At the time of just before AB 1482 was passed, my property management company jacked my rent up more than they were allowed by when 1492 passed and swept them up in a retroactive part of the bill. So they had to reduce my rent. Oh, guess what? I had to tell them they had to reduce my rent. I said, did you know? So they reduced my rent. TransCapital Property Management has not read about the Poverty by America, and what he described in there is that he asked, what happened to all the stimulus money, to all that stimulus money, to all those people? He found out. Now, there are exceptions, and I applaud them, but most landlords said, oh, they have more money. They jacked the rents. It over the amount of the stimulus money to the renters. Is there something wrong with this picture, and who can fix it? I'm here to find out if you're some of those people. I am now paying 45% of my income for rent. In 2 years, my property management company, the same one I referenced before, TransCapital, had raised my rent the maximum, about $120 each month, each year that they did this, 2 years in a row. So then I was paying an amount of almost $600 more a month. No, I was paying $500 more a month, $250. I'm sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. But what they did is when they finally put someone in my part of the duplex, they raised the rent a total of $600 a month. I was no way going to be able to afford that. When the new renter moved in, one of the things that happened is we had a short conversation, and she has a support animal. I said, oh, I'm sure you didn't get charged for that support animal. And she said, oh, yes, I did. I had to pay a $500 deposit. And I said, really? And she said, okay, well, I'll get that back when I leave. I said, not so much. I know what they did to the last tenant that moved out under a shorter
Ms. Summers,
vacancy
could you please
notice.
wrap up your comments?
One of the things is they're continuing to violate the enforcement. There's no enforcement. They're continuing to violate the permitting. They did not have the permits to do a no-fault just cause notice to vacate on me.
Okay, Renee,
Please
can you
close
please?
these gaps. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Ms. Stella?
And Giovanna, we're giving you double time since you're helping.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Mi nombre es Estela Martínez. Estas son 610 personas que son de las firmas de que pase esa ley sobre del acoso. Y eso es muy importante porque entre más estamos sufriendo muchas penas.
She has copies of the 610 people that signed the petition in support of tenant anti-harassment. She brought copies for you guys because there's more and more people every day that are sharing their stories that they're going through the struggles.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Andrea.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Green. I am an ACCE member, and I do support the Tahoe tenants and the harassment law. What I'm just saying is that I know that I have been, have those harassing experiences with my manager. But also what I'm saying is because of the harassment to me, it would really be necessary because there is a lot going on there. And all I really want to say, because this works me up, and I'm not going to say too much today, but I just think it's just totally ridiculous. Because to me, that's just like a form of abuse. And it's It's just terrible for a lot of tenants, like they get put out for, little petty reasons, and that does not making any sense. So what I'm saying, that is just like, playing Monopoly, you like your own pass go.
Thank you. Les.
Here organizing for the, and representing for the Sacramento Tenants Union. I don't have a lot of faith in this body to pass this kind of responsible public policy, but it's very badly needed. And I know a lot of people who couldn't be here because of the timing of these meetings. So a lot of working people in this town who rent aren't able to be here. They have asked me to come and urge you to pass this policy to help them deal with the harassment they get from tenants during this housing crisis, which is putting more and more people out of their homes every day. So, like I say, I don't have a lot of faith, but maybe you'll surprise me. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. So we have Deidre, Iman, and Dallas.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Deidre Flowers. I am a resident of Logan Park and a member of Sacramento Steps Forward, which is a program that helps homeless and people who have history of mental illness and things of the such to get back on their feet. Well, I've been a pillar in my community for at least 5+ years, and I have been a very positive actor and member of the LSS program. I've ignored a lot of the little harassment issues, the little neglect far as fixing certain things. However, last year, February 11th, 2022, I feel that I was set up and groomed by the management team and some of the members of the program of Sacramento Steps Forward. I have been discriminated against. I have been under extreme intimidation, and right now I'm being legally harassed. I am in fear for my safety where I live. When I get home, I have to scoot my couch up against the door. They had a gentleman, like I said, February 11, 2022, kick in my front door, beat me unconscious, vandalized my entire unit. The security over there refused to take pictures, a statement, evidence. The management is denying that it ever existed, and they're denying fixing things. I have taken pictures. I have pictures to produce for the court to show I was beaten unconscious in the parking lot to the extreme where my dreadlocks was this long, and now I have to wear a wig. I have grandchildren that had to look at my face. I've never been beaten in my life. Now, mind you, I do the mail there. I help with anything positive in that community and have resided there for 5 years without any complaints. If you don't do nothing else for the neighborhood and the community that you live in, Mr. Desmond, I am in your district, Logan Park, North Highlands. Do something to save some of us who don't have resources and funds.
Thank you. And if you want us to get copies of the photos, you can give them to the clerk and show them. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
listening. I appreciate it.
Armand.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for having us here today. It's been a long day. I was here when the airport conversation was happening, so it's been a learning experience. Yes. My name is Armand Barahona. I'm with the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. We put together a coalition to focus on public health issues, air quality issues, and other environmental justice issues in town. We have 2 mobile solar stations that we're using for first aid levels of emergency assistance to the homeless. And this is where we began connecting with people who had just faced recent evictions. When we started meeting with folks around why they're getting evicted and ending up in the homeless camp, we ran into situations that for us were just appalling. We know in our work, 658,000 people in this county receive Medi-Cal public health. There's people who make less than $2,000 a month. And if they face some sort of eviction or some sort of crisis in their family, they're going to face homelessness. Now, when we find out that landlords, whether they're private or nonprofit landlords, they find in common small lease violations as a pretext to evict somebody, those are where you're getting your 3 out of 1 people who are evicted, who are homeless, while the county and the city are struggling to house the 10,000 that are floating out there. For us, this is a travesty, and the kind of things that we witnessed. We have 3 African-American families who are facing eviction, even though they've paid their rent every month, but the landlord wanted them out, so they found technical, meaningless little things to evict them. And this is why we went public with this, including with the SACB, to find out that there are no legal protections for tenants in this county. There is no right to counsel, and a landlord can get very creative about how to harass a tenant. So what we did in this is we looked for the help of farm worker attorneys out in the fields who were willing to do pro bono work for our clients, and they were able to see the case and got those cases dismissed. But the only reason why these 3 families are not facing homelessness today is because we found legal assistance outside of this county. And this is a big problem. So an anti-harassment policy is definitely something we need, but we also need to combine it with the legal services for the people to have their fair day in court to decide whether it's the business owner's fault or the consumer. Thank you.
Armand, thank you.
Dallas.
Good evening. My name is Dallas. I'm new to the group. This is my first meeting, and I do not have my stuff together. I don't want to just loosely start talking about a bunch of things that's happened to me, so I don't have it together, so I won't be speaking today, but since my name is up, I'm just introducing myself. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Dallas.
Ethan.
Hello, Ethan.
How's it going? Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Ethan Silverstein. I'm a staff attorney with ACE, or as CAA would call me, an overzealous tenant attorney with ACE. I really want to thank Patrick Kennedy for putting forward this ordinance, and I do want to acknowledge that there are a lot of good landlords and a lot of, fine realtors who actually spend a lot of money complying with the laws. Unfortunately, there's a lot of bad landlords and a lot of bad realtors who make a lot of money breaking the laws. There's a lot of money to be made in flipping units and getting tenants out of them, clearing people out with harassment tactics. So this really creates a setting of unfair competition for landlords, a setting where the landlords who play by the rules are at an unfair disadvantage because there's no real remedies against these bad actors, no real private remedies. That being said, we do appreciate this ordinance. It's a step in the right direction. We want to, again, thank Supervisor Kennedy, but I need to be transparent with the members of ACE and the other people in this room as it doesn't go nearly far enough. This would probably be, if not the weakest, one of the weakest local anti-harassment ordinances in the state. But, it's what we can get out here potentially. So the question is, why are industry groups coming out here to oppose this? I don't think these big players are afraid of the $2,000 fine. I simply don't. What I think they're afraid of is just showing tenants that they can change the culture in Sacramento. And right now, Sacramento has a reputation for being a culture where landlords can basically do whatever they want with no accountability. There's essentially 2 eviction defense lawyers. There are basically no private lawyers who will take cases out here. So the culture is, if you're a landlord or a property manager, you can do whatever you want and get away with it. So what they are afraid of is showing the tenants in these rooms that they can change the situation. they're not afraid of the fine. They're afraid of the tenants organizing. And if anyone has any questions, I do litigate under local anti-harassment ordinances, so I'm happy to answer any questions as the CAA did. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan, I actually have a question for you, if you don't mind. And thank you for being here today. And my office, we met with you, I think, with our code enforcement chief and Mr. Linthicum here, you and Giovanna and a couple of your clients. So I appreciated that discussion that we had. In your experience, have you seen, because I made reference to this a few moments ago about the lack of legal resources that used to be available just a few years ago. Can you describe what you've seen in the course of your career, particularly here locally in Sacramento?
Yeah, absolutely. What I've seen is essentially the county divesting itself from legal resources for tenants. It's my understanding that there are 2 attorneys for the county that work part-time on eviction defense matters. But I want to be very clear that legal representation is needed. And it's a feel-good solution. It's a necessary solution. It's not super controversial, but without good laws, even the best attorneys are sometimes powerless to change the situation.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And I understand that legal defense is one thing, and affirmative legal action is something quite different than that, and I get that too. What about in terms of other non-legal resources in Sacramento County? What's your kind of your assessment of it, or your what you've seen over the course of your career here locally?
It's basically the grassroots groups who are providing those resources. Again, the city and the county have largely not been able to provide the education resources necessary. I'll also note that for tenants in this room, I highly recommend against using the CAA's website for tenant resources. We have identified some information on some of those resources that is not accurate, so I ask to please reach out to legal aid or tenants' rights group.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Turner?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ethan, for your testimony. You mentioned that this proposed ordinance would be one of the weakest in the region or the state. I forget which you compared it to, but do you make that assessment based on how forceful the language is, or are you making that statement based on how effective you've seen it actually implemented elsewhere, along with more resources, along with more code attention, along with more prosecution by other counties?
Yeah, so like I said, we need a lot of different things to solve the problem, but just speaking to this specific ordinance, I'm making that statement based off the remedies, which do not include a way for tenants to recover their attorney's fees. And the remedies also have some maximum caps for the penalties, which are fairly low, and they don't have any triple damages. So it's basically a situation where if a tenant wants to recover these relatively low penalties, they have to pay an attorney out of pocket. Again, this is better than what we have now. We're saying support this. We're thankful for it. But I just wanted to raise that no one should be under any illusions that this will just solve the problem. And we're going to need more. We're going to need the legal resources, and we're going to need better laws, frankly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ethan.
Okay, next is David.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So one of the things that I wanted to point out in this anti-harassment was I noticed that the people who came up to represent the apartment association and the realtors association, one of the points that they keep saying is like, we already have state laws. We've already went over this. It's redundant. But we have state fire codes and we have county fire codes. We have federal OSHA and we have state OSHA. And the reason that we have those things, even though we already have a larger national or state level, is because we want to provide more protection for people. And that's the same kind of thought process with the anti-harassment ordinance. They may have state codes and state regulations for it, but the people need more protection, as you guys have heard through all of these stories. And Phil, I thought it was really interesting when you asked him about the website and you said, do you have resources for the tenants? And it kind of stunned him, because they don't represent the tenants. They're not here for the tenants. They're here for the people who own the properties. But even if they did, there are people who don't have access to the internet, that don't know how to work a phone or whatever. Like, what are they supposed to do?
I'm not sure I was the one that made that statement.
Well, one of y'all did.
Yeah, I think it was someone else.
And then there's also people have gotten up here and said that that there's red tape, there's calling and not being able to get through, or there's just not enough workers, and a lot of that stuff can be just kind of shared up with the policy that we won't pass. So, like Ethan was saying, it's not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. And the biggest fear here is not the fines, but it's just that people have power that's untapped. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Monica?
Hi, my name is Monica Madrid. I'm an organizer with ACE out in South Sacramento, but I live in unincorporated Supervisor Humes District in Rosemont. I'm a tenant. I live in Invitation Homes property. I'm actually splitting the rent with 4 other friends of mine that we all graduated from Sac State together. That's how expensive it is that we're college graduates and we still have to share a house. But regardless, we're college graduates. I'm a tenant advocate, and I still can't get repairs made in my house. I have requested for mold issues that we have. We have infestations of different moths. Nothing's getting fixed. I don't know if it's because it's a single-family home or what's going on, but nothing's getting done in our house. But I'm also not here for me. I'm here on behalf of the tenants that I've talked to in South Sacramento. I'd like to thank Supervisor Kennedy. We reached out to his office last year. He's one of the only elected officials I've ever seen come out to an apartment complex. And, it's really empowering for the members in the community to see him standing up for the tenants in his district. So I'd really like to see this tenant anti-harassment ordinance pass, and I just wanted to lift up that the people who are talking on behalf of the California Apartment and Realtors Association, they were mostly white. The people coming with ACE are mostly Black or Latino. And I just wanted to know that this is a racial justice issue as well. And then the last thing I wanted to add was the Sacramento County Realtors Association President, Eva Garcia, has actually harassed tenants before, and I've worked with tenants that have been under Garcia Realty. And so for them to oppose it, it's because they are bad landlords, and only bad landlords oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to editorialize, I want to make it clear that my colleagues up here are just as interested and concerned as I am.
Good afternoon, Joanna Fajardo. I literally had to step away from a call from a tenant who's getting harassed. They just got a 3-day notice to get rid of their dog because they were notified that they were going to make repairs, and they were not notified they had to be out of the home. So they apologized, they stepped out, they tried to have a conversation with the property manager. What ended up happening is they've now got served with the 3-day notice later that day. And I wanted to share as well, Monica, myself, tenants here, we're not trying to just share about how we think that this is a redundant thing. We've called the sheriff. We've had to defend ourselves physically. We've had tenants who have gotten their windows broken in. We've called supervisors. We've called city council. We've called sheriff. And in those situations, we're still waiting for something. So this is just one video, one of the many videos where a property manager blocked in a tenant and flipped her off and cussed her out. I don't know if you could hear.
It's in Spanish.
They're literally blocking the car of one of the tenants, and they're refusing to leave so that tenant could leave. This is one of the many issues that we've seen throughout Sacramento. Yeah. Again, we have dozens of this video. What we've seen too much is tenants being taken advantage of.
you know, in particular, Mr. Desmond, I know it's been really hard for tenants in your district because there are a lot of immigrants. There's a lot of that don't speak Spanish or English. And so I personally have knocked doors on some of the tenants in your district where I've heard some stories that are just heartbreaking. We were at just the refugee summit a couple months ago, and we just heard story after story of people, even if they could find legal services, their hands are tied. Even if we could find supervisors that will hear their stories, they're still waiting for the last year to do something about that window. Right? They can't just move. We have a tenant who's lived in a 2-unit apartment for 8 years because every time she asks, that is given a threat. You could move out, you could go to the street, and they can't, right? So we're not asking for redundancy. We're asking for you guys to actually do something locally for something that's already illegal statewide for tenants that have tried time after time to find legal services, that have found a lawyer to represent them, only to say their hands are tied. And you have to deal with it or you have to just move out. And so that's why we're here, and we appreciate you guys hearing us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanna, and thank you for your advocacy.
Lori?
Good afternoon, supervisors, and I want to thank Patrick Kennedy for getting this going. My situation, it's the same since it is harassment. It's different than anything that's been discussed yet, though I understand there are about 12,000 applicants for Sacramento Emergency Rental Assistance, SARA 2, who are going through the same or something similar. So what happened is this, my family of 3, I, an elder, my daughter, and child, qualified for SARA 2. We got 5 months. My landlord waited with us. And then we recertified. We are considered very, very low income by SARA 2 standards, fixed incomes. They're not changing. So at first, when I recertified, I was told by SARA 2, there's a lot of money. Don't worry, we just don't have a timeline. But after about 6 months of waiting, our landlord decided to put up a notice. I think it was either a 3-day or 30-day notice. But he thought that, as I thought, that it would just make SARA 2 put us on the priority of moving us to the front of the wait list. We were fully qualified for the disbursement of our back rent. That didn't happen. The policy changed. SARA 2's policy changed because there was a tremendous influx of people last summer who finally got help to get into SARA 2. And at any rate, we ended up being evicted 2 weeks ago. Finally, we waited for nearly a year and a half. Finally, this summer, the money was actually available. Previously, in January, February, March, they said there was no money for the city of Sacramento. The money was available, and then the landlord refused to accept the money and evict us. We had been essentially forced to sign a paper back in March, beginning of April, a stipulation, because we did go to court, we had no representation. He had 2 lawyers. And there was a mediator. This is very, very important, what I need to say here. We're just about on the street right now and living, with things in our car. And we're trying to get services, like, for example, Section 8, emergency Section 8, et cetera. I need you to know this, too. No one has mentioned this part. There is Attorney General Bonta.
Can you please wrap up?
I issued a press release last year, last March, and last April, one to law firms, one to tenants. To tenants, he said, there are jurisdictions in California that still have rental protections. Now, this is regardless of COVID,
I need you to wrap
regardless
up,
of
please.
eviction moratorium. Still have rental protections. Our court has a paper right here, a Sacramento Superior
Okay,
Court.
thank you.
There,
Thank you. I'll need you to wrap up.
this
You're
information
3.5
is very
minutes. Thank
vital
you.
to the 12,000 tenants who are
Thank you.
evicted as we are.
Thank
I
you.
don't feel that that is sensitive, and I'm with ACE.
Thank you very much. We have Joe, Rosalinda, and Samuel. And sir, you can just pull the two microphones together and stand in the middle between them. We'll be able to hear you the best that way.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you.
You might get used to knowing me, but I've been homeless for over a year now. I was attacked by my manager, socked in the arm. She got in a karate stance. She harassed me, stalked me, and then she lied to me in small claim court to get me kicked out. Now, I went to Northern California Legal Association. They drew up the draft of what they said to me was that was no bearing. I wasn't a nuisance. And what they were saying I was a nuisance isn't legit. I thought they were going to go represent me. Little did I know I had to go to court improper. I don't know legal jargon. These guys might be good, but there's a few of them that are the worst. And I had one of the worst. Now I'm happy to say I'm not homeless. I made it to the little homes out there on Power Inn and Florin. To my surprise, they had it structured in a sense that I was in a prison. I couldn't come in or out. I had to be driven off the premises, driven back in the premises. I want to know, what the heck did I do but be poor? When does that become this kind of justice? The victim gets victimized by you guys again? I talked to David, the manager, the one that's running it. Our hands are tied. I get it from the board. Well, I'm talking to the board right now. I am willing to do anything I can. I will sleep in my truck and you can sleep in my hut and you can know what I'm talking about. But to be victimized again? They make rules daily. They change them. They don't even post them up. I told Dave, you got to post every time you change the rules. You can't just say, oh, today we're doing something different. We're doing it this way. I got written up for having a bottle of tea from a drinking glass in my hut. You're not allowed anything in your hut but water. Well, I wouldn't have even had that. But they said I had to take my dog with me because there was an incident where someone's dog attacked maybe one of the staff. I don't know the full story, but the dog was, hey, they're homeless. They have dogs that protect the people there. They said we can bring our pets. Mine's a Bichon Francais. A cat beat her up.
Mr. Lopez, can you please wrap up your comments?
And I can't keep my dog there or find a job. I got an interview coming up on the 20th. What the hell am I going to do with my dog? I can't even get a job. And they haven't even processed me. I'm doing this on my own. I will help all of you help fix that camp. I want that to be successful. That's my name. I'm with ACE. There's got to be a change.
Thank you,
There's
Joe.
got to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rosalinda?
Hi, I'm Rosalinda. So I'm here. I'm homeless, and I have a 7-month-old daughter, and I've been experiencing homelessness for over 7 years with my 7-month-old daughter. I have tried to get help from 211. They have not helped me at all. They have gave me the runaround. They have told me that I am on the waiting list to get housing, some type of place to stay, and I still haven't. And it's hard enough as it is as a mom to sleep outside with your 7-month-old baby when the father doesn't want to help at all. And the only person that's willing to help is my dad that's sitting right there. So I'm asking you guys, if you guys can try to get the system or try to speak to them in some type of way to get them to know that there is parents out here that have children that are infants on these streets right now. I am outside with my daughter, and nobody wants to help me, not even housing. That's all I got to say.
Where do you live? Where
Right
are you
now,
staying?
I am literally staying in my dad's truck right now with my daughter.
What part of town? Where are you? In the city?
South Sacramento.
So I'm looking at Siobhan. Can we get someone, please, to talk to Rosalinda tonight, one of our SIBOs or someone, to make contact with you today, right now? Thank you. Thank you, Siobhan.
Samuel? Okay. David? Okay.
David left? Okay.
Yes, CA medical.
Killian just stepped outside.
Killian, okay,
Okay,
we'll
go
take
to Jefferson and
then
see
we'll
if you
come
can
back.
find Killian. Okay, we can hold them. Do we have folks
Yeah,
on the phone?
you want to take the calls?
Yeah, let's take the calls, and if Killian and Jefferson come back, we can take them. Okay?
Okay. James he's. How many callers? I believe we have 3. Yeah, it might be 2. He's getting them on the line right now. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you have the meeting running in the background, can you mute it and then start with your comments?
Yes. Oh, hold on. Okay. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Erica Hadamio, and I am a renter and also a county employee. But more than anything, I'm a public servant. And I have also volunteered for the Sacramento Tenants Union as a member for the last six to 7 years. And what I have experienced really is an utter failure by our system, city and county-wide right now. The serious lack of investment, or the disinvestment, I guess, that was noted, I think, by an attorney is real. One of the things that I wanted to share with all of you is that in Q2 of this year, 2,231 households were served by our coordinated access system. 50% of those households served are Black. Most households served are already homeless. The issue before you is about serious racial inequities. And I can't emphasize that enough, that in the last 2 years, I have been so disturbed and alarmed by how many Black families, specifically a higher number of Black mothers living with their adult daughters, with their young child, who are being harassed and evicted, poverty, just basic harassment, people who got emergency rental assistance. And we need legal resources. A couple of you guys realize that, and I'm happy to hear that you guys recognize that, because there is a real need for that. But there's also a really evident power imbalance in a situation where one party is relying on another for a necessity, especially if there is profit involved. The power imbalance that exists between renters and landlords puts renters at a greater risk of housing instability, harassment, and homelessness. And I just want to urge some of the folks who it seems like maybe might not empathize with us, Supervisor Hume and Supervisor Frost, that you could at least recognize that there is a serious power imbalance between renters and landlords. The institutions that they have on their side.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes. Thank you. Just thank you for listening, and thank you for putting this before you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the last caller.
And then, sir, we'll get you right after this caller.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mackenzie Wilson. I'm a community organizer in Sacramento and have been working with tenants and those who have been priced out and are now unhoused for years. I want to begin by naming that the opposition in the room today has a very interesting narrative about this item. To hear them worry about bad landlords getting sued is wild to me. This ordinance and law can only be wielded against landlords who are engaging in illegal behavior. So why are y'all coming to their aid? Otherwise, y'all named it, as I will too. Much of this already exists, and the tenant stories shared with you today and the thousands of stories that you haven't heard means that it happens anyways. I mean, I'm here for Sac County to have more teeth to protect tenants, but that doesn't look like just these words on paper. What we need are the mechanisms that ensure that we have the means of support for when they do it anyways. That looks like funding for a tenant-led renters helpline. That looks like funding for a tenant's right to counsel and legal advice to support us against illegal evictions, harassment, withholding of security deposits, changed locks, and more. It looks like funding resources that not just support us in learning our rights, but teach us about the mechanisms that Sac County has to protect them in all languages. It looks like passing more tenant protections all the way up to rent control, because one industry insight that they won't admit is that their market is driving homelessness. And now they got you spending our public tax dollars to line their private pockets so you can engage more landlords to help you solve the crisis. No offense, but what a patsy scheme, and it's actually called corporate fascism. What we really need y'all to do is stop giving them our public tax dollars and instead fund publicly and socially owned housing that would not only generate revenue for our county, but ensure our most vulnerable stay housed, and is the only way to solve homelessness. We actually need a whole lot more than these words on paper, but for now, pass this ordinance and stop taking money from industries that prioritize profit over people. I appreciate the call out of campaign contributions, and a no vote only gets us closer to more people recognizing the illegitimacy of this so-called democracy. Have a nice day.
Okay, so Killian is here. You're fine.
Thank you for coming back.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you know, we all have eyes, and we all have understanding of this is United States. This is a $26 trillion economy. We're not putting forth the resources that's pretty much available to the citizenry. It's going to be a domino effect. We heard all these egregious stories about misconduct from management companies and landlords. Now, I have stories myself. It's truly just, it's kind of disgusting. I wasn't really prepared to bring it out because I have pictures, but right now in this county, you have code enforcement. I do believe that they're not putting forth enough teeth to address the issues that the landlords are putting forth. They're overburdening. The system is overburdened, and we need to have more enforcement from misconduct from landlords. My landlord filed an illegal unlawful detainer on me. I happened to move out. I was a young lady that I was taking care of let me stay at her house, so they started harassing her. We reported mold. When we reported the mold in June, they took out the shower, the whole shower, and haven't fixed it yet. So I'm trying to look for advocacy so we can address this issue. So I'm just, in regards to the anti-harassment, we really need more enforcement, and I'm for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Did Jefferson make it back in?
You didn't? Okay.
He did not. Okay.
Yeah. So that's it.
Concludes our public comment. Okay, I'll go right to Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to begin with my thank yous, and that's thank you to everybody who came here today to speak on this issue that affects so many people and share stories that is really difficult to share, personal stories. To get up in front of an elected body with the lights and the cameras, that takes a lot of courage. So I want to thank you for being here. Also want a few more thank yous. Want to thank Barry Chamberlain and his crew in code enforcement. When we brought the evidence that there was something amiss at a very, very large complex that I referenced earlier, and it's not the only one clearly, but I used it as a reference, Barry's group came out and did a complete sweep, unit by unit, of that complex, which resulted in a whole lot of fines, and but more importantly, in what we hope will be improved living conditions for the people who live there. So thank you, Barry. And finally, I want to thank County Council for working with me on this, and County Executive and the Chair for putting it on the agenda when we have such, busy agendas, but to elevate this to a conversation in the community that clearly we need to have. Clearly, wherever you stand on this ordinance, we're doing something wrong, and we can do more. What that is, I don't know exactly, but these are not just isolated incidents. These are happening in all 5 of our districts, and I hope that this will really start a community conversation that needs to be had so that we can really protect those who are the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Now, I did mention asking Barry Chamberlain and Ron Linthicum to come down here, but I'm rethinking that because I was going to, regardless of what this board decides today on this item, I did want to provide some direction to staff and see if how my colleagues felt about it, because I couldn't agree more with Supervisor Kennedy. We are clearly doing something wrong in terms of so many people not understanding what their rights are, not having the resources to avail themselves of rights and protections that they have, both existing protections at the local level, at the state level. I've had this discussion many times with Lisa Kaplan at the Sacramento City Council about this issue, because I know you're having this same discussion in the city of Sacramento. I think we need to have an effort that is not just limited to one jurisdiction. This needs to be a county-wide effort in terms of consistency across jurisdictional boundaries, both for, again, education, legal and non-legal resources. So we have to have a broader discussion. What I would like to see, and I look to staff, what I'd like to have a workshop on before the end of the year, my tenure as chair, and I know we already have a lot of things come to the agenda, but I would like to have a workshop on what our current educational resources are, and I'd like to invite the DA's office to certainly be a part of that discussion, the Sheriff Department to be a part of that discussion, because I know they participate in that. I myself have gone out with Ron Linthicum and the Sheriff's Department to apartment complexes, some of the worst offenders in Sacramento County, and have seen firsthand the pressure that they can apply and have applied to these landlords, and results in significant changes, sometimes jail time from landlords who are committing criminal violations. But as part of that workshop, educational resources, what is out there are resources both legal and non-legal. So a tenant's helpline. I went online and looked at tenant protection website and resources both at the city and the county and Sacramento Superior Court. It's kind of all over the map. It's difficult to navigate. There's not a lot of consistency, and that adds to, I think, a lot of the problems a lot of folks are facing here. But in terms of legal resources, I would also like to see a survey of both what is the current status of voluntary legal services of Northern California, what resources do they have or not have. I know for a fact that McGeorge does not have a landlord-tenant clinic anymore, which I think is an incredibly valuable resource. And then a third component to this workshop that I would like to see is an evaluation, and I'm looking out at CAA and Sacramento Association of Realtors, because I would like to get your commitment to be part of this effort to, I guess, put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. But I think we need to take a hard look at the current statewide statutes, the current state anti-harassment ordinance, which I believe the statutory provision of $2,000 has been at that level since 2003. So I think we need to take a look at state level statutory changes that perhaps this board could get behind and make it a part of our legislative agenda. So that is what I want to bring back to the board during my tenure as chair. So we'll have to talk about that and about scheduling between now and the end of the year. And I'm sure if we can't get it on the calendar, I mean, I would ask that my successor as chair would be amenable to that. So I wanted to make those comments. And Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I actually hit my request to speak before you offered that great suggestion. I support that wholeheartedly because I think it is a discussion that we need to have as far as what more we can be doing to provide that access to the information. I do think that this ordinance is duplicative of existing protections are in place, but if you don't know what protections are out there and you don't know how to navigate those protections, then they are meaningless for you. But I will say that in my estimation, the only thing that truly addresses the heart of this issue is incentivizing and creating more housing supply, because it's the fact that there are such pressures on existing units that's what's creating this situation, is that there's no eagerness on the part of the landlord to try and retain tenants, because they know that right now it's such a compressed situation that it's not a lot of opportunity and options out there. And then the only other thing that I will say, and you can make whatever allegations about campaign contributions you'd like, but I've been on the side of property management, and just as you cannot paint a broad brush and say that all landlords are bad, you cannot use the same broad brush to say that all tenants are good. And so if you put these regulations into place, there's just much of an opportunity to be abused on the other side. And as a landlord who went through a situation where I had a tenant he was a great family man, he had his 3 beautiful kids, I provided I made sure to bring turkeys for him every year at the holidays, and then he got into drugs, lost his family, stopped paying rent, and I prayed to God that after I gave him a 3-day notice to pay rent, that he would either get current or give up the keys, because I knew if I went to an eviction situation, that was a protracted deal that would ride with his record. And I pleaded with him, please help me help you. Like you need to get some help, but you're not doing yourself any good at this point. So my current tenant, I have her in there well under market rate, just because she's a great tenant. She takes care of the house. So it can work better as a symbiotic relationship. But I think the more that we come in and try and apply top-down regulation, it has unintended consequences. Because I know in Santa Monica, when they first implemented rent control, the unintended consequences of that was that it brought apartment construction to a halt, because nobody wanted to build more product, because they knew that the margins for doing the repairs and those types of things over time was a diminishing situation. So I do think there's an important conversation to be had, but I can't support this ordinance as it's written.
Thank you. Supervisor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I too am very supportive of your idea to have a workshop either under the balance of your administration as chair or that of our incoming chair, Supervisor Kennedy. I think that would be of great value to the board, to staff, and to the public. I have already alluded to the fact that I am, quite frankly, much more interested in the resources for enforcement than I am in looking to an ordinance that falls on top of state language that attempts to do the same thing. As it relates to this particular proposal, I have a lot of issue with the language. I think a lot of it is extremely vague, and I think it would quickly snowball into very ambiguous interpretations of what was intended. I'll just throw out like one particular clause here. On page 2, a tenant may assert retaliation affirmatively or as a defense to the landlord's action regardless of the period of time which has elapsed between the tenant's assertion or exercise of rights under this chapter and the alleged act of retaliation. That essentially means that there's no statute of limitations, essentially, and someone could conceivably, a tenant could conceivably 10 years after the fact assert affirmatively retaliation as a defense. So I think there are other problematic aspects of the mechanics of this proposal. I agree wholeheartedly, as I think we've all mentioned, that there certainly is a problem that needs addressing. I want to make sure it's addressed effectively. I would add, Mr. Chair, that on top of the workshop, if that's ultimately where we decide to go with this, that not that money solves every problem, it doesn't. But if they're at the conclusion of the workshop and the exchange with advocates and the public about available resources, if we conclude that we need more personnel, we need more equipment with personnel to do what is necessary to hold landlords that are not good actors accountable, I would be very, very open to a mid-year budget adjustment if we had to do that. Even though that takes 4 out of 5 of us to do that, I think this is an important enough issue that I would definitely be open to that versus waiting until June of next year. But as this stands today, unfortunately, I wish I could support something, but this just is rife with problems, I'm afraid. So, thank you.
Could I just throw something on there, because I forgot to mention something. You bring up a great point as far as resources. In the adopted budget that we just did, I think we put an additional $4 million or something towards LEAP. It would seem to me that landlord engagements, that this might fall under that if we are preventing people from becoming homeless. We just committed significant resources to that.
Yes.
Yes, and I neglected to mention that would be an integral part of the workshop is to help us determine where we need to make additional resource commitments. And so I would agree with Supervisor Stern 100%. Supervisor Frost.
I just want to, without duplicating everything, I concur with everything that was said. And also, I wanted to say that it's clear there's a problem here, and many people need help, and I think we should do everything we can to connect people to resources and information and advocacy to help them advocate for themselves with bad actors. And I also think there's a balance between, a lot of landowners, a lot of landlords are just regular people who went out on a limb and bought a house, and they're trying to build their dream, and they're not made of money, they're not rich. That doesn't mean they get to be bad actors. I'm just saying to duplicate what's already there in the law could potentially not result in the result that we want, which is it could result in them saying, well, maybe I should just give up and not be a landlord. And without landlords, we don't have properties for rent. And so we need that business model to create housing for people. And so I think what we should do is look harder at enforcing the laws that we already have, but even more so connecting people with resources and job training and whatever that those individuals need to create a sustainable housing situation for themselves. I'm not going to support the ordinance today because I think it's duplicative of a lot of laws that are already in place, but that doesn't mean I don't care. It just means that I think we need to do everything we can to fix this problem with resources and all the other things that were talked about today, this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, I'd like to move I'd like to move approval of the ordinance as proposed.
Okay, I don't see a second.
Okay, so the
Motion
dies
fails.
for lack of a second.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Supervisor Kennedy, and thank you for the discussion. Thank all of you for taking the time to come out here, and staff. Thank you for your input, Mr. Linthicum and Mr. Chamberlain.
All right.
Okay.
So we still have your own ranks for item 63. And I just wanted to go on record that this is your own ranks appointments to the Regional Water Authority. This was continued from August 22nd, item number 49. This is the Regional Water Authority. Currently, Mr. Kennedy is in the seat as the member, and Carrie Schmitz is the alternate.
Mr. Kennedy, do you want to?
You've got to continue.
I can't hear.
So I will move to reappoint Supervisor Kennedy and the alternate,
Okay, thank you.
Carrie Schmitz.
Thank you.
Do we have a
guess
second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. We already did our nominations. Now we'll go to our county exec.
No comments, thank you.
Any comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Kennedy, you still queued up?
Oh, sorry, no.
Okay, no further business. We are adjourned at 5:58.